It's like a freak of nature running around here. I have narcolepsy. I have a seizure disorder. You see, so nothing, which is probably why my files fell on the desk of the freaking CDC. But no matter what happens to me, COVID will never be the reason because everything's always going to be blamed on lupus because I have no immune system, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that kind of sucks.
So yeah, if everybody wants to just tweet out the room and everything down there in the right hand corner, see if we can get some more people in here to discuss. Because there's some people in here earlier in the night who had been listening to the feed, so I want to see if any of them have any other thoughts on this. But we can keep talking about it. I just wanted to add that in, just to, yeah, if everybody wants to go down the right hand corner there, like and retweet.
Okay. Oh, Mike, I had a quick question for you. You said you guys had a book club. Is that an online book club or just
Yeah, so I have so I Carlo's in the book club, and so it's a book club I run. I've been running it for a few months. You can look it up if you look up the hashtag Gulag Book Club. It was one I started in the summer. Originally, we were starting with short stories, and then as we got closer to winter, we started doing kind of like longer novels. It's been somewhat on and off just with everything going around right now this time of year, and then I'm doing a bunch of stuff, so kind of gets pushed back. But yeah, once I get kind of a bit more established, probably get back to doing it more regularly again. But for the most part, like the way it originally started, like yeah, we were just talking about like some different books, and they're all nonfiction books. So like the thing is, like when it comes to like um, you know fictional like non-fic I mean they're all fictional books. When it comes to nonfiction books, sometimes it's just informative information, right? You can't quite dive like into them as much. Like the conversation just is like, well, this is what it said, and we all kind of nod and agree. But with fictional books, there tends to be it spurs more interesting conversations. So you can look on there. Like I think we started off like we were doing Kafka. Who else did we read? We read Kafka, then we read some Lovecraft, and we read some yeah, like we've done a few different ones. There was one in particular, like a lot of them were just like, because like up here in Quebec, I didn't have, they had Quebec was the first place to get the QR code. So for like pretty much from September to I think June 2020, from September 2021 to June 2020, I wasn't pretty much allowed to go, to anything outside of like like the grocery store and the pharmacy and stuff like that. And then, of course, in 2021, the first 5 months of 2021, we also had a curfew from pretty much 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. here in Montreal.
Were you
And
allowed to get groceries that were pickup or delivered? Or
well, I mean, I could still go to grocery stores. They had debated it for like I think a week. They tried to actually make it so you had to do it like at the liquor store too, but of course that caused. I think they quickly backed away from that one with the QR codes. But yeah, like essentially, I mean, of course, a lot of I'd gotten used to ordering stuff anyway, just with all the lockdowns and the opens ups, and like everybody else, I Uber Eats and then all the delivery stuff. But yeah, so but they never actually prohibited me from going to the grocery store. Now, usually I would just order stuff just because I didn't want to go and wear the face diaper and stuff like that. But yeah, but the big thing was is that like this last 2 years, like now when I say I read a book, I don't usually read like except for like technical manuals and stuff like that. I usually listen to everything audiobook. So like yeah, in the last 2 3 years, I've listened to dozens and dozens, probably over 100 different audiobooks. Some crappy, some better, some random, some stupid, just tons and tons of audiobooks. And so like of course the problem is like, I've listened to all these audiobooks, I want to discuss them. So then yeah, we started doing we've done a bunch of different. The main thing is it's usually the fictional books, right? Books that have plots and characters, just because there's a lot more to talk about with those things. But like I said, the importance with those is like sometimes like they kind of explore these ideas. So actually, at one point, like I think early December, late November, we did 1984, of course, and some other ones like that. So yeah, if
okay?
you if
Yeah,
you look if anybody's interested, you can see what we've kind of done there in the past. It's kind of steered a certain way. Like I have a strong preference for, well, I have a strong preference for speculative fiction and nonfiction. Right, speculative fiction being kind of like science fiction, horror, surrealist fiction, like Kafka, fantasy fiction, and then of course speculative nonfiction would be essentially the stuff where like like it's where you don't have the firm facts. So like the Mothman prophecies, Bill Cooper, John Keel, those kinds of books. But usually I don't do those ones. Like those ones, like I'm with nonfiction. Yeah, with a fictional book, I'm a big kind of like I'm very sort of strict about like spoilers. Whereas with nonfiction, yeah, like you can construct in such a way, but like that's why like I play these nonfiction books into the room at night, because like if you jump in halfway through, it's not as disorienting, right? Whereas if you jump halfway into a fiction book, you're just completely lost, right?
Right. I mean, you do the fiction, you're pretty much, I don't like to say forced, but that's what you're forced to think outside the box sometimes. And that gets really exciting because you get a whole new view of how everyone sees it. Like art and all that art's different. Everybody's going to see it in a different way. And that's what I like about that. Everybody's going to see something different and you can dive into some pretty good conversations on what they see. But if it's nonfiction, it's like you said, you pretty much know the beginning, middle, the end. And
Well, that's
where's
so
the
you
fun in
either
that?
accept the author's premise or you reject it, right? It's like you either agree with them or you don't. Like there's one or two, but yeah, no, like with these other with fiction books, like yeah, people can kind of really take a lot of different paths on it, right? Some people, and even just where they focus, right? Some people focus just on the characters, some people focus on the bigger ideas, some people ignore that. Like there's different ways you can kind of chop it up, right?
Zinc, I got 3 questions for you. So the first one is, have you tried audiobooks on 2x speed?
Yeah. So actually, that's the thing. It's like sometimes I don't do it, like if I'm just being really distracted. But actually, there's been times when like I've had a really hard time following a reader, and so then I'm behind on the reading, and then and so then I sped it up, and sometimes it's actually weird. Once you've sped it up, like it's I never go full 2x, depending on the speed that the guy reads. Like, and this is even sometimes with like training videos I watch. Like, I find that most people really can be sped up to like 1.5, 1.7. Sometimes going faster than 1.7, I do find is a bit much. But then what's funny is you get used to them at 1.7 and it doesn't ruin anything, and then you try to take them back down to 1, and it's like they're drunk and like like having like a stroke or something, right? Like you get used to going at that full speed, that going backward is actually more painful, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that when you start to get, like, if you walk around with earbuds in all the time, listening to audiobooks on 2x, and then somebody approaches you and wants to engage you in conversation, so you pull them out, it's almost like they're go. It's a weird experience. You sort of have to transition back into regular speed. So the second question is, missile or plane at the Pentagon, and the third question is, um, did Lovecraft open portholes?
So, like I said, I don't know if you were in here, Johnny. I need to go back and look at the pictures because they were really crappy pictures taken with like a crappy camera from like the freeway. But the close-up pictures, right? Like yeah, like I said, like somehow this pilot was very conscientious about not going right between those light poles there, and not damaging them, right? And of course, like I said, I know people who were in that hotel nearby. Nobody saw anything there, but they felt it, right? It was a boom, right? Which supposedly like these planes like but did they really like make that kind of like boom, or is it more of kind of like yeah like, and of course this is like I said probably like half a mile away, maybe a kilometer, like you can see the Pentagon from this right, it's not just on the other side of the freeway there. So yeah, I mean it's always very sort of like yeah, like there's nothing there, there's like no there's no plane there, right? And what was your other question? I can't remember.
Oh, portholes. Did Lovecraft open portals?
What do you mean by that? Portholes or portholes?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The second one.
Portals?
Yeah.
I don't think so. What do you mean by that?
Well, if you do some of the readings, and there's a lot of backstory behind him, that he was a member of some, I don't know, black magic society or something like that, and they would assemble, and what the story, I guess the story was, or the folklore was, that they had a dinner party, and they opened up a tear or something to another dimension, and then they all died within like a year or two afterwards.
I've never heard that. I mean,
I never heard that one. Actually, the one who was part of an occult society was Algernon Blackwood. He was part of the Golden Dawn occult society. They actually perform, all these weird rituals, and like they were trying to kind of like bring back this ancient entity who was like a like a kind of pagan god, and they had all these sacrifices and like weird rituals. But for what I know, Lovecraft was just like a geek. He was really into the occult, and like he just read a lot about it. And he just like kind of peppered that all over his fiction. And the thing with him, this guy was like a lucid dreamer, so he would just dream all this random stuff and just also like inject it into his short stories. But I never heard of Lovecraft, like wielding magic or anything.
So Lovecraft, I mean, the main thing with Lovecraft is that he kind of comes from one of these decay, right? So his mother's father, right, had some money, but then like soon after he died, the family fortunes kind of fell apart. I think he still lived somewhat like on a small inheritance for the most part there afterward. But at the same time, too, both of his parents essentially at one point or another, right, when he was fairly young, his father went insane, got a, stuck in an asylum and then died in there. And then later on, pretty much the same thing happened with his mother. Um, and at the same time though, like he's weird in some ways, right? Because like he's very like obsessed with this idea that he comes from like a noble family. He's mildly racist, and not even just like racist, but like like pure waspish, right? Kind of like that pure. But then at the same time, he knows that there's something wrong in his family line, and this is pretty much what you see over and over again in a lot of his stories. Is this sort of this idea that there's something perverted in the family line, right? Either there's a wizard up in there somewhere, right? And so it's like some like like witch or wizard somewhere up the family line that's left a curse down the family line and stuff like that. Because actually we later on read of course Lovecraft was an Anglophile, so he mostly liked to read British stuff, but of course the one that he did read was Nathaniel Hawthorne, and you can see the influence of like the House of Seven Gables and that kind of stuff on a lot of, because what's funny is that he wrote that and he probably had it read to him by his grandfather before his family kind of fell apart, and then after his family fell apart he's essentially living pretty much a newer version of the House of Seven Gables there. And that his family, like when he dies at 47 of stomach cancer, and he's like living with two of his aunts. He had been married to a woman, and like he never signed the divorce papers, and naturally she moved to California. But
Has I had a friend ask me to read this book. Has anybody read the series of the? You probably talked about this before I came in. The Risen Empire. I haven't read that series. Has anybody read that?
no, are you familiar with it, Carlo? Carlo's read a lot. Carlo's a big reader. No, I've never heard of this one. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, they said it was really interesting. I'd never heard of it, but they said it was pretty cool. I was like, really? You know, I never even looked it up or anything. I'm gonna have to check it out one day.
Sorry, my finger hit the wrong button. For anybody who hasn't hosted, the button to mute everyone is very close to where your microphone button is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking it up now. It seems like it might be a pretty interesting series, actually.
Hey, what's the book series? I couldn't hear.
It's
The Risen Empire.
Oh, Malazan Empire.
The Risen Empire.
Oh, sorry, I misheard that.
Yeah, by Scott Westerfield.
Yeah, that's it's kind of historical fantasy for what I know. I haven't read that one. But yeah, it is historical fantasy for what I know.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out and see if they have an audiobook of it. because of course I don't buy my audiobooks off of Audible because they charge so much, and of course you can't, because the thing is like back in the old days, right, when you bought like books on tape and books on CD, right, once you were done listening to it, you could then give it to somebody else or sell it to somebody else, right? And so usually back then, like those books, those things were rather expensive, but yeah, you could kind of pass it on afterward or rent it or whatever. But now with Audible, like, yeah, you go on there, and for some of these books, like, yeah, if anybody's there, you get like one free book a month with your Audible token. So you usually want to spend that on the most expensive book you can. And then there's a bunch of like, yeah, other books that you can get. But yeah, sometimes they can be like as much as like 40, 50, $60, right? And of course it's, a 14-hour book, you burn through it, and then you got another one. So if you're going through these rather quickly, right, you can easily, yeah, burn up. And then of course, like, how do you know when, like, like sometimes you'll like start listening to a book and about halfway through you're like, oh no, wait, this is shit.
I gotta keep all my books. I do the audio, but I also get the real book itself. It's like um, my bookshelves downstairs is just full of books because I'm one of those fearful people that think one day books will be all we have all over again. And I tried. I love technology. I really do, but I find it really hard to put all my faith into it.
Well, even more so, I mean, that was, of course, and it's not entirely completely out, because of course there was always like these rumors of like, the camps that they were building for people who were sick or the unvaxxed. And that was when I started with these, like that's why I called it the Gulag Book Club, because my idea was like, it's like, these are the books I'm going to think about when I'm locked in the Gulag, right? Because of course I'd read it before many, many years ago because my mom had it, so I read it when I was like a teenager or so. But one of the books I re-listened to this year was, of course, Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. For anybody who doesn't know, he was well, I think he was a psychiatrist, neurologist there, and then of course he was Jewish, so he was sent to the camps. Like I think Auschwitz and another camp, and so like he's just like talking about like, yeah, like what it took to survive and kind of how he made his way through that and how other people kind of didn't make their way through that, and he kind of points out kind of like a stoic philosophy that he kind of forms out of that and everything else. But yeah, it's just this kind of idea of like, you know so of course, like, yeah, during the winter there, when I was listening to that and just everything else, there was of course the convoy going on, and of course the way the government broke it up here. So of course when I called it the Gulag Book Club, because I was, in a rather dark place still thinking about it. It's like, when we're all locked up, we won't even have the books. All we'll have is the memories of the books, right?
Hey, I can't see who's talking. Who asked about the recent Empire?
Juicy Joy.
Okay, I actually read that. Like I was confusing it with like his teen series, which is called yeah, Leviathan. It's something different. I did read the first two of the Succession series, and it is a sci-fi thing, and I don't want to spoil too much, but it's kind of like a distant future, kind of like, actually like a kind of cold version of the Warhammer series, like an actual, like, more like, intellectual like cut on that, where you have this kind of empire like spanning, like, like different worlds, like 100 worlds or something, and it's this like kind of hegemony going on with the culture, and you have like a kind of like a dissenting, like a group that wants to counter like that hegemony. It was pretty awesome. This guy writes also, like, I mean, I read him first, like he has team books that are very, like, like very interesting too. He plays a lot with like a sci-fi and like kind of biomechanical. He has like this biomechanical, like, like imagery with stuff that it's really strong. So yeah, I haven't finished this trilogy actually. But yeah, it was really cool, and like I'm not gonna say too much, but like the way they, like in the book, the way like they say the armies, or like, like the military, the way they, like the way they have like their battle strategies are super interesting. Like it's kind of like he's using like all these high like math concepts to like kind of describe the way, like the formations, or like, like the way they attack. I found that super interesting. So yeah, it's if anything, we could do this for the book club. It's, I mean, it's more, it's more what I said, like if you guys know about Warhammer,
Yeah.
yeah, like that idea, but like definitely more, exploring like a more, like a more like a highbrow, like a lens. Then Warhammer is just, like just dumb fun, right? But this is like that idea, but more. Do you read Hyperion, Zinc?
Not yet. It's
Okay,
on my
okay.
list of ones to do.
Okay, well, like in Hyperion, right? Like there's something like this a bit, and like not this is not a spoiler. Like it's just they barely, it's kind of something on the side. And when I read it, I was like, oh my god, like this would be an awesome idea for a book. And then like I found out about Warhammer. I'm like, and then I tried to read that. I'm like, no, this is just trash. Like I'm not gonna read like that. But like in my head, I was like, oh, this premise is great, right? Like have like this kind of like empire that really spans, like and like really dive into the culture and the tech. And that's how I found out about this series. Yeah, the the Scott
So
Westerfeld.
definitely something to make you think. And
No, but like, and I just love like the way the guy writes what I said, like like the military, like their tactics, like it's what it says, like a math thing. I'm like, wow, this is awesome. Like just that was worth reading. Anyway, go ahead. I cut you off.
oh no, that's it. You answered it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, Zinc and Carlos. I was just I dropped off for a minute because I was looking around for something. You probably would find this kind of entertaining. There's back in 2010, I think there was a show called Supernatural. So take it for what it's worth. But they dedicated season 6, episode 21, entitled "Let It Bleed" to almost entirely about H.P. Lovecraft and you sort of what they claim in the episode he was trying to do was open a doorway to purgatory, and they ended up letting it back in a dragon or something, or the essence of a dragon. That was the whole idea. But yeah, you might find it interesting, even though it's not factually accurate.
There's been so much sci-fi movies out there, everything from The Mist to Stargate to so many.
Yeah, but how much of it is disclosure and how much of it is strictly science fiction? It was all strictly science fiction to me, although now it's not so much.
Hey Mike, could you give me the name again of your book club? I was looking it up on your.
Gulag. So yeah, hashtag Gulag, Gulag. So yeah, Gulag Book Club.
Okay, thank you.
Back when us original OGs were hanging out in spaces called the Gulag.
If you're interested in what we're doing, you can go through and you can look at that hashtag. And if you sort it by latest, you'll see the most recent one and the one that's coming up this weekend. It's the second book in a series, so it's still a good book. Like if you have read them, but yeah, it's the second book. But you can then see the previous books and stories and short stories we've done in there. And then of course I haven't posted out on my Rumble some of them recorded spaces that are still up there too that you can listen to. Sometimes we talk for a long time. You like don't feel like, because like sometimes, like usually for like the first 2-3 hours we actually talk about the book, and then usually like after that we kind of go off on like just whatever other topic for the next several hours. Just as spaces usually go. But yeah, so like you'll see them and you'll like be like, oh, it's a 14-hour book club. It's like, well, we started talking, but then yeah, we ended up talking about some other crap randomly. But yeah, usually yeah, we focus on the book at least for the first several hours there, or the stories and whatnot. But yeah, what else have we done? Yeah, we did. We've done a bunch of different ones.
Yeah, we did Arjun and Blackwood. We did Tolstoy, Dostoevsky. We did Brian Nolan.
We did one by Ayn Rand. A short
Oh,
story
that was,
about her.
yeah. Then Brian Nolan, right?
Or yeah, Flynn O'Brien.
Flynn O'Brien.
Yeah,
And we also China Miéville, which I didn't think you guys would be down for that. The China Miéville, City in the City. Yeah, that's an interesting. Actually, I book club that before with other people, right? In our book clubs, and like I'm always surprised, like, oh, people are really into that. Like, people who read just, I don't know, like either like super literary stuff or like, like even just like the kind of thriller readers who like never, go past like Lee Child or like, like Dan Brown, whatever, and they read that like, oh, and they actually talk about it. So yeah.
Well, like I said, I think it was weird having people who've lived in Montreal, which is probably the closest city to that in the world, and then of course, yeah, like for Clear and Adrian there who haven't lived in Montreal, like, I think it's much more plausible for me and you because we've sort of already lived that.
Yeah, but you know what? Actually, like while reading that, I was thinking a lot of, like, yeah, like the Eastern Europe, right? Like, I mean, like I was interested in that history for a while, like that, in sorry, like the Serbian War and all that, and in also Ukraine, right? I mean, before Ukraine just became like another narrative thing. Like I was really interested in that. It's like, oh wait, but these people kind of speak the same language, right? But like they just fight over like tiny differences. Like, what's this about, right? And then and when I read City in the City, it just made me think of that actually of Ukraine.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, that's the thing. Like a while back, because like I said, when I was in college, I would film like conferences and stuff. Like when I was on campus, like I just would they would hire us to record. Like it was an on campus job, like for their like media services, and so we'd go and record. And so like it was actually 2 summers in a row. There was like this conference, like on like the pretty much the decline and fall of the Ottoman Empire, right? Um, so yeah, so ever since I'd seen that, like I'd always kind of been, because like literally like it was like I think like yeah, it was like 3 days like for like 8 hours, like they even like gave us lunch and everything there, and so for like 8 hours like I was watching this stuff on the Ottoman Empire there and the fall of the Ottoman Empire and like all the the Balkanization and everything that happened after that, and then of course I did this like, oh, it might have even been more than three. It was several days. It was like 3-4 days, like in the middle of summer, like 8 hours a day, like these conferences. So like it was very interesting.
Okay. So, with the Gulag, are these all the books of that era, or just the name of your book club?
It was just the name. Like I said, it was kind of just like I was trying to always find a better name for it. I just never found a better name for it. Because like I said, like the joke was, because originally we started reading Kafka, and the joke was like like that, yeah, like all these books are preparing me for my future life in the gulags, right, being unvaccinated. And so, and then I just named it that, and then I never found a better name, so I just keep calling it the Gulag Book Club. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, like yeah, it just tends to be that kind of speculative fiction, right? Like I don't read a whole lot of fiction, like I guess you'd call it realist fiction, right? Like so, like yeah, like I read a lot of horror. Like I haven't jumped it on because it's of course an acquired taste. Like I always debate if I'm gonna like ever try and bring Clive Barker in there, but that's a bit I think that's a bit much for some people's tastes. But yeah, horror fiction, science fiction, some fantasy, um, surrealist stuff. Like of course Kafka.
And that's why I asked, because when I put it in, the first thing that came up was Destination Gulag. I was like, is that what he's talking about?
Oh
So I
yeah,
was
well here, let me see. So if I put, let me find the hashtag and I'll put it up there in the nest. So let's see, goo.
that's what came up for me was Destination Gulag. I was like, what? Which is the book? So that's why I asked, is that?
So yeah, so here's the first one. So I put up this is the one that's coming up this weekend. Because of a bunch of stuff that's going on right now, it'll either be Saturday or Sunday at 2. It just depends on certain things that happen. Um, but then if you click that hashtag, so that first thing up there in the nest, that's the one for the Kugel, the Skylit Break Starlight. But if you go into that and then you click the hashtag Gulag Book Club, and then it'll show the top one, but that's out of order. But then if you sort it by latest, you can then go down the latest and you'll see the various spaces. Because yeah, before that was Kugel the Clever. Before that, yeah, The Third Policeman by Flann O'Brien. The Case of Charles Dexter Ward by H.P. Lovecraft. The House of the Seven Cables by Nathaniel Hawthorne. The City in the City by Channing Mieville. Something Wicked This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury. What else? Being There by Jerzy Kosinski. I tried doing one from this like weird like collection of stories called the Book of Fantasy. It was kind of a mixed reaction, so like that's you'll hear it in there. That was just kind of weird for everybody. I was just trying something like, we'll just grab these in order. Gulag in 1984 we did. What else did we do? You'll see part one there because sometimes spaces crash. So like that one, the space crashed, so it got split into two parts. Swim Two Birds, also by Flann O'Brien. We did a bunch by several short stories by Dostoevsky, several short stories by Nathaniel Hawthorne, and then before that we did Ayn Rand, a short story by her. We split the Dying. At that time, we were splitting like longer books into multiple parts. So there was one called The Dying Earth. We split that up. We did a bunch by Edgar Allan Poe. There was one that we did, A Canticle for Leibowitz. That was the first kind of long book we did. We split it into three parts because it's really kind of three stories kind of pieced together. And then before that was Algernon Blackwood, and then back then, like I don't think I started recording the spaces until the 10th one, so you'll just see space unavailable. But I have them. I haven't uploaded them to my Rumble, but like I usually record them. And the old ones, like I was putting them onto something, but so I have them saved somewhere. But so you'll find some of them various places. But we did Repair of Reputations, which was a science fiction novel from the 1895. It was the first one that had like a suicide machine, which is kind of a popular topic up here in Canada right now because there's making it very easy for people to commit suicide. The Death of Ivan Ilyich by Tolstoy. Kafka, yeah. I think there was
that's why I was confused when that book showed up first, which is a genre of comic graphic novel, and I was reading on it. It says it's about a guerrilla fighter that was arrested by the FSB, and I was like, I don't think this is the right area. But it does seem like an interesting book. But I didn't think,
Yeah, we started a community. I need to finish filling it in. There was a community I started so that, like all that would be in there, like a Twitter community. I also have a direct DM group. If anybody wants to join, just send me a message, and then I'll add you to that one. You can see which ones we're coming up on. The next ones that we were set to do is what was it? There's a science fiction novel called Gateway by Frederick Pohl, Pohl. That was actually always meant to be the first long one we did, but then we got sidetracked with other things. So we'll be doing that one after Kugel, after the second Kugel one this weekend. When will you do that one? I'm not sure because I'm moving down to Idaho, not this weekend, but the weekend after. So I might not. Might get pushed to the week after that. But and then there's another one called The Library at Mount Char, which is it was one that I just randomly found. Like I wasn't even looking for it. I just saw it like one day on that Audio Book Bay, which is where I download all my audiobooks from, and I just saw it there, and then I downloaded it, and I'd read it, and then like I can't remember how it came up, but at some point, like I think it was soon after Carlo joined the book club, and I think I just like randomly mentioned like, oh yeah, there was this book, and he's like, oh, I read that book. So then we were discussing it one night, like after the fact, because he had read it a number of years before, and then then we decided, well, for me it's been about a year since I read it, and for him it's been a couple of years. Well, I think he recently reread it because he reads a lot. But we'll discuss that one. And I think the other one we had on there was another one by China Miéville. It's called Embassy Town. And then there was some like we were going to start bringing back in the short stories too. So that's kind of what we're looking at.
Frederick Pohl. Did he do Hichi Rendezvous?
Yeah, Hichi Rendezvous is a sequel to Gateway.
Oh, okay.
Or is it the third one? Yeah. Or it's I think he. Let me see, which one was it? Was that the sequel? No, that's like that might be like the fourth or the fifth one. Yeah, because like so I've only done the first two. So I did Gateway, and then I did Beyond the Blue Horizon, and I started Hichi Rendezvous, but I haven't finished it yet. But that was way back because then I switched to something else. But like.
So I'm totally out of order.
Oh yeah. Well, because technically Gateway itself, like there was like a short story that he, like the first place he mentions the Hichi, it was like some short story, and it takes place like on Venus, and they find like some Hichi artifacts there. And then he wrote Gateway, and Gateway, like I think it like won. It's like one of the few that has run like the three big awards are the Hugo, the Nebula, and the Locus. And then there was a fourth one that isn't around anymore for reasons called the what's
John
it called?
Campbell.
The John Campbell. And so it run all four of those, and it really is one of the most like impressive. What was your thoughts without getting into it, Carlo? What was your thoughts on Gateway?
Hit and miss, big hits and big misses, but yeah, definitely enjoyed it though. Like I read that in like two sittings. Like yeah. Anyways, we'll get into it when this space comes. But yeah,
maybe I mean, once again, for me, I like really shitty I like characters that are extremely flawed, and I guess that's what I liked Gateway, because the main character in that is actually very, very flawed, right?
Yeah, and we talked about this. I mostly like when you have like a character that's not on the top of the food chain, right? Or it's not like like the like the king or like the emperor or whatever. Like I prefer the story when it's like some like menial like job dude, and that's what I enjoyed from this a lot. But anyways, we'll talk about it in this space.
Well, what is it? And I never know where to start it though, because it's hard, right? It's just like Lovecraft, like trying to decide which stories to start with, right? And of course, Lovecraft is probably the author I've read the most of, but probably the second author that will listen to the most of. Like I've listened to a fair chunk of Larry Niven, because of course, if anybody who doesn't know Larry Niven, he of course wrote Ringworld, but really Ringworld, like it stands on its own and it's amazing, but he has like a whole universe, and it's called the Known Universe, and it pretty much covers like pretty much like the history, like pretty much he was writing these in the 60s, right there during the space race. So of course some of them take place like like early 2000s, right? Like pretty much our past now, and then they like the ring world itself actually takes place in the year like 2900, right? So like it pretty much like spans like 1,000 years of human history, and he has like these different phases and everything. But what I of course like about Larry Niven stuff is that his characters, they're not like inspiring heroic characters. They're literally just like everyday people who just like like I always say, like are just trying to make money, to eat and drink and screw and everything else, right? Like, and they just so happen to live in space and be pilots and explorers and everything else. But it really, like, he's very good about kind of like, yeah, just that kind of even when we're out there in space, we're still humans, and that's all we're trying to do, right? Is, as I always say, eat, sleep, piss, and fuck, right?
So just friendly reminder, we're helping out Camille there up in the nest. He's got a just cause on the 28th. He's going to be protesting against Laurier. So if we could share that out and spread the word for him. And also in BC, they have their protest against Bill C-36, I believe. So that's on the 18th, which is, I believe, tomorrow. So yeah.
All right, everyone, I gotta go give my 18 tubes of blood. It's been fun. I will return. This is exciting. I love it. Thank you for the space. And hey, keep it up. And I'll talk to you all soon.
Have a good one. Hopefully you're not too lightheaded after all that.
I know, right? Bye, guys.
I'll just eat a big meal, I guess. Have a good one.
Oh, hey, Zink, actually, I wanted to ask you, all these people like getting their accounts suspended, I was wondering, like, what can we do to just kind of keep, like, at least, like, I don't know, like, share, like, either, like, our element, like, URLs, or, like, if we do, like, a session thing, or, like, even, like, exchange emails, right? Like, if someone gets suspended. And I was thinking, like, well, at least we can coach them how to get back on Twitter, or, like, or at least, like, maybe we can link them to like the followers they had or something. It just keeps happening. So I mean, I have backup accounts, but like once they ban your phone number or whatever, like I would just have like some. So
yeah,
I'm ready to, like, what I'm saying is I'm ready to get to be next, and like it would be cool to let me keep in touch with all of you guys. So I don't know if you have any ideas for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, so we touch on it all the time. But maybe we can run a dedicated space on the stuff that me and Wogpog are running because yeah, we've been trying out a few different ones. We have people somewhat on Session, which has its quirks. We have some people on well,
Wait,
it's not that we
are you on Element? Like,
yeah, we're on Element and Session.
okay, I'm big on Element, and like it's just
Yeah,
so like it's so well encrypted, and like you know how you have like your kind of, anyways, you know how it works. Like it's even if you don't have the Element app, you can still like contact your
yeah.
all of your
The problem with
your
Element, of course, is that of course, like we talk about, we have a lot of boomers that we kind of are kind of trying to manage, and so like trying to get them into Element or any of these other things can somebody because Element,
Wait, but
yeah, it's quirky, right?
is it now? I thought like the interface, like it's I mean it's simpler than freaking
So I don't know how recently you've used it because what we're trying to do, because it's something they've added recently. So like just the pure direct messages, that was one thing, but now they've introduced the idea of spaces, which are like communities or something like that, right? So like kind of like groups, right? So they've added this groups thing, and it's kind of quirky the way it works.
Oh,
And
I haven't tried that. I just use the messaging thing. Because
yeah.
I mean, but it's much easier than Discord, though. I mean, if you're saying, oh, all these boomers, I mean, like,
So here's what I say about Element and Discord. Element is easier on mobile, so it's mobile first, and it works well mobile first. Discord makes sense if you first use it on desktop and then try to use the mobile because you know what you're looking for. If you've never like, it's a terrible mobile app because what the mobile app tries to do is, and it doesn't do all of it, but it tries to do 95%. So there's like multiple panels and stuff like that. So
no,
that's the difficulty.
it's a mess. At least like on my phone, like it's terrible. I mean, like,
No, that's what I'm
you
saying.
know,
It's bad on the phone because it's trying to
yeah.
do everything that's done on the desktop. And so if you use it first on the
Well,
desktop and you get used to it on the desktop, it then makes more sense. It's still
no, but
crappy
I
on the
mean,
phone.
if you're a gamer, like it's amazing, right? And if you're gaming at the same time, it's like I don't know, streaming or like like having people gaming with you, it's great. But on a phone, I think it's kind of like
Well, yeah,
redundant.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's bad on the phone, but it's even worse if you've never used it on the desktop. Like you don't even know what the organization of it is, right? Now, Element is mobile first, so it works much better. But the two problems with Element is one, the spaces, which is kind of a new concept, and then there's spaces within spaces, and it's something me and Wogpog are playing with there. But then there's also this whole encryption thing because like some people are like, oh yes, I want to turn on the encryption, and then you have to do this whole thing of exchanging keys. And so we're just telling people it's like, yeah, don't turn on like there's like a higher level of encryption you can turn on there. You don't need it for most things, right? I mean, once again, you only need that level of encryption like if you're doing something else, right? Which isn't what we're doing. We want some encryption just because you should have encryption somewhere everywhere. But yeah, you don't need like the super highest level encryption. Some people flip that on and then things get really complicated. But yeah, no, for the most part, we're leaning more
I don't
toward
think
Element.
they have to though with Element. Like I mean,
They
with the
don't have
basic
to, but they
setup,
do. That's what I'm
the
saying.
basic
They don't.
setup it's pretty simple. Like I mean, it's just pretty straightforward and
Yeah.
like. And that what I said, like even if I don't know, like in the worst, like if I don't know if you can just access from anywhere, right? Like that's why I find interesting. You don't have to have like your have it on your phone, and if you lose that, like that's it. Like Twitter, right? Like Twitter, you need a phone, right? But with this, you can probably access it from anywhere, right? Like someone's laptop or like I don't know, like someone's desktop computer. Like it, I find it that in
Well, like I
case.
said, you have to remember, like we're talking about, like trying to onboard people into this stuff that aren't. So, like Signal's super easy because it's just tied to it's tied to your phone number, right?
Yeah.
Telegram's a total piece of crap. There's no advantage to Telegram. I won't go into why. It's like the worst of all worlds. I hate Telegram. And yeah, Signal, you then have to give out the phone number, which you do on Telegram too. So that's the main thing we're trying to find with Session and Element is that we don't have to give phone numbers and stuff like that. But yeah, Session, it's just it doesn't really work particularly well. And then Element, it's just like they've started adding in a bunch of new features, so it gets very confusing for people who aren't particularly tech savvy. And that's the problem we have, right? Is that people, they go and they turn on this highest level of encryption, and then you can't see any of their messages, and then you're trying to message them and say, oh well, just accept it or whatever. It's like, oh, but how do I know who you? It's like, well, I mean, because I invited you here. Like, it's like people get like overly paranoid about stuff. And so yeah, no, I mean Element's the one like in general, but like I said, it's just trying to onboard people onto it that are not tech savvy.
I mean, like compared to Element, compared to Discord or Session, I just feel like it was simpler. Like if you coming from a perspective that like a boomer might be like tripping all over themselves trying to use it. I mean, like I can see that with Discord and even with Session. And what you said, like I find Telegram is horrendous. Like you get like tons of spam and like it's super disorganized and like you have bunch of like like messages like when you open it, it's like oh you have like 10,000 like pings. Like wait, like it's insane. So I don't know. I'll follow those. But what I'm saying is like we need to definitely coordinate because I mean like I can see my account getting snuffed out like anytime.
Yeah, send it to me and
Um,
Wogpog, and we'll invite you into our group there.
but I feel like at least you guys should do like a I don't know or like tweet it once a week or something. Oh, like if you want to like keep in touch, whatever. Like this is our
Yeah, well, I mean, we do.
What you
We
do?
just, yeah,
I
we
never
do.
seen, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's strange because we do it, but we don't do it all the time. But yeah, we do it for a bit there, and then we kind of go off of it. And of course, with the holidays, we haven't been pushing it as much. But yeah, we've mostly been pushing on Element just because it's tended, but it's still like I said, like onboarding people into it has it's still.
But I mean, like what I'm saying is like they don't have to use it every day, right? Just to have like if someone get their account like like suspended or like like just removed, they can just go there like okay like because like if they don't have any backup, they're like okay like I lost all of my like my the people that I usually talk to. But if they have some like somewhere to go and like it's gonna set up for like like okay here's what you do, even like have like an automated message or something like boom boom boom, this is what you do if your account gets suspended, like at least like the basic steps maybe before even asking for like someone for help, right? Like I feel like that would be really awesome. Because I mean it keeps happening even on like like on my side kind of thing, like some people that I met in like during protests and like like just going around that were also on Twitter, like I, at least like half of those like got suspended. I was like, oh my god, like I some of them I'll never find them probably. So yeah.
Well, it's like on a TV show, right? Like we're like, and they do it of course on purpose. Like when they introduce a new character, but then all the other characters pretend like they've always known that character, right? But it's like a brand new character, right? Like that's sometimes how spaces are, where it's like, of course, me and you are in tons of spaces together, and then me and Wogpog are in tons of spaces together. But there's times when like there's people that Wogpog's been in tons of spaces with that at the same time I've never been in a space with, right? So there's like this weird thing that it seems like we're always in the same spaces, but we're not. Like there's plenty of spaces that we don't overlap in. And so the problem is like, and especially the last few weeks, we've especially had new people, but like, stuff that was like kind of like a given knowledge, say like 2-3 months ago. Now with all these new people and kind of people kind of coming in at different times, we're having to like re-repeat things and we forget what things we've said when and where. But yeah, like at some point, yeah, maybe we'll do a space specifically on, like we always say like, oh yeah, we're going to do a tech space, and then we end up like doing a de facto one kind of, and then we're kind of like, well, we kind of set it in there, and so like, and then nobody seems interested in it. Like you schedule it and people are like, oh yeah, I totally want to see that, and then like of course you schedule it and it's like, oh, but especially these days it's like, oh well, I was going to go to it, but Mario Newful had a space going, so that's where I went.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Because remember when Nadine got her account suspended, like she came back on that space and like then she asked like, okay, what do I do, right? And like you guys kind of like coached her to like get her account back, or like at least like in the meantime like some like like momentary like solutions. So I feel like that should be like some template, right? Where like if someone they get their account erased, they'll be like, okay, like I know where to
So
go.
this
I'm
is
just gonna
because
follow the template,
this
right?
is the other question here. So of course, and I need to do it again because of course, like the big one I want to try and get back is trans, but trans splendor there, but like with her account, of course, is because she has a big account. Of course, everything she says, just like trans, right? Like trans is an in-your-face guy, but actually everything he says is not objectionable. It's right. He was just on the wrong political opinion. Same with Nadine, right? Now I know it very well. Like, of course, I've gotten restrictions and stuff like that, but because at my heart and soul, I am just a troll, and I know that I cross that line. A lot of us do, and it's just accepted, right? We know that we're kind of dancing the line. So like in some cases, and especially like if it's a person, like I know it's sad, but like yeah, if somebody has like even 2,000 3,000 followers, it's like is it really that big of a loss to the world that you lost your 3,000 person account, right? Of course Nadine, I can't remember what she has, what, something 20 30,000 followers now, right? So like that's a bigger account, right? So like there is value to that. But like, so like with other people, usually my advice to them is just Well, one, everybody should be cultivating alts, and then two, yeah, like
Oh yeah. I mean, like since like yeah, like the early bands, I have like two alts just in case, and like I tend to kind of follow the same people and like just keep them in the loop. So definitely a good idea. But yeah, like if it's like most people don't have like that initiative, and also like I feel like to them would be like kind of really demoralizing. So it would be kind of like a cool like even moral support, right? Like okay, my account got banned, like now what? And like just if they know, okay, no, we have a backup, right? Like and I know the template to like get my account back, or at least to get a new
well,
one
it's the
running
other
and
problem is
spare.
trying to get like, because of course, yeah, we meet people at different times, so maybe we covered it, and then this person joins later on, and then it's the same thing with any sort of security thing, right? Like nobody takes a right, like a lot of people don't lock their doors until they've been robbed, right? So like it's like, oh, now after the fact, right? So you tell people like, oh yeah, you should do all these things, right? Like so somebody's in here, they're like, oh, I'm brand new on Twitter and I'm loving spaces, right? It's like, oh well, you should cultivate all alts. It's like, oh no, I'm fine. And then yeah, a week later they lose their account. It's like so yeah, like it always becomes like a question of like, yeah, like when do you tell people and how do you tell people and how do you tell people to review things and things that we've covered over and over. And of course somebody new joins and they do their big download and their dump of emotions over the last 3 years or whatever, and then of course yeah, like trying to cycle people back in.
Hey guys, just fast question. Does anybody know why everybody has been getting banned so much over the last like couple of days? Like Andrea, Doubtfizer, there was a bunch of people. Like, does anybody have like any clue as to what they said?
Yeah.
Did?
Yep. So Doubtfizer was pretty much no reason, but we know the leftists out there in the prairies are sort of got their knickers in a knot. And then Andrea was doing personal attacks, like, look at this bitch, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's like you're going to attack a chick with 50,000 followers. You're going to get a troll army going like, oh, yeah, fuck this Canadian, So the unclear with Mrs. Doubtfizer. But again, guys, just to reinforce this, I got them all on session. So I was just like, hey, what's up? Do? Oh, here's a screenshot of my blah, 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 blah. So Andrea's supposedly coming back pretty soon. I think Doubtfizer's already, or I don't know what's going on with Doubtfizer. I can't remember, but that's the long and the short of it, right? Like, be strategic. Use proper language. Like, don't engage in Twitter fights unless it's like your wheelhouse, right? You're a cook, and then you can be like, oh well, you never cook pork at 375. Like, don't get into a Twitter fight with like advanced quantum physics with unless you know something about it or researched heavily, right? If it's not your wheelhouse, don't do a Twitter fight. I only Twitter fight on science and math, and every once in a while I just sort of mini troll journalists in a pointed way. That's journalism really is that. I mean, we all have a say in that one. I mean, if you're going to poke at the journalists, right? But again, they have their back doors.
But that's where you'll get fucked. That's where I got fucked.
Like, I'm pretty surprised that my account has never had a strike or anything onto it. I mean,
well, the problem is once it starts happening, it seems to get right. Once you get that first one, then they start to put you into the microscope.
They lock on you.
Right.
Because yeah, no, mine was like that for a long time too, and then I got one, and then I got another, right? So like, yeah, pretty much, right? It's just like a rap sheet. It's like 3 strikes, you're out. No, it's not exactly that. Like, it's very vague, but yeah, once it's like, well, this, you have a history of bad behavior, right? Once you get that one strike,
oh, fuck's sakes, right? I mean, Jesus. But I mean, what constitutes bad behavior, right?
Well, I got my account suspended for saying that women and men use different parts of the brain to process language, and I got my account suspended for that. So who the heck knows, man?
Kidding me.
Nope, that was my first suspension. Like, yep. So I don't know, whatever the heck they deem like what reality is, right?
I got 3 suspensions consecutively. I think Wog and Zink remember this. First, it was I posted a scientific study with a mouse, a lab video. pertaining to the COVID. It was a short little clip, and that was my first strike. It was 3 days, and then a week later, or within that week, there was some Jewish person saying all kinds of stupid shit, and all I did was respond and said, "I'm a real Jew. Stop making other Jews look bad," or something to that effect. And that got me a week suspension. And then my next one, again, another week later, was something that had the word Ukraine in it. They didn't like that. So I got a month suspension. But since then, I haven't. But then again, I also disappeared for a couple of months off of here. So, yeah. But that was before Elon took over, right? So, anyways, good morning or good afternoon, what y'all.
Hey, Alan.
I'm really starting to lose confidence in Twitter and this shit.
It's
Well,
like they like to play with. It's like now a bit like it feels a bit like when Google took over YouTube. They started creating these bubbles and forcing all these ads on you. It's a little bit like that, you know. They're like using these sneaky back ways of like whatever they're promoting. There is like a snake under the grass after it, you know, like how they're changing everything. It's like, it looks better in the beginning, but they probably have thing to turn your neck around more easily. I'm also surprised that I have not been banned. Sometimes that actually makes me paranoid. Like, okay, do I have like an account that they spy on? Can I go on with what I'm doing? Because I've been pushing so hard. Like, I do it with normal words. Like, I don't go like saying or hateful things, but I do poke at journalists or at the Queen or at the King or at, you know, politicians, and heavily promoting protest movements in the Netherlands, for example. And I don't get banned. Like, I almost got a locked account message last week because I was trying to DM somebody, and then I canceled the DM, and then my account was not locked. So they were about to lock my account, but I could push the cancel button, and then it didn't lock it. So I don't know, guys. What I've heard here so far. It's like it's different in each country or for each person. There is no consistency whatsoever to the reasons why they are. Uh, I think maybe I think, you know, what also is the agenda in this mind control game is to play, how do you call it, like demotivate people, right? To speak up, or, you know, and to break the change with like people who have like maybe too many connections, who could play a bigger part in organizing something or connecting people, you know, because they're shitting their pants over there in Davos, right? They don't know what to do. Their CBDC failed in Nigeria heavily. These, you know, for now, and even what, you know, what's happening with the politicians, how they're trying to smear. Like I said, it was coming, right? The conspiracy thinking. So they're gonna forbid conspiracy thinking, and they're gonna round up the crazy people, right? So I'm like, all right, come on, let's bring it on. um it's hilarious at this point. But I was looking in the bubble, and there is a very interesting book. I'm looking at William Cooper, Behold a Pale Horse. Have you guys, is it for your book club? Have you read it all? Because
well, so actually, um, so it's a longer book because he provides a lot of documents in there. But what I was playing in here is he recorded a kind of summarized version of it that's out there. It includes like kind of a shorter version of kind of the main points of his book, and then like an interview he does with a guy, and so it's about 3 hours long. And so actually, that's what I was playing into the space on loop for pretty much like
okay, yeah.
9-10 hours
I
last night
listened
before
in a
this.
little bit. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I downloaded the book, and I'm just looking at the last pages at these documents, right? From the there's photos from you, or like there's all this stuff, right, from the 80s, like unclassified documents from the 80s. And I'm reading here about electromagnetic activity. The human body communicates, and then because of the scan of this page is a bit fucked. It's like internally of iets met innerly by EM and electro thermical impulses, and then it goes on about how our electromagnetic universe and atmosphere works, and how the ionosphere works, and how they can use it, and what the research, and they make these nice corresponding notes to other books, right? Like the American Society of Psychosomatic Dentistry and Medicine. Wow, they're talking about the hypnotic states created by electromagnetic field monitoring and changing states functions. And they're talking about extremely low frequencies. So that's up to 100 hertz. And wow, this is mind blowing. Infrasound vibration up to 20 hertz subliminally influence brain activity to align itself into delta, theta, alpha, or beta wave patterns, inclining towards everything from alertness to passive. So when you are passive. Okay, infrasound could be used tactically as the low frequency waves endure for great distances. And this could be used in conjunction with media broadcast as well. Note, and now I'm looking for this book and I can't find the free download, or not yet. The book is called The Cycles of Heaven, by certain Hill and Scott, from Martin's Press, 1978. And then it refers to the
Link
2
it.
pages. So I was just
Link
trying to
it.
jump to the book. I'm like, wow, man, this is advanced stuff from the 80s, from the military documents. Anyway, over.
Link it in the make a tweet and put it in the nest.
I linked it already.
I can't find it. Is it in the nest?
Wait, let me explain. If you go to the bubble,
Yeah, I already looked in there.
you have a tweet from Sage, the
I'll shoot it
audio
up there.
book.
Yeah, it's also on libgen.is too. Any book you want, just go to libgen, libgen.is. That's where I get most of my books. You have to search by nonfiction versus fiction, but yeah. But I put up in the nest. Yeah.
Give me a second. Can I free download the book from that website, or do I need to subscribe?
No, it's free.
Space Relations, is that the book, Dakini?
No.
No. I put it up in the nest. It's up there.
Okay.
It's from archive.org version of it.
Yeah, very good.
But if you want a PDF, you can get it here. I'll post.
Yeah, but now from what I got from this book that you guys have been discussing today, now I'm looking for the next one that it's referring to, right, when it comes about the chapter of the low frequencies. And that book is called The Cycles of Heaven. So that's the next one on my list. I'm searching it right now. I'm trying to find this where I can just rip it.
Yeah, here's 2 more rabbit holes for you. You can look into the brown sound, but you can also look into music that's supposed to evoke a special emotion. And I knew a bunch of audio engineers playing with this stuff like years ago. So basically you're underlying like a certain tone that's supposed to either, clean a shock or do whatever. But the theory is that you can actually underlie a different tone that is going to make you anxious, even if you're listening to like, new age wave sounds and all that kind of horse shit. So you can look into that. The easy way to find that is just go look up like brown sound, and then that's going to lead you down the path of like the theory that you can evoke emotions through sound waves. And then there's another. Yep.
Oh, well, so I put another link up there in the nest. It's the one that says like library.lol. That's the libgen.is. That'll be a PDF. When you download from that site, always just click the get at the top. Don't click the other links, because those will take you to some weird faster get download where we'll want you to pay. But if you just click the get, that'll do it. It usually takes a second to start because it's a free server, but that's where I download most of the stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, make sure you're hitting the right stuff on all this Tor shit, because a lot of it, if it sends you to some kind of like sign up, put in your email thing, you've hit the wrong thing. You just have to. They're trying to generate clicks, right? So every time one of those clicks goes to one of those sites, they get like a penny or something. So and there's a way to sort of hack that, right? Just kind of keep on going back and forth to that site. Like every click is going to give them like a penny, right? So you can support them by multi-clicking. But if you find it some kind of sign up thing, that's horseshit. The other thing you can look up is. A woman supposedly regrew her kids' kneecaps in the 90s through humming at them. So you can look that one up. I don't remember what the specifics
I wonder if it works for foreskins.
I know. I'm wondering too.
Can
That's
you just
exactly
hum it away? Hum it back.
Well, I've been getting lots of hummers, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. So,
Can you hum me a human service person on Twitter that will actually respond to my damn freaking emails? Holy fuck.
what you're in the
All I
queue.
get is an AI response. All I get
Yeah,
is
but
an
you're
AI
never gonna get one
response.
for like general shit like that, and then leveraging one of your actual humans is gonna be a waste of time. You're just gonna come off the clear list if you're like, oh, my blue check is retarded, right? You're in the pleb queue. You're just gonna have to wait, I guess.
Well, that's not the only issue though, but a paid service is a paid service, and that's that. A paying customer is a paying customers, and that's that.
Zink was talking about Audible and how he's had these books that he's, they wants to read or has ever, he's read before. And I was just thinking, and then Adrian was talking about how people are getting banned and stuff. And then it just made me think that, like I used to listen to YouTube, I used to listen to Apple Podcast, and then I just get into these spaces, man, and like I'm like listening to you guys, and I think I think about like a library, like everybody in this space is like a book, So when I like listen to Zinc, I'm like actually listening to a book, or Mike or Wong, or anyone, Johnny, so I'm like listening to these books, and then Adrian's saying, how they're banning. It's like they want to put these legendary books in the back shelf, like they don't want us to, they don't want people to be able to open up these books, of real life people, and how they just like want to burn these good books and get rid of them so people don't know about them, So like when I got in these spaces about 3 weeks ago, I was like starting to listen to all these books, and like it's like every space is like a library, full of good books to read. And so I just appreciate you guys, and carrying this on. It's been a blessing to hear your intelligence and your knowledge. It's like I'm soaking it up like a sponge, and it's been really good. And another thing too is like this. I've never really seen Zinc, Mike, and Wong in one space. So it's like wow, we're all in a room, and these great people, and in these spaces here. So I just follow you guys, and yeah, I do follow Global, and then I follow Java and Regan and stuff like that. So that's like my little following right now, and I kind of like to keep it small, So I'm out.
You see, this is what I was talking about earlier, how like, when it comes to like, oh well, have we ever mentioned this? Like, it seems like we're all in spaces all the time together, but like, there's times when like, yeah, there's people, because I mean, me, Mike, and Wog are always. I mean, that's the four amigos, right? Along with TR6, like, we're usually, but like, of course, you probably come on here like when, yeah, Mike, I think you come on later, usually when Mikey's taken off, or yeah, like sometimes one of us. So yeah, like usually we're like on here together for like maybe 2 or 3 hours a day, like maybe 3 or 4 times a week. But like that's just what's weird, right? It seems like you're always in here with people, but then yeah, they're in with somebody else, and so like it seems like you're always together, but not really. And so there's like a person that's always in here, but isn't like at the same time you're in. So it's a bizarre sort of thing.
So I just wanted to say I put an Ars Technica article in the Nest, because what Dakini was talking about, those low frequency hums and stuff like that. So apparently there was a low frequency sound in Windsor, Ontario, and it was happening, in different parts of the United States and across Canada. So I don't know, maybe it's the powers that are, trying to influence our minds with these frequency signals, right?
Were those like horns back in the day or more recently?
It's more recently, yeah.
This one's been the last few years. I can't remember if it stopped happening, because yeah, I remember seeing it like a few years back, and of course everybody knows there's that weird thing that happened down there at the embassy or the consulate down there in Cuba and whatnot. And of course, like I was in another like a UFO space, and they were talking about like this was the thing,
Those
like
spirals in the sky too, right? Is that what you're referencing?
no, like there was just, like a bunch of people got really sick at an embassy down in Cuba like a few years back.
It was like some
Um,
magnetic.
Oh yeah, I remember.
but then
this.
like somebody was talking about the Tesla thing, and like when he was trying to do his like wireless electricity, like that there was like a bunch of like supposedly there was like a bunch of horseshoes that were like getting electrified and stuff. And it's one I can't remember where I saw it,
Yeah,
but like
I think Edison sabotaged him there.
well, no, I'm not sure, but I know like what was happening was like Marconi was working on something similar, and of course Marconi, unfortunately when he was there in Italy, it was during fascism, and so like supposedly he was working on something, and he tried to like not let it be, but then like Mussolini saw it, and like there was supposedly like possibly a death ray that he had accidentally kind of ended up making there. He was trying to make something else, but yeah, like ended up accidentally making a death ray type thing, and of course he was mostly working in acoustics and sound and radio. And this is what people like. Sometimes people confuse. There's the electromagnetic spectrum, and then there's because sound is pressure, right? It's pressure waves, right? Whereas acoustic waves are pressure, right? It's moving through a medium, whether that medium is air or water or even solid ground, right? If it's powerful enough, like an earthquake. So that there's that's acoustic pressure and waves, and then there's electromagnetic waves, and those are photons, right? So radio waves are photons moving at one frequency, and the visible light spectrum is photons moving at another frequency, and then of course you get above that into X-rays and gamma rays. So
Microwaves, all that
yeah,
fun stuff.
but so sometimes people confuse
It
like
can also be electric, like you have photonic and ionic or electronic. It doesn't. It can be separate, right? It's not.
Well, even electric's been down to measure to a scalar level now, from my understanding, right? Within the pyramids and a lot of stuff, scalar technology. That's I think the next level of things.
Yeah, but it's clear here that they were already really far, right? If they could already publish in the 70s how they can use electric low frequency, extremely low frequency waves to just alter certain mind states and wave patterns in the mind, which of course it that can be said to be influencing thought, because your mood and your state of thinking is also connected to what you might be thinking next, right? Or what you feel, what is going to make you think. So, and that's like what, 40 years ago, more than 40 years ago. So they are there, they are screwing with our brainwaves with the 5G. It's just there's no other explanation for all these people around us. We can of course say, oh, it's a test and it's a jabs, but what if there's also something really going on with our frequencies in our ionosphere, the weather modification in collaboration with like certain brain states that they want to keep the population under that is alive to be passive and to not, like that's what happens, right? We become so passive from staring at these screens, right? So I think that they've been using this weapon for a long time, especially in my country, because everybody's so passive here. So anyway, The Cycles of Heaven costs in a good bookshop $180. On Etsy it's 101, and in Europe it's nowhere for sale. So yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a free PDF version to find. I will keep looking.
What is it you're looking for?
Let me see. The title is The Cycles of Heaven. It's from New York St. Martin's Press in 1978. Playfair, Guy L. and Scott or Hale. I see. Yeah, I mean it's a scanned page. See, Playfair, Guy L. and Hale, Scott, The Cycles of
The
Heaven.
cosmic
I have a link for it.
etc. So on and so forth.
No, The
Yeah, yeah.
Cycles of Heaven. Yeah, that's the subtitle. Yeah, I need to view page 130 till 140.
Yeah, I'll paste it. I have it here.
Oh, great.
Give me 1 second. So yeah, it should be up there in the nest. So yeah, feel free, anybody who wants to come up. I don't know if anybody heard it earlier. Yeah, I was playing it into the space. The recording that he made of this, I want to say it was from like 93, 94. I can't remember exactly when he made the recording. The book was in 91, but yeah. And maybe I'll play it again later tonight for anybody who wasn't on. You can also find it on Spotify. It's usually like somebody podcasts and they just rebroadcast into their whatever. Maybe they lead it off with something, but I'll play it again tonight. But yeah, it's obviously it's a book from about 30 years ago now. But yeah, he's talking about the vaccines and secret societies and depopulation being their main goal and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm trying to download this other book, The Cycles of Heaven.
Isn't that what our spaces are titled all the time? The Cycle of Heaven. The welcoming of Jesus Christ, our Savior, in our hearts. Just kidding.
Wow, thank you. I'm downloading it. I figured out a way to copy, or like it's good to have two phones when you do this on the phone. Like I can send it to the other phone, and then the other phone has the Telegram app, and I have that app on my computer, so I can send it to myself on the computer. Because I don't know what I have with my browser, but sometimes with my searches I get spot on immediately what I get, and the other times it's like the internet is breaking up or something. I'm not getting. It's really time to upgrade up my game, but I've been off the PC for so long. But I'm downloading the book. Thank you so very much. That's very helpful, very interesting. Thank you.
So yeah, while we're sitting here, down the right-hand corner, if you haven't yet, click the comments section and like and retweet the base tweet there.
How long have you been running this space? Is it like 17 hours?
So, I mean, yeah, technically this space, because like I said, yeah, originally I started the space when I went to bed because I put it on, and then I just listened to it on my other device when I was in the room. And so, like, yeah, and it ran through because it's about 3 hours long, the audio recording of it, because it's more of a condensed version of the book. And so I ran it probably 3 or 4 times through over the night, and then yeah, I started. We actually started speaking in here probably only about 3 hours ago, like actually like discussing, but
That's a pretty good idea.
yeah, well, I was actually like I'd been meaning to do it for a while, but like yeah, whenever I'd start, like yeah, there was only a few people, but then when I was looking at it, like, because like overnight there was maybe 3 or 4 people in there, but by about like 8 a.m. I noticed that like more and more people were coming in and listening to it. So I kept letting it play there for a bit, and by the time I started, then I jumped on, like, there was 16, 17 people in the space. I'm like, okay, we'll just start discussing it.
Blacklock's reporter Document Environment Canada says it has no actual data that Stephen Colbert's plastic ban actually reduces plastic pollution, which was the point. We should go back to hemp, man. Hemp could solve a lot of our issues. What a material that we are totally not utilizing.
Yeah, we went down that rabbit hole. Huh? That's the Rockefellers as well. All because they want to profit. The whole world is being like held for 100 years back when it comes to a good sustainable developing a good clean sustainable communities and society with each other. It's like they're having their finger on like, I don't know, they have it all in a safe, right? It's like we're not if you're delusional if you even want to try and think about the real technology that Tesla wanted to give to the world. That's just what
1941 there, for instance, Dakini. 1941, Henry Ford had a hemp car.
hmm
1941, so...
Henry Ford and Philips in the Netherlands. And I've been down these rabbit holes lately so much. Seeing a lot of pictures. I'm just like scanning, right? Like I do a lot of scanning and fast reading, or I just go straight to like today with this book, I just go straight to the end and look at the files and the documents and some translation sometimes. I like that more than reading a whole book because I read really slow. But yeah, it's weird how it's all connected, how you keep on finding the last 300 years the same type of families or same type of business names, also, and powerful names. Yeah, there if you follow.
Well, just look at the list of names on Antarctica there, right, Dakini?
Yeah, no, there's too much in my brain to explain it all. I don't have it ready summed up, so I'm just gonna jibber jabber. I just wanted to say something about the I'm just gonna I can read it out. It's from video posted today, a research about the vaccines in the First World War, and that there was compulsory vaccination in the U.S. Army in 1911. There's a picture shown, and the U.S. Army records show that 7 men dropped dead after being vaccinated. Like that was in 1911, right? Then another report from the U.S. Secretary of War, Henry L. Stimson, not only verified that these deaths, but also stated that these deaths, but also stated that there had been 63 deaths and 28,000. Yeah, do I say it? Yeah, 2,800. No. 28,585 cases of hepatitis as a direct result of the yellow fever vaccination during only 6 months of the war. Okay, this goes deeper, this goes really bizarre. Then what happens next? Go.
Well, look into the the 1918 vaccination thing, and then their little. I think there was some kind of concurrent vaccination program going on there, and I think you got your Rockefeller or whoever involved in that thing. But the takeaway here is look at this study that the Navy did, where they basically took an infected patient that had the Spanish flu, and they spit in the other guy's mouth. Then they the other guy blew his nose, the other guy licked the snot. I mean, they coughed into each other's face. I mean, they tried everything to get the thing, and the only guy who caught the Spanish flu was the doctor for some reason. So Who
That's
knows?
where
Maybe.
we're getting at. That's where we're getting at. Because these army
Yeah.
records also revealed that after vaccination became compulsory in the US Army, not only did typhoid increase rapidly, but all other vaccinal diseases increased at an alarming rate. These reports of the Surgeon General of the US Army showed that during 1917 there were almost 20,000 men admitted into army hospitals suffering from anti-typhoid inoculation and vaccinia or smallpox. So 20,000 men got smallpox from the vaccines that the army were doing. Then they're getting there. These army doctors knew all these cases of disease and deaths were due to the vaccination and were honest enough to admit it in their medical reports. Okay, something happened, right? Because that's not what they're doing anymore.
Well,
Uh,
they try it out each time, and then they learn from it,
I'm,
and then they try it out each
I'm,
time, and then they learn from it. So now, where I'm at, they're trying to make it illegal for doctors to speak out against any vaccine at the penalty of $200,000 or 6 months in jail, or both. So
yeah.
that to any people from British Columbia, Canada, West Coast here that are out in this thing, DM me, and there's a big rally thing. Maybe Mikey knows where it is, and stick it up in the nest there. But
Yeah, August, hot off the press is 11 minutes ago. TR6 is live, giving Trudeau hell. So a photo up in the nest there.
All right. I'm
hey,
almost.
mask alert! Mask alert! I just passed someone wearing a mask riding a bicycle up a hill. Mask alert!
All right, this is one more minute, guys. Then I finish this research story about this is 100 years ago. When the doctors tried to suppress the symptoms of typhoid with a stronger vaccine, it caused a worst form of typhoid they named paratyphoid. Then they connected the stronger and more deadly vaccine to suppress the other one and created an even worse disease. All right. So they were messing around and they created all these diseases, right? Then come on. The doctors didn't want this massive vaccine disease blunder to reflect on them. So they agreed among themselves to call it Spanish influenza, distancing themselves from the scandal or from the blame. So that is behind the Spanish flu, fucked up vaccination trials by the US Army. After the war, this was one of the vaccines used in a vain attempt to protect a panic-stricken world from the soldiers returning from World War I, from the World War I battlefronts, infected with those dangerous diseases. So after the war, this was one of the vaccines that was. Oh, I just said that. Wait a minute. Next. The only ones who would ultimately escape the influenza were those who refused the vaccinations. How bizarre is it? Medical historians have finally come to the reluctant conclusion that the Great Flu pandemic of 1918 was solely attributable to the widespread use of vaccines. It was the first war in which vaccination was compulsory for all servicemen. The Boston Herald reported that 47 soldiers had been killed by vaccination in 1 month. So, yeah, this is what they cover up for 100 years. Anyway, I guess the end of the story is that vaccines ultimately have. Oh yeah, and then it ends with a quote from Eva Sneed. Vaccines ultimately have but one purpose: to permanently alter the human gene pool and weed out those humans that are stupid enough to fall for a vaccine propaganda. And for that nefarious purpose, they probably are 60% effective after all. And this is a medical person who said that, and I don't know when or where there's no source or year, but it's quite eugenical, right?
You want to hear eugenical? CTV, Canada performing more organ transplants from maid donors than any other country in the world. Go ahead, Bob.
Hello, everyone. Just posted in the Nest Wog the other day. We were talking about the FAA with the airline pilots. So Steve Kirsch just got a big bombshell interview here with the cardiologist Thomas Levy, discussing that the FAA changed the EKG parameters in October of 2022. Why this is important, start watching the video at the 34-minute mark, because they've actually increased the parameters, according to this cardiologist, 100%. And it has to do with the electrical system in the heart and how long it takes for the electrical signals to do their thing. And if you are outside of this parameter, it indicates cardiac trouble. So if you have an adrenaline shot, you get excited about something, whatever, it can actually kick your heart into to defibrillate or fibrillate, pardon me, or go into tachycardia. And no one's talking about it, right? And this is sort of my primary problem being vaccine injured is if I, sit on my ass, I don't have a problem, but I go out and try and shovel snow. And if I just overdo it just a little bit, my heart rhythm, I can feel it in my chest. I start getting heart palpitations, chest pain, and nobody can answer me why, right? So this is sort of the right up my alley type of thing. So I think it's pretty interesting for people to be aware of, and I think it's something that we should try and highlight and get out there and get some questions answered, because Steve Kirsch, during this interview, they were talking about having a troponin test and a D-dimer test before and after a booster or a COVID shot for these pilots, right? Because that would indicate if there's any kind of damage going on. Each test, the doctor said, is 80 to $100. So Kirsch puts out there, I'll volunteer, I'll pay $8,000 to test 20 random pilots, and let's see what their information is, right? Which I love about him, because he puts his money where his mouth is. So that's the latest off the press in that Rumble video. He also tweeted it as well. I've retweeted his retweet on it. But the interview starts at the 34-minute mark, and the information in there goes for about 13 minutes. They discuss why this is such a critically important thing. So we've got a problem with airline pilots, because why would they increase this parameter over 100%? And they said it even goes even further if the pilot doesn't have any symptoms, which the cardiologist says makes it even more dangerous, because if the pilot gets into a stressful situation and these electrical signals aren't reacting as quickly as they should be, it can trip that pilot into just heart attack, sudden death. So pretty bombshell article, and something new to focus on with the damages that this COVID jab is causing people. So just wanted to highlight that and make you guys aware of the new info. It was a pretty incredible interview.
Awesome. Maybe link it up in the top there, Bob, if you get a chance. If you already did, I didn't catch it. I'm sort of trying to go in and out here. Pretty busy day in my little pitter-patter world. But I want to hit right back on what you're talking about. So if you could look up, I think it's Squawk 7700. You can get into it where you see, like, every time a pilot reports like an in-air emergency, it's a Squawk 7700. That just means a transponder send out that something's happened. So people have been monitoring that. There's a guy that dropped into the big room with Mario there the other day, and he was saying that he's got a project to try to collate that. So there's someone smarty pants out there. I'm trying to find him right now, but so they have to report that, right, in air emergency. But those have gone up significantly since the rollout. So there you go, hard science, right? Detecting signal through the noise, and there's nothing they can do to hide this shit. So we're on it, and we're sniffing their squawk box.
I just DM'd you the video so you can watch it. And if you want to save time, start at the 34-minute mark, because that's about 34 and a half minutes is where they start getting into the rule change on this. And just from the bit that I know about cardiology, this is a massive you know, endangering the public fucking mistake. Because if any airline pilot has cardiac symptoms, that's why they had this in this range. And it is in this range for all people. It's just not for airline pilots, but it signals that you're starting to have a problem, and it could be inflammation of the heart, it could be myocarditis, it could be coronary artery disease, it could be through the natural aging process. But what it does is it indicates there's a fucking problem that needs to be investigated. And now there won't be, because they've increased this range 100%. When that cardiologist said that, it was hard to hear. I just couldn't believe it. So yeah, you're right, Wog. This is all part of it. So if there's those reports coming from the airline pilots, um, this was discovered through an airline pilot, I believe, association. I forget the name of them. It's in the video. They talk about it. But there is a group of pilots that are actively working on this, right? Trying to get their voices heard to alert the public.
Yeah, there's a Canadian group as well. I think it's like Fly Free Canada or some shit like that. Maybe someone can find it.
Yeah, that's
but
free, I think.
Yeah, Fly Free or something like that. And you know, I've interviewed some of these guys and asked them about this, and they said it's a fucking untold thing. Like, they know guys on leave. It's like, oh, there's a fucking signal here, diddle diddle do. Like, you know, it's pretty serious because they're already at higher blood clot risk because of flying in the thin air and sitting around all the time, right? So they've got all that going on. So it's totally like another vector, right? And again, like you could say like, oh, each of these is just anecdotal, or, you know, causation doesn't equal correlation or whatever. And it's like, you know what, buddy, take this whole thing as a one big snowball and put it into a snowball and you're fucked. You know, like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, okay, attack this, oh, this and that. It's like, that's what I'm saying. I put out that open data call. Let's get this fucking Provac data analysis and let's put them together. Let's get our guys. We'll match you right up. You guys share your data in between each other. Limit to, like, you know, 3 PDFs or something, and then you know, go through our data. We'll go through your data, and then let's just stick to the hard data. It's like, oh, well, this is what the government officially said. That's not going to cut it. You know, you're going to have to steel man your argument. You know, so it's coming. I mean, we're there basically at this point, but trying to keep on message and all the rest of it. And, you know, 5G nanobots, good, great. Go have your own fucking room. Don't give a shit. And that's good, because we need to be doing that. We should be embracing multiple rooms instead of being like, you know, why are you, you know, starting a room while I'm starting a room? Like, my theory is that the more rabbit hole, the more silos we have, the greater, you know, if you want to talk about 5G, there's rooms for that. You know, you want to talk about, oh my God, World Trade 7, you know, 7. It's like, okay, there's rooms for that. There's 101 conspiracy, 201, 301. This is the advanced class, and let's just keep it that way, right?
Up in the nest, brother, you got your poster for Bill 36 protest in BC tomorrow.
Thanks, bro.
Are you going to the protest there, Wog?
I'm already there. I'm sleeping on the sidewalk so I can be number one.
Better be freaking going live.
Can we farm in TR6's live audio, or is that possible?
I don't. Well, no, it was just a picture. I meant he's live on scene. My bad. With the.
Well, we were trying to get him to figure.
We're trying
it
to
out.
get somebody. Anyone? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you got to get someone that's like, you know, Captain Red Pill's probably there. Why don't you DM her? Like, all you have to do when you want to make a tweet, right? So let's say I go to make a tweet right now. I got you guys all live, stuck listening to me. So hit the little plus button. I hit my little tweet thing, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to hit my camera thing, right? And then it's going to give me 3 options: capture, i.e., take a picture; video, i.e., take a video; or the third option is live. If I tap live and then I hit that go live button, I can be live right where I'm at in my little snowbank, and you can watch me shovel snow, right? So, or whatever, right? So the point there is that there is that capability. Now, is it going to be shitty bandwidth quality? Yeah, probably, right? But at least like you're getting the audio fairly decently. So we were trying to teach that to tier 6 there at the last one, but no dice. But Captain Red Pill is pretty good. She's been working on that tech stuff, so she might be with. Is there any
I don't know
indication
if she's
with
there.
her?
I don't know if she's there at all. But for tomorrow's event in BC there, we did have some people saying that they will be going live there. So we told them that we'd pump them right through. So we should have a space tomorrow going for sure.
Wog, after you do that live thing, does it save the video on Twitter? What?
I think so. I think it persists in the tweet, if I remember correctly. I've never really gone live because I'm not a big show my face kind of guy, but I think it does persist. I think I did a test the other day, and I think it persisted, but we'd have to double check it.
The live, yeah, if you do it from your camera, it persists. I think you can disable it, but yeah, normally it persists.
Okay, I'll start one here.
If anything, you should also be able to manage it through Studio even.
Oh yeah, well yeah, probably. I'm not going to go that far because I'm sort of mobile here. So I'll start one, and you can go per my profile.
I did throw a tweet together to hashtag stop the shots up in the nest as well too. So I think if we really address that and put a lot of attention on hashtag stop the shots, that's our attention here. As soon as we stop the shots, it's one step closer to stopping the insanity. I had a couple digs at the NDP today too, so if those who want to check those out, it's on my thread as well. In the meantime, feel free to grab a mic, folks. How's everyone doing today? Anyone down with TR6? Any reports from there? That'd be fantastic. Any other protest or really activism going on? Feel free, grab a mic and let us know.
Yeah, it does persist after you go live. It's fairly shitty resolution on the thing there, but I'm actually going through a bunch of different shit on my old phone to hotspot through my new phone because apparently my new phone can't run fucking Twitter. So probably something on the de-googled side of the equation. I've done everything.
Well,
updated.
Wog, if image quality is an issue, then I think it'd be better to take a video on your cell phone first, right, and then upload that onto your Twitter. If it's not like super time sensitive, right? If you can delay that a few minutes.
Yeah. The advantage would be like you're getting the audio pretty clear, so then you could be like, "Oh, I'm here with Jimmy Sue," but keeping the camera really steady, having a second person holding it as opposed to like But yeah, I think if you go through Studio Twitter or whatever the fuck it's called, I think you can get HD sort of like but there might be a bandwidth thing. It's unclear, but we can test that later when I get home. I don't. Have you ever done? We can't do it through the web app. We can't do all that shit through the web app, right, Zink? It has to be all.
What shit?
Well, if you were going to go through studio.twitter.live or whatever .com, then you're basically running through a PC at that point in time, right?
Well, yeah, you have to run it through some sort of a relay or something, right? You have to. Well, you're just going through the RMTP, right?
Yeah. So that's not optimized architecture. What we've been working on with Captain Red Pill is linking the GoPro straight to the phone and then go live or whatever it's called, the GoPro thing. It's like $6 a month or something like this. And then you can basically have this thing strapped to your forehead and just be walking around, and it tries to push it out at like the most efficient way, like the hardware and the app and everything all sort of work together. So me and her were working on that, but I don't know if she ever got it working.
also the HLS. I don't know what that is. It's something that they're betaing. It looks like it's cause it's an M3U8 or an M3U extension, so it looks like it's like a TS feed. I mean, what I'm guessing is probably the best way to do this. Yeah, well, I'm guessing, yeah, maybe the GoPro. Yeah, if it can like send out to something. So where are you sending it to? Yeah, I guess you said the GoPro. Yeah.
Yeah, you send it to the GoPro. But it's all optimized, right? Like the app on the
I
on
mean,
the
usually
phone.
the way I'm guessing they do this for like normal, like when you see like Alexa there from what do you call it, Rebel News. They probably have an internal server, and so like yeah, she sends her videos to that internal server, and then it comes back out across or something like that.
Yeah, so like the idea here is that the hardware can do a lot of the encoding, spit it out at whatever, already compressed bullshit. And then the app is integrated to sort of send that signal and like tunnel that signal straight through, right? So it's sort of not stressing the phone or whatever. I don't know. You'd have to look at the GoPro thing, but whatever. It's supposed to be, you're supposed to be able to do it if you get decent. Like this is where like 5G would become useful, right?
Then all those nanobots.
We're not at 5G in Canada. We're at 4G LTE advanced for the 80th time. Okay, thoughts on the grounded planes a few days ago in the States? Let's cover that one.
What happened there, Wog?
Some system failed, I guess.
They said that the NOTAM, so the NOTAM's like the notice, like don't fly here, military exercise, da da da. And there's sort of unclear evidence from the Tucker Carlson. It's on Twitter. There is a Tucker Carlson like 10-minute video, but he's saying that the head of the FAA was sort of like weirdly like, oh, we don't really know what's going on, like I have no idea sort of thing, which is usually the we got hacked but can't fucking say anything sort of maneuver, because you would know immediately like okay, the thing fucked up or someone updated the servers or whatever. So that notice thing means that you can't tell people where to not fly, and like when Air Force One lands at an airport, like there's no planes in and out for like a period of time before and after, right? So you can't with that noticing system down. So it's not like the main, air. It's not, but it's like the nationwide thing. So it's sort of I'm sort of interpreting it as a hack, but I don't know. We didn't dig into it, but that's sort of the quick and easy there.
Okay, because I saw a near miss on a runway. I think it was yesterday. Forget which airport it was. Some pilot crossed a runway while another plane was given the okay to take off and had to slam on its brakes and missed hitting it by 1,000 feet. And they made a pretty big deal about that. So he was, I guess the airline pilot that crossed the path, was on the wrong runway. So when he was given an order that he could cross, he was in the wrong position and the tower didn't know. And yeah, so everybody was freaking out about that. It was that's a pretty near miss, 1,000 feet, when the guy's, got the plane on takeoff mode and then he's got to slam the brakes on.
Hi guys. No action here. I just wanted to tune in. I'm on my way home from a big meeting here downtown Toronto. I don't think activism includes starting off a subway system, right? We're starting here in Toronto. We're kicking off the construction of the Ontario line, so that's a big deal project, and I'm involved. But quite excited actually, because it gives me like 37 years to work on. But that's the timeline of that project. Amazing. Anyways, one thing I wanted to mention about the vaccine, Dr. Don Gowan, it's on your radar as well, right? In 1918, he said one of the factors of, and I agree with what the previous talker talked about that probably there was a vaccine angle to it. But one of the factors was also the introduction of radar, where the EMF and electromagnetic changes in the system contributed to the creation of exosomes and waste products that then were relabeled as viruses. And in a way, with 5G, we've got the same thing going on right now with changes in the EMF system, being one of the factors. So it could be combined fuckaroo that's being employed, right? Anyways, is that guy on your radar, Don Gowan, Dr. Don Gowan? He's very interesting to listen to.
I haven't heard of him. How do you spell his last name?
Cowan, Cowan, Don Cowan.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. Yeah.
It's he's got some good presentation on that, and he was the first guy in March 2020 when I started to research. Okay, what's really going on here? That alerted me to the 5G, and I right away went in that direction. Being Mr. Rebel here, not believing the official $1 trillion gaslighting story. So I right away sort of went down to a 5G rabbit hole. But yeah, I think it's probably one of the factors, or could be one of the factors in this. In fact, that was quite heavily dismissed, right? Like that was the kookiest of kooky kind of rabbit holes that people were diving into. Is that 5G approach to this? So there might be some legitimacy for that reason. So they don't want us to look into it, and I don't know. I don't know if you ever heard that guy Mitchell. That's that guy that lived for a while on the border of Vietnam and China and reported on sex slave and sex trafficking there. And he said that the EMF will be deployed, and in fact will then dislodge another virus or another toxin that in fact is in the vaccine. Now that sounded to me really far fetched, but who knows, right? So, forgot his first name, Mitchell.
So look, if you've looked, you're an engineer, right? You've looked into 5G, and you think that there is something to the 5G conspiracy, correct?
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, there is something there.
What is it? What are you citing here? Is it the 5G? Is it the nano? The fact that you can move a nano? Just hold on. I know all this stuff. I'm asking you pointed questions because I don't want to waste your time. Okay. So here's the thing. So we're talking that you think that it can be used to motivate something on a microscopic level. Is that where you're at with this, or do you think it's
well? It operates on the same level as the oxygen, or the same megahertz or what gigahertz? What is it? And so it's one of the ways that a biological system is exposed to toxins. If you deprive the system of oxygen, now you're going to create other problems.
Okay. So have you looked into 6G, because they're moving quite quickly off of 5G, because they did roll it out and it was creating interference with the planes. So the 6G is moving to a totally different frequency. Oh, really? Just FYI. Yeah. So if it was a D-pop, blah blah blah, they would just completely stay on that bandwidth level. So this is it's going way up high in the 16 gigahertz range, I think, or something like this. So just an FYI there. But I did want to throw this into the mix. There was a bunch of 7,700 squawks from airplanes close to Miami Airport in November 22. So what I'm wondering, if someone's good at Googling, when did they roll out 5G in Miami? Because I think it's one of the test spots. There's only a few spots in the States, I believe, that were rolling out at that time, and they were saying there is something going on with it. So that kind of thing I'm sort of interested in. But in terms of like if 5G was like this specific frequency does this and makes your foreskin fall off, then why are they moving to a completely different frequency? And Korea's already on 6G, just FYI, and they're going to move very quickly away from 5G, I believe, just because the millimeter microwave doesn't seem to be the way to go. So that's my research, just in a nutshell.
Yeah, but and this ties into Don Gowan's argument that what we're dealing with not even a virus. It's the biological system excreting toxins. And one reason why it's doing it is because it's under assault, also from electromagnetic radiation. So, anyways, I find it fascinating, and yeah, I'll look into 6G. I haven't actually got.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm just trying to keep you on track.
Yeah.
So you're saying that basically you looked into it as an engineer and you believe there's credence in
For
it.
sure.
I guess.
Yeah, there's something there. Now, it could be a combination. See, the best, and this ties into what they need to do. They need to create a situation where you have plausible deniability, or where it's so gray and difficult to untangle the whole mess that you never actually get to a good conclusion. So it's fantastic to have a number of things that you employ, including vaccinating people with toxins and having them then bombarded with chemtrails and with 5G as a way of assaulting the system. And
Well, that's where I'm coming to, is like, the greatest thing you can do is throw out a bunch of information, a bunch of rabbit holes for people to waste their time on. And then it's like, oh, it's all this and that and do. And it's like, okay, cross-referencing old, research. Like, is this, 55 millimeter wave thing? Is that like something that was proven prior to, you know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, and at that point you never get to people basically give up completely, right? Like, how can you ever untangle this ball of wax? So, yeah, sure. But I mean, there's different things you can do. I on the EMF radiation, and I've talked to people that were very sensitive about it and that developed illnesses because of it, neurological illnesses. And you can, if that's what happens, you can actually measure it, and you can download. In fact, you can download an app on your iPhone to measure your EMF radiation. And then there was this one lady I talked to. They painted a room with special paint so that the EMF radiation stayed out, and her daughter got better. Like these things do exist, and if you just
well, let's put it this way. If you're in front of a 5G cell tower and it's on, and you're there for more than 2 minutes, you've got a sunburn. So I mean, yeah, 5G is, you're basically microwaving yourself. So if you bought a house that's in direct line, let's say there's you're in between the two towers and it has to go in a straight line between them. It's not like it's not going to deviate some, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, definitely don't.
And when it comes to apps and EMF devices or special devices that are used for detecting radiation, I don't think an app covers that.
To be able to measure it? You mean?
No, because all the frequencies that your phone is emitting, I tried. It doesn't work. I have a question. Renee, did you just say that there is a special paint that you can try that reduce what? Can you tell me more about it, or do you have a brand name, or how is it called?
This a while ago, somebody told me about it. I haven't used it myself. This was a lady that used it.
It's just metal flakes inside the paint. You're basically making a Faraday cage, and you can look that up.
You probably want to Google it.
Like you make ferrofluid, and then you put it in your paint.
No, there's special paints
right?
that they make for that. Like
it just has metal. It just has metal in it. It just acts like a Faraday cage, right? So Faraday cage is like a mesh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not gonna be as good as a cage.
Grounded mesh. Yeah, grounded mesh.
Yeah, but grounded mesh is what you also make ferrofluid with, right? Or is what does it depends the type of metals, I guess.
Oh, and the other thing I wanted to report on to you guys yesterday, I was in Mario's room and I penetrated his defenses. I was up on as a speaker. It was kind of interesting to be there and to see how he works, and also how he always tries to have this balanced, fair and balanced, everybody can talk kind of approach to things. And that was fun to be exposed to. And he does have 7,000 to 8 or 9,000 people in his room. I don't know how he does it, right? Like how do you? There must be something going on there that he works with the team.
Well, the question is this: we're in a war of perception, Renee. So he doesn't have to have 5,000 people in there. They just have to say there's 300,000 people in there, and every fucktard in these rooms will run over there to listen to Jimmy Bob Sue, who has his tinfoil hat on. So it's like we're in a war of perception. So it's amazing. It's like, oh, that's the cool club. That's where all the kids are going. Let's go over there.
I know. I went in there specifically to try to gaslight one of the normie doctors that was talking there. I got so sick of the guy, and he was lambasting, you know, the bastard. Like finally, Dr. Stella is back on Twitter, and she's talking about how successful pre-treatment has been, and there he is again, reinforcing his old, oh no, that's all disproven, and that ivermectin is bullshit, and blah 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 blah. And I just got so sick of it. I'm very much in this mode of, okay, if you're going to start gaslighting, I'm just going to gaslight you right back. Like this is nonsense. Why am I even listening to you? Yeah, and that was interesting. It was an interesting experience. And Mario actually didn't like it at one point because he always wants to keep on talking, and everybody has something, and blah blah. You know.
So you got a mic in one of those big rooms. I've been sort of watching you from afar here. So you got mics in which big room so far?
Mario room, and I also, that was actually even more interesting, and I feel that's actually a notch on my my belt of success. Last week I got a room in this Grant Carbine. He's a business guy who had Roger Stone and General Michael Flynn in his room, and I was a speaker in the same room. And I got there because I wanted to ask Michael Flynn a question about, well, what happens next when Russia wins. And so that was actually quite something. I felt pretty good about that. And yeah, with Mario actually made a joke at one point. Oh, who got Renee up? That was quite a success, but I think he was joking because he saw that I only had 700 followers. So.
Well, I've seen them bring up people from our. We've gotten some quite big speakers up in some big rooms from our group, but they tend to bring up the 5G rollout crew, right? Mm-hmm. So, anyways, any vectors of attack there? Did you DM them and request a mic? Did you comment in the bubble, or did you just simply request a mic?
With Mario, I just he was at a low point where they were kind of running out of things to talk about. They'd been at it for 8 hours, and they were sort of well, no, and they were looking for new speakers, and then they had that silenced vaccine entry woman. She's got a red avatar. And they just let her sit there, and I was getting upset about that. And what I did, I got into the room. They accepted me to come in, and then I said, "Okay, well, the reason why I'm coming in is because this lady has been waiting for 2 hours, and you're not letting her speak." And you know, she was silenced as a vaccine injured person, and now you're letting her sit there. And then I shut up for a while, and then he let me talk after she had been talking because I guess they consider, oh, that guy's quite a gentleman or something, or whatever. And so yeah, that was an interesting experience. So you gotta play with his mind a bit, you know, like in that way, which worked in this particular situation.
Well, that's all we do in these rooms is play with your mind. You guys allow us into your mind, and then you're in trouble, right?
Exactly.
We just constantly.
Yeah. Well, I feel, well, you know, we are the warriors, man. Like we withstood the $1 trillion gaslighting operation, right? Like, and we punched through it right away, and so I think we're very strong. So we should be able to manipulate anything.
Yeah, I was sort of aching to go against that Drew comments guy, and because I had all the rebuttals, like I didn't have all the papers ready, but I could point to, like, I was actually starting to get the papers ready because I requested a mic, and I don't think they want a guy like me going in there and ripping him a new one, right? No. So it's like, I don't know if they know me. I don't know how big their team is that parses the accounts, but I was quite shocked that when our crew got people that listen to our thing quite frequently want to go down the 5G rabbit hole, and like that's the easiest way to get a divorce with your wife or to alienate someone that's in the middle, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's one reason why I stopped talking about it in March 2020. I realized that fairly quickly too, even though I do think there's great credence there.
Well, there's useful idiots in the PSYOP that aren't getting paid or aren't federal actors. They're just useful idiots to guide them down the garden path, right? And then they focus on that, and it's like, okay, well, that's fine. It's just that we don't want to focus on that. Let you guys figure it out. We'll hold a room in 1 month, and I want all the top experts on 5G to come in and talk about this. Let's get them all. Let's get the best guys in the world. The 5G guys on the industrial side. Let's get some electromagnetic frequency experts with actual credentials. And then let's get, you know, the full, well-researched, you know, someone who has some kind of, you know, proven value in disambiguating information, right? And then if we do that, then we can have a panel like that, and we'll facilitate the fucking thing, and then that's it. Put it to bed, or fucking say it's valid. That's it. End of story. It's like, then have the guy saying, well, oh, you're taking it from this study? Well, that's a known fucking dipshit who sells fucking vitamins on the side. Like, okay, good enough for me, right?
Yeah.
At this point, I just operate on zero trust. That's
No,
all.
I agree with you.
Zero
That's the
trust
best
is
way.
the new byword, right? In Web 3.0. But just operate on zero trust, and then everything's fucking fine. You'll detect when any of these big name doctors or whatever in this movement, freedom movement, they've been there since the beginning. If they start to turn right now, we know we got them by the balls, or maybe they're waiting to employ them later. But we're gonna detect it. Like, just keep your spidey sense going. That's my fucking deal, and that requires grounding and some kind of spiritual guidance of some sort.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching some of these Lisa Dunn or something. That's also on mainstream normie doctor, and actually, that the normie doctors are being dismantled in that room. So that was fun to hear. One guy, he was exposed to, like, now he was saying, oh, he never thought that doctors should lose their license. And then one of the other guys, who was quite eloquent and does his research, said, well, I have a tweet here from August 2020 where you say that hydrochloroquine is totally irresponsible and that people that prescribe that should lose their license. And they're all, well, yeah, okay, I may have said that as a response to somebody who was provoking me. So, yeah, they're being picked apart there. It's good to hear. I actually.
Well, the real way to do this right now is to see any doctor sticking their head up. You go into fucking archive.ph and you just start fucking screenshotting all the shit that they put out in the past 2 years. And so then you got the ammo when they come to say it. And that's the greatest thing about this thing. All this virtue signaling is being fucking played back at them, and they don't have a goddamn response.
Yeah. Actually, I've got a CBC article here. I'll put up in the nest from Dr. Tom Gowan talking about 5G, basically CBC.
Well, look at, okay, go for it. Yeah, go for it. So then, look at the thing with that reporter that collapsed on live TV there. That was our buddy White Rabbit Warrior, who was the first guy to get that tweet out. He got like 8 million views on that thing,
wow. Yeah,
right? Yeah. And so we were working behind the scenes to try to leverage to insert his fucking @name because it got stolen by TV shows and everything. We were trying to be like, okay, let's try to leverage this viewership. It didn't work in the end just because he got his penis lathered by some fucking indie podcast dude or some shit like
Listen,
that.
It's a good time.
But
Okay, at this point, you can go into these rooms, and maybe it's good to think about this. How do we hijack this? Because you were fairly successful yesterday. At least you got a number of people come in. You were over 120 listeners at one point, right? After putting in a nest or tagging onto the Mario room. But I think there's different ways to do it if you think about it. Like maybe send in a little foot soldier saying, okay, there's better rooms than this to discuss this, because they just keep the bullshit going here.
Yeah, no, we're doing all this stuff. The key here is to focus on content production of high value, like the video with John Baudouin, who is the engineer that redid that did all the numbers in Massachusetts and suing the government of Massachusetts and all this stuff. He's that video on Rumble now has 30,000 views. Just to lens this, Viva Frey's live from yesterday has 27,000 views. Viva Frey is being courted by Rumble, and they're basically funding him and whatever. We've got more views than him on that John Baudouin live stream we did a few days ago. So we have the leverage and have the power. There's a major appetite for this, and 30,000 views on Rumble, guys, is like the equivalent of like 300, 400, 500,000 views on YouTube. So this is what we're talking about. So create the content that has value. And I'm sorry, but if you want to come up and talk about your grandma having balls and then we should call her grandpa, it's not, You know, we're just not there anymore. You know, it's like, oh, I have this little thing, and then my cat jumped out of the window, and then that led to me. You know, then the pepper spilt over, and then I was like, you know, I'm sort of like, what do you call it? Superstitious. So then I thought like maybe I do the same thing that the salt does. You know, throw it over my shoulder. But then I thought about my right shoulder, but you know, because I hurt my shoulder on that thing, then I'm gonna have to throw it over my left shoulder. But is that bad luck? I mean, Jesus H fucking Christ! Like, give me a goddamn break. Like, we're at the narrative turn stage of this. We could just relax and say that we won. Us winning means there's tons of people that have been injured by this. More importantly, it means that the injuries are continuing to happen. That's the fucking rub. Just like Transplender's goddamn download the other day. It's like, this isn't a fucking win. This isn't a party. In some ways, we have to take these little wins and sort of run with them. But you know, we got to keep our eye on the prize, because this narrative turn thing, this is when shit gets nudged, right? Oh, it's just the LNP particle. We fucked up on that. Or, oh, it's just the adjuvant because we tried this snake venom thing that we've never tried before, because we thought it'd be safer than aluminum, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, no, you can't nudge it this way. We're not letting you off the hook. So that's the real value of those rooms. They do have both sides going on in them. So that's the super value they have. We can't seem to get those leftists in here. So that's why that open call for data tweet still stands. And maybe I'll dump in the nest so you guys can retweet and pump it out again, or maybe I have to craft a new one, or someone else can, and I'll retweet it. But I muted your mic there, Renee, just because it's so goddamn noisy in that subway. But go ahead and give us whatever you got.
Yeah, that was good. You made me laugh so loud that people were looking at me. Anyways, it's a pretty full train here, and they still have the goddamn plexiglass up. It's just ridiculous. Anyways.
Oh, you should have seen this on my way up here. The goddamn I saw a chick on a bike going up a hill wearing a mask alone, right?
Yeah, about 50% of the people still wearing masks in this train. Anyways, whatever.
Well, you're in Toronto. You're in the belly of the beast, right?
Oh yeah, I'm in the belly of the beast. Yes, yes, yes.
That's when we know we've won. When there's no more.
That's all I got today. So, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Renee, and come in anytime. Always a good friend of the room. So super duper. That's when we know we won, guys. When Toronto does not wear masks anymore, we know we're there, or at least we get down to like 10% or something. Until that time, it's still, there's work to be done.
Hey Renee, and guys, I posted a video from YouTube. I've been following this guy for a while. He knows a lot about airplanes and everything that's happened. His name, the channel is Blanco Lirio. He talks about the FAA NOTAM outage, January the 11th. So I put it down there in the bubble. You guys want to watch the YouTube? I didn't watch it, but he's pretty good. Anyway.
All right, Boaz down in the thing there. Okay, that might be worthy of the nest there. Can you pop it up in the nest for me, just because the comment bubble is sort of irritating, and then I'm going to clean up my tweets up here.
I don't know how to comment on the nest.
Oh, you just go to any tweet, and when you're a speaker, you get a top option is to share to Zinc Space or something like that. Just try it out, and if you have trouble, just come back and we'll guide you through it.
All right, cool. Did it show up for you?
Oh, I'm just cleaning the nest here. I'm the worst guy to ask. Maybe someone else knows if it showed up. Takes a couple seconds. Usually, just give it a sec.
It's the ABC report. Well, that was shared by Walt.
Yeah, guys, and just so you know, like, go up and grab the stuff, like what Bob was talking about. I'm grabbed that. I'm gonna let it permeate up there because it is on point. But for the most part, you should be grabbing shit from the nest, and then otherwise it just becomes a series of circles that intertwine themselves to the point of retardation. So we're going to try to keep our nest more tidy. So in general, everyone posts down to the bubble because that stays after the space. But if we keep the thing tidy and then we just sort of say, okay, let's go on cleaning it up, and most of these are me apparently that spammed the nest. So
I put it in the ABC News as a reply. I put the YouTube channel in that ABC News on there.
yeah, I got it. So I'll put it up in the nest for you, but actually you should try it. Just hit your share button on that. Is it about 5G or what is it about?
I believe it's about the airplanes and how the airplanes were on the emergency or whatever on the ground. They couldn't fly at all.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Oh, that's the NOTAM outage. Okay, yeah, cool. I'm gonna
Yeah,
bookmark
he's
that too. Oh, that's my buddy, man. That's my buddy.
yeah.
Blanco Lirio. I fucking know
Okay.
this guy. I've been following him since he had 500 followers. I'm a huge, like I said, I need to be able to know what I'm talking about with pilots and shit. So I watched that guy on YouTube. Absolute fucking gem of a follow. Real stand-up dude. Yeah, thank you for that. So that's in the first one in the nest, and if you go down to the comments and you're following Boaz there, it'll drop right to the top. On that point, make sure you're following the speakers. Anybody adds value, The other thing is follow your fellow listeners right beside you, because then you're going to leverage network effect. You don't need a goddamn algorithm to tell you what to do. Why don't you tell yourself what to do? Step into your power. Someone else talk for a bit. I'm fucking burnt.
Poor baby.
See the fucking abuse, the triggering. You just microaggressed me, you bastard. I shouldn't have drank that fucking 6th coffee.
My son just came in here. Why is it the same guy always talking?
Fuck, quote of the day. Mark that time. Cut that one out. There's the clip. Why is that the same guy that keeps on swearing? Do you know the amount of DMs I'm getting about swearing? I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sakes. Like,
it's because you pretend to care. I swear all the time too. I don't show any shame over it. It's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
I think that's why I don't get DMs, because people know they're going to DM me and like, oh, you should feel bad. And it's like, but I don't.
You totally misunderstood that. I said, why is it whenever I come in the room, it's the same guy talking? Nothing about swearing.
No, I know.
Just
I
in
didn't misunderstand
reference.
you.
You just happen to be the same one giving your diatribe.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know what you
fun.
meant. I was on it. I was just pivoting because I
We
felt
were then
like
talking about the swearing. People complain about the swearing.
Or the foreskin, right?
It doesn't matter what room Wog's in. He's the honorary host or co-host, and he'll take over whenever he goddamn well sees fit. So we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, that's why I got spanked in fucking Bob's room. I remember the me trying to fucking figure out the nest in Bob's room. He's like, "For fuck's sakes, figure it out." And I'm like, "I know, I'm blah blah. I'm trying to figure it out." But yeah, those rooms, man, what a fucking legend move that shit was. I was just like, holy shit. And you're actually hitting on exactly the reason I started my own rooms. Like I admitted it yesterday. Look, I'm an interjectionist. I'm a room takeover. I'm a diatriber, but I try to sort of download fast and to the point, like trans, right? And that's why like me and trans are sort of.
I remember that room. I was in that room too. Grams was in the co-host slot, one of them.
Yeah, Grams. I remember when she came up.
Locked and loaded.
Yeah, well, I remember when Grams first showed up, and I remember she told her story, and then we all just sort of like fell in love with her, and fucking everybody followed her. She just like swolled right up in followers, and then yeah, she was those were good, man. That was a good balance to have a chick up in co-pilot. She was a good fun one. And I remember those fucking lemur rooms. We almost had a lemur room sort of type thing last night, and it was good times, just shooting the shit. Where the hell did the lemurs go? Whatever happened to that?
Well, it was weird. I know at one point, like I was wandering into them a few months ago, and it was a bunch. Like there was one time I went, and it was like, oh, the lemur room, and of course there was always Americans on the peripheral there, but it was like all Americans. There wasn't like a single Canadian in there. That was when like I knew it had jumped the shark. I mean, this was like 6 months ago or so. It's just like, because there was always a few Americans in there, but yeah, you can't have one with no Canadians.
Yeah, I remember coming into one, and it was like sort of a new crew, and they're like, who's this guy? Should we boot him? And I'm like, like, what did I do? Like,
Yeah, it's when the originals show up to the meeting and you aren't recognized, right? That's when something's up.
yeah, the noobs have shown up and taken over the meme of the lemur room. So now it's like a question like, should we even keep this guy in? That kind of thing. But I get the paranoia thing, but it's like I don't understand. It's like you should pretty much assume everything on this channel is like you standing on the roof of your house, like screaming out, like, I'm an anti-vaxxer, like, you know what I mean? So it's I don't get it. Like, I know, like, people are like, oh my god, but the other listener thing, like, oh my god, we have an other listener, like, it's whatever, right? You want the other listeners. We want the people on Facebook or whatever watching this shit. Like, that's when shit gets real, right? Because eventually they're going to have to open up this thing. They'll open up a competing thing, but like, that's what you actually want, other listeners, right?
Things evolve over time too, right? And the message evolves too with certain things. So yeah, it's interesting how things evolve and change with time, right?
I'll put the link to the live stream of the space up into the Nestaroo there, and that would be a Twitter live, I believe. Yeah. So the Twitter live is really not where we want to go. Actually, it's actually the Rumble video that you can watch without being a Rumble app and all that other shit. But maybe I'll just switch this out, or whatever. If you go to the Twitter live tweet, if you go underneath it, there's the Rumble link, and then you can like sort of save that for later. And then underneath the Rumble link of the space recording, there's the recording of Super Spreaders on Rumble, and that one is seemingly going, viral on Rumble. So virality on Rumble is not 8 million views like on YouTube. Virality on Rumble is like 30,000 views for a guy with 500 followers, right? And I just encourage people to follow super spreaders. If you are already a Rumble user, just follow him too. Anyways, we got to start leveraging this network effect, guys. I mean, I'm so tired of hearing like, well, the algorithm's shadow banning me. It's like, fuck it. Just call it out for what it is. Get those goddamn people to follow you back. I mean, it's that easy, right? It's so easy that it's ridiculous. Like, we've been hacking here, trying to get people in from other rooms and whatever, right? You just keep on trying, and maybe something will stick. But the thing that's going on with the Rumble super spreaders, John Baudouin data interview with all his graphs and all that shit. What's happening there is that someone somewhere with big following has like retweeted that or bumped it either on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, and that's where those 30,000 views are coming from, because it only actually takes a couple of big accounts to sort of pump something, and then people retweet it and all this other shit. And so we're trying to analyze it to see just exactly how that's going on, but very difficult. But virality is achievable if you approach it as a problem, right? As a data problem. With good content. You can't do it with shitty content. What's your takeaways, Bob, of let's ask the fucking OG here. How do you handle like the over talker, like, grandma, broke her hip, blah blah blah? Like, how did you handle it in those big rooms? Like, you guys just generally let people run for a long time, but if it was clearly not landing a plane, like, how did you guys handle it to keep everything all friendly and Canadian?
Well, we would, if we had a lot of hands up, we'd ask people to keep it to a minute or two, so we can get through the hands, and then we'll go back if there's follow up on that, right? Because everybody, that was during the Freedom Convoy stuff, so just everybody wanted to talk and have input and tell stories. So we didn't know who was live on scene or who wasn't, and then we started picking up on those people that were, so we gave them priority, like Davo and Chick from Ontario and Junior Dude and all those guys, right? Because they were actually out live, so we would just ask for, you know, common courtesy. But, you know, if a few of them went on and on and on, we would just, you know, politely interrupt them and say, thanks, you know, we've got to, you kind of used up your minute or two and we've got other hands to get to. So if you want to come back up after, great, right? So pretty much it. Just kept it as simple as that.
What'd you do with like the more problematic speakers? Let's say on the verge of, you know, whatever. Like when you had like, I don't want to, I don't know, and you know, I'm sort of not. You get what I'm saying here? Like, there's the innocent sort of diatriber, and then there's the sort of penis and vagina's clothing.
Well, if they're in there just to disrupt and cause trouble and gaslight people, I'll just punt them from the space. The other thing we would do is whoever was hosting would, you know, and they were available, they do the hosting. Then the co-hosts, we're working, like if I'm co-hosting a room, I'm not paying attention to what's going on. I'm in the background verifying everybody at the bottom. We're DMing each other. This guy's Ram Ranch. This guy's whatever trouble. Here's an account that just got created. It's got 0 followers, that kind of thing, right? So you can start uh, identifying that. And if we have like a guest speaker, like Mike had that space the other night, you want to protect that person so that, you know, someone can't come in and start gaslighting them, right? And then, you know, I pointed out that one person that was spamming your guys' bubble on the bottom there with like, I don't know, it was over 5 or 8, 10 tweets or whatever. You have to protect your guests because they'll call up all of their bot friends. They'll come in, they'll start massively reporting your room, and then your space will crash. You'll get your account suspended. So you've got to actually physically block those people first and then remove them from the space after you block them. And that was our tactic as co-hosts. Like we were just super busy all the time and we're just communicating back and forth and let the host run the room. And that's about it, right? Other than that, I was keeping track of names. I'd actually write them down on a piece of paper so that we'd have an order. That's one thing that's kind of a pet peeve of mine. If there's a busy space and there's a bunch of hands up, somebody should designate, keep track of who's doing it. Doesn't matter who, just have your co-host or the host or somebody be writing down people in order so they all get their fair turn and then spit them through in a minute or two, right? Because if you can't land your plane in 2 minutes, there's, you know, that's enough time to actually make your point and stop people like, I don't know. There's so many, you know, especially if someone's been drinking, they'll go on for half an hour and it'll feel like 30 seconds for them, right? So you've got to interrupt them and get them to land their plane and get onto the other speakers because you'll lose the listeners in your room, right? If somebody's just rambling on and on and on and they're half cut, and that's fine. You know, if it's a Friday night, Saturday night, you're having fun, that's different. But when it's like an important, informative space, you don't want to let those kind of people take over your room.
That's good points. Good pointers. Before we, Mikey, you got a comment there. Zinc, are you streaming this?
Yeah, starting about 2.5 hours ago.
Okay, perfect.
Not from the beginning, but
can we time mark like right about now? Because I'm going to ask Bob some shit here in a second that I want to reveal the true identity. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just roll it. No, what time? Like, you know, what time? Even hosting, co-hosting, you know, you learn of the nefarious characters out there.
So yeah, when you
What's
see the
that?
clock, I moved the position of the clock, so that'll tell us where we moved the time.
There you go. There you go.
Excellent. That's a super good. That's actually a really good hack. I might use that one myself. So the reason why I asked him to mark the time is because because for those that don't know, Bob was pretty much running these gigantic rooms with during the truckers convoy. That's what sort of sucked me into actually speaking on a space. I was doing my best to resist this. I was listening to mostly highly technical spaces with a bunch of weirdo small people that have now become gigantic, but that's beside the point. The only thing that could impetus to me to get me to speak on these spaces was Bob's rooms, just because it was such an important point in history. Your mic's open there, Zink, unless you want to chuck in something.
Well, I'm enjoying my Mountain Dew Zero.
All right, you wanted the
It's
time. Make sure
delicious.
we got that. Make sure we get that on the clip. Okay, very good. Thank
Oh
you.
yeah, no, it's awesome.
Yeah, well, just for those that don't know, Zinc
Deeply satisfying.
Zinc likes Diet Pop, and he also really appreciates MSG. There's three main spices on his stove: salt, pepper, and MSG. But anyways, back
And
to
onion
Bob.
powder.
Yeah, well, that's a given. I mean, garlic powder is also
No.
key.
Well, yeah, garlic pepper, yeah, onion powder is more essential.
Well, that's debatable, but let's. So, okay, Bob. So here's the question. Here's why I wanted to time mark it. Because you hosted so many thousands of hours or whatever, hundreds of hours, and then we sort of picked up when you guys sort of dropped down there. What are the most notable speaker speeches, interactions that you've had on Twitter Spaces? Because I know I was only in there for probably half the time, maybe a quarter of the time that you guys were. So, if there's anything that comes to mind that is super notable, I know for me personally, it was Graham's story, which was just an absolute tearjerker. But for yourself, was there anything that really stood out to you, or maybe changed your perspective, or whatever? I think you know what I'm digging at here.
Yeah, for me, Graham's story, it kicked all of us in the gut pretty hard because we had known her for quite a while at that point, and she had disclosed her excitement of, a grandchild coming into the family, and then experiencing that loss. That was pretty profound and really upset a lot of us. Canada Plus was a really profound part of that group. She's from Alberta and went with the convoy all the way to Ottawa. And she's in law enforcement. And I believe she gave up her job after she got back from the from the convoy. But she did a lot of, pardon me, live reporting for us on the ground. She would pop into her rooms whenever she was available. Trans, of course, always loved his downloads whenever he would pop in. Um, I can't pick a favorite. Everybody contributed equally. Um, there was just so many stories. What really interested me after was not only the support, of course, because all of us Canadians get together, but we all of a sudden we start accumulating all the support from the United States. That was overwhelming. Then it's Australia. Then I'm talking to people all over Europe, South Africa, New Zealand. I mean, the whole friggin' world was on those spaces, and the reach that it had just absolutely fascinated us, right? Because everybody was just so proud of us as Canadians for standing up against these mandates in the government, right? Because I think at that point everybody had had enough of the bullshit. So it was a once in a lifetime kind of experience. It'll never be repeated again. That's where I met all you guys in there, of course. Um, Cynthia was great. She owns her own trucking company in Ontario there, and she gave us a lot of great information and downloads, and stressed the importance of why you just can't stop, because there were a lot of people saying, well, why don't you just stop shipping stuff, right? And she did a lot of contracts shipping medications and stuff. I mean, can you imagine the harm that would cause normal Canadians if they couldn't get their prescription medications and stuff like that? Never mind the impact of the job losses and potential loss of her company as well, right? Because I don't know how big her company is. She's not like a huge transport, but she is quite significant and plays a critical role in getting medications to Canadians in her region. So just so many great stories. Everything Davo and Chick and Junior Dude did with all their live reporting when they were at the Ambassador Bridge and other locations. Um, just a fantastic, a community effort from everybody involved. Just because we were, honored enough and blessed enough to hold those spaces, somehow it caught on. I don't know how, it just did. Then we had support from a few doctors that were coming in. Dr. Hank was probably one of the first ones because I used to listen to his spaces every Saturday about all the medical things with the vaccine injured and what was going on with the vaccine at that time, and he would have a lot of guest doctors and nurses, apothecarial etc. Right? So we all just became this big family of support right across the world during that Freedom Convoy. So it was just such an amazing, incredible experience. It's really hard to articulate it fully.
Yeah, and just to lens that into people, that Graham's told the story of basically her daughter lost a baby because she was told the vaccination was safe and effective. So that's one of the key components here. And we know from every other drug therapy or whatever you want to call this stuff, you never, ever, ever, the last cohort you do after 10 years, you may start a 5-year study on pregnant women if proven, safe and effective. But safe and effective was not, it was never safe and effective. They didn't have the data. We know that. So it was purely a noble lie, and probably engagement of the MIC. So
Just heard from TR6 there, Wogpog. He'll be here shortly.
okie dokie. As soon as he comes up, I'll let me know as soon as he comes up, because my screen updates shittily.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah. So any Mikey, because you were in those rooms, any takeaways or greatest stories that you had going on there during Bob's convoy rooms?
Oh, they were fantastic. I was in and out of them all the time, sharing a lot of information, the coordination, and the way we were able to dissect the psyops along the way too, right? We had a lot of coordination going on, and it took, like Bob says, it's not just the host or the co-host. It took all of us, right? And it was an amazing coordination and experience, really, to witness and take part in. Absolutely, just like the trucker movement, right? First time in Canada history that we've had overpass filled, right? When have we ever had those massive amounts? We broke a history in protest that day, right? And continued on. So it was an amazing experience to be part of, and just to truly feel Canadian again, right? That's the big factor there. It brought that pride of being Canadian back, and something I hold close to this day. Bring Chinook up. Chinook is in the house.
Hey. Oh, I love this conversation. I want to just share my little input on that. Back then, during the trucker convoy stuff, there was such an excitement for, like current information. And that's what brought me to Twitter Spaces in the first place, because the TikTok stuff was getting shut down really quickly. A video would go up, it would get taken down. And then, of course, Facebook was even worse, right? So, yeah, I heard from a couple people saying, "Oh, we're talking on Twitter Spaces about this, and so far we haven't got shut down over there." So that's sort of what led a lot of people kind of over here, right? It was a boost for Twitter Spaces, because we could kind of talk on here under the radar. It seemed like for a long time. I don't know, people probably were getting banned or whatever on and off, but it wasn't as bad as everywhere else. And there was just such a hunger for finding out what's going on. Like originally I was watching that, what's his name? The big red guy. I mean, his was the TikTok video that sort of got everyone all worked up. I can't remember what his name. Oh, Chris Barber, right? So his video was sort of the first little piece of snowball that started the big thing, and then everyone was like, "Oh, how can we find out more?" And I don't know if he ended up on here, but in his comments on his TikTok video, there was people talking about, well, get over to Twitter Spaces. So that was the one thing I noticed at the beginning of what happened there, sort of this genesis of well, we can talk freely in this area, and we won't get shut down, right? So
Yeah, that's a good point, Chinook, because even BJ, Dichter coming into the spaces and that, he started giving us updates on some of the things too, right? He was quite busy at that time. He spoke more with us after, the thing concluded. But during that time, everybody, like you said, was just dying for information, right? And that was a big part of the attraction to those spaces as well.
Yeah, it was incredibly frustrating, right? Because I think most people knew Twitter, one of its best, attributes, I guess, or, that type of thing is that you can get news really fast here. It's like within minutes. I mean, even locally, if I'm like, oh, something's going on. We had an earthquake here about a month ago, so a series of earthquakes in northern Alberta. And I was like, oh, yeah, go to Twitter because everywhere else will be about at least 10 minutes behind, right? So I came here, and sure enough, it's all like hundreds of tweets already. So that was back then with that hunger of like wanting to know what's going on. It's like, okay, all the truckers are headed in Alberta now, and where are they? Are they in Edmonton yet? What's going on with the Calgary truckers? And it was just the best place to kind of find out what was going on. And then in between that, watching the feeds on Facebook as they came up. I mean, they'd be taken down right away, or that one big group, the Freedom Convoy group in Facebook, I think that one was like shut down right away, and they set up another one. So I mean, it was kind of frustrating because you're like hungry for videos, but you get some of it here, some of it there, and anyways, yeah, it's sort of rambling, but I just thinking back to then, it was so exciting because it was like, oh my god, like look at everybody, you know, we can actually meet on here and talk about it live, and have people reporting from these places. It was so cool.
Yeah, that was a huge factor, live reporting, getting firsthand knowledge, right? And you can't shred it with a lie. It is what it is, right? And that's the beauty of this technology ultimately. And how everything's synchronized, even with the outside entities like Facebook and whatever getting shut down, we were able to still keep it going, and that was truly amazing, I think.
Yeah, like even with Pat, he was really controversial and kind of crude and stuff, but I still think that his heart was just, he had a big heart. So I watched his videos too because I wanted to know what was going on his end, and I watched like Tamara's things, and I mean, I didn't see some of these other ones at the Ambassador Bridge or whatever, but it just became, after about a month of this going on, or a couple of weeks, it became so fragmented and chunks of information here and there, and it was it was an incredible moment in history. I don't think we'll see something like that again because now, of course, they know how to shut off the tap of info, right, and videos. But we seem to be good in spaces. I mean, we're a little bit, our spaces aren't that big, but we get people in, like you said, from all over the world still, and there seems to
Well, it
be
would
some
be
sort
really,
of
yeah.
magic, right?
You hit the nail on the head there, though, Chinook, too, right? We were primed. No one was at work. All the restrictions were in place. It was a prime opportunity for us to take a stand, and I think we made our point, right? And yeah, it will take a lot of more hardships, really, to get to that point again. I think for a long time, but depending how much the pressures of powers that be sink themselves more and more now at this point, right? I think we could coordinate something. We really need to, like, all the polls that are coming out now, when it pertains to our governance and stuff like that. I can't see them being accurate, just with what has taken place since our last election, right? The government segregated 6+ million Canadians, let alone all the vaccine injured now, on top of all the information and everything else that's taken place. So either we're gonna still go down the same road of history or not. I think we really have to empower that and make that a highlight here, because I can't see 6+ million Canadians voting for any of the 338. If you understand abuse and the insanity of what and segregation, right? Just being segregated from society. And I don't think anyone's taking that into account in the factors here, let alone those who followed the Pied Piper. They're dying off votes, right? So there has to be some. I don't know if I'm not. Am I wrong here with the numbers here and thinking here? Because huge factors have taken place here since this. And as far as I'm concerned, any of these polls, any of the infighting between the CPC and PPC, it's all fucking distractions at this point, I think. You know? I don't know, call a spade a spade. Am I wrong? Please challenge me.
Part of that is just human nature, right? Because everyone wants a leader, and then you sort of start to have the little tribe-y things of, well, this guy's better than that guy, and that guy, I don't like his message, and like that. We kind of do it to ourselves, right? I don't think that's all of that is the government. I mean, certainly they'll take advantage of that and stoke the fire in some cases, but we can be our own worst enemy sometimes, I think.
Well, aside from egos and stuff like that, right? I'm just a Canadian here, a humble Canadian. Just know after being segregated, um, I hope to create that conversation and encourage others that have been segregated, because 6 million is a huge number when we're talking about federal politics and power there, and that could make, in fact, make huge changes. Being bipartisan speaking here, right? I'm not really rooting for anyone at this time, well, other than Maxime Bernier, rightfully so, because he has been alongside with this whole evolution of everything here, right? Aside from all the shit in the past, whatever, what he has displayed time and time again, through all the segregation, through all the division, he's no, and that's a psychological tactic aside from everything as well too, right? So who knows? Time will tell, right? I sure hope things do change, but if they don't, yeah, we're in for a lot more torture up here in the north. Go ahead, Marlene.
Hey, I hearing you guys talk. Spent a lot of time Fort St. John, Williston Lake. Um, Canadians are true and dear to my heart. I have to tell you, when I was there, and this was before COVID and all that, and one of the gentlemen turned to me and says, I'm envious of your patriotism. And I looked at him, and I couldn't believe it. Uh, you're talking about your own country, but you guys sticking the flag in the ground at the trucker thing, I think that was more of a liberation for Canadians and Americans. Maybe the Canadians needed to lead the Americans this time. So, believe me, people in the U.S. believe in the same ideology you do. So I'm glad to see that. Hey, the patriotism is rebirthed here. That's what I feel like. Thanks.
Yeah, it became a worldwide thing. People around the world, it just sparked a thing. I was super proud of that. I talked to my kid a lot about that. I said, you need to watch what's happening because this is one of those times that you'll remember your whole life. What's happening here. Like this is a massive movement, right? And just watch why. And it becomes the stories of like all these people and they're saying, this is why I'm driving all the way across Canada. Like think about how many kilometers that is, or for you Americans, miles. Like that's a huge journey, and it was crappy weather and it was brutal, and that just shows you like our spirit is strong, and the stories are important. Like in the beginning, I remember there being like, well, maybe it's just for the money, and it's like, no, 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 people are fed up, and we've had enough, and that's why people were donating, because they believed in this message. But I
That's
love
another
that.
highlighting point is the money raised. No political party has ever been able to raise that amount of money, and that's why they got so threatened, folks. So, the power and the will is there. We just have to realign, right? So,
Yeah, Mike, I think that was a turning point because up till then it was, concentrating on End the Arrive Can app and in the mandates, right? And then the GoFundMe pops up, and it's almost at $1 million, and we're all like, wow. And then it's going up another million and another 500,000 and another, and everybody was just flabbergasted. That was so unexpected. And you're right. That's when the government freaked out. I remember reporting live from CTV News. I was playing it on one of the Twitter spaces. One of the head reporters in Ottawa was telling Canadians they estimate about 1,000 people, I think she said, to show up in Ottawa for the weekend, right? And I'm like, are they really that out of touch. They can't see any intelligence from anything else that a thousand people. But that's how hard Trudeau was downplaying the backlash from the mandates, right? So they kind of set the citizens in Ottawa up in a way. The mainstream media did, because they downplayed it so much that this is going to be a small, fringe minority group of these, outliers that are going to come in. They're going to do their little protest, and then they're going to leave. And they had no idea how many Canadians were showing up, right? And the GoFundMe money, I think, reflected a lot of that, because as the inquiries discovered, most of those donations were 5, 10, 20 buck donations. There was no major, Elon Musk guy donating 10 million bucks kind of thing, right? It was just all of us as Canadians chipping in a few bucks to support the truckers and get our freedom back, and send the Liberal government a message. So that was the big turning point, when I think the government went, holy shit, these guys mean business. And then they started screaming insurrection, and that's when everything went stupid from the government's perspective, because they started saying that they were here to overthrow the government. And that's why we stayed on our message. We're here to end the ArriveCan app, end the mandates. That's it. It's just that simple. There's no more talk. Every single voice was peaceful. Nobody ever called for overthrow the government or get violent. In fact, peacefulness was encouraged all the time, and reminded of the protesters, from some of the lead groups in the convoy organization. So, like, for instance, if they saw a bunch of mainstream media show up, watch out for instigators. Everybody, get your cell phone cameras rolling on video, and if anything happens, join arms and sit down peacefully, so that they can't get any bad camera angle, and you guys can point out the person sent in there to cause trouble, right? Because nobody in that convoy that took part of that was doing anything. And what we were waiting for is for some, plant to come in with a weapon or a knife or a gun, and try and make everybody look bad. And a lot of our friends in the United States helped us out with that, because of what happened with January 6th. And they were warning us that you guys are going to, Trudeau's going to try and lure you guys into that trap too, right? So don't take it. So there was a lot of genuine support from the US, telling us to Alpha Warrior. I know he was a big help with that, explaining to people how the government can con people into, make it look like the peaceful protesters are actually violent. So yeah, there was just so much information during that time. It was pretty crazy.
It was what was it? 49, 420, 69 was the biggest donation to the truckers convoy, two of Elon Musk's favorite numbers. And then the website liar.com was purchased probably for 6 figures, and it would redirect to Justin Trudeau's Wikipedia page. I think that's a pretty clear message that that was the biggest donation, with the thing there, just to sort of throw that into the ring. But mostly, as you said, small donations from mom and pop people. And yeah, it was a media turn, right? It was a media turn. It was all media turn perception. That's why it's so key what our perceptions, like when we talk about these, especially these narrative turn times now. So the convoy was right, all of these spaces, it was right. That perception battle was worth fighting. People wanted to, do other modalities to sort of like counterbalance this, but in the end, it was a perception war, and it continues to be a perception war, and that's why we're all here.
Yeah, because if it would have just been a bunch of guys with no message, no one cares, right? Like, whoever, it's the story, it's the people took back their story, and that's why it became powerful. And whoever has the microphone, or the megaphone, I guess, right, that's who has the power. So it's always been this fight here of like trying to get our voices back and our stories. And you know, it's really hard, like what Mike said yesterday about fighting against the mainstream media. But most people now sort of know, that I talk to anyways, that that's all bullshit from CBC and whatever else. So
Well,
Not the Q-tips. That's the problem. Not the Q-tips.
well,
Not the 49% of the CPC,
Yeah, but
supporters.
they're losing numbers every day, Wog. Sadly,
Not from the
that's the
Q-tips, buddy.
reality we're all
Not
facing.
no. Not from the old fucking Q-tips. They're not
That didn't
losing
take
the
the
old
experiment.
people. They're not losing the old people. They have no fucking Google food, dude. That's the problem.
I don't know. I know a few old folks, and they're just kind of also like, what the hell's going on? This is all wrong, right? I mean, some of them still have their. Someone like my mom will just have the CNN or whatever on her TV thing. She still has cable and, you know, watches all that crap. But I warn her, and she knows, and she'll send it to me. Look at this crap. Look at all these lies. And I'm like, yay, mom. She's finally
You got to
figured
keep
it
in
out.
mind, a lot of the older generation don't even take part in the internet or the interwebs, right? Um, because they're comfortable in their setting, right? And I know for a fact my father didn't refuse to use computers, like, and he was the Federation of Labor president, right? Just a stubborn old goat in those regards. But that's a factor in, and so many different factors have taken place, like I said, since the last federal election here in Canada, in particular, from the segregation, and every day now that we wait, like how long it took for him to reintroduce all the mandates, every day that took away from that, he didn't implement them, right? It lost its strength. And same thing with this next vote here in Canada. The longer they wait for another election, the more votes they're losing, right? Like,
Well, Mike,
so that's a factor,
the one
right?
thing too,
So
Mike, is that like a lot of the older folks, if you say to them, "Do you know who Daniel Bulford is?" They're like, "No." Oh, he's the RCMP officer that is a sniper that was charged with protecting the Prime Minister of Canada. Oh, wow, really? Yeah, and guess what he did? He quit his job because he wouldn't take the experimental jab, and he was one of the key point people for comms between the police and the Freedom Convoy. That was his role in that. Did the media tell any of you that? No, right? Well, do you ever wonder why? I mean, one of the most trusted Canadians that we have. He's he's guarding the Prime Minister of Canada as an RCMP officer. I don't think you can get a higher level of trust from the government. And now he's forced to quit his job, and now he's becomes a key communications person between the government, the police, and the Freedom Convoy to ensure that there are no infiltrators, there are no troublemakers. And I mean, as peaceful as it was, you can always get some rebel rouser in there, right? Mainstream media didn't talk about that once. So it's if you're ever talking to these seniors that don't understand what's going on, maybe enlighten them with something like that that would make them raise an eyebrow and maybe look into a little bit of this stuff, right? Because I couldn't believe that his name was just absolutely hushed by mainstream media during that time.
Bob, I forgot about him. That his speech was really, really, really powerful. I just forgot about that until you mentioned it. I should dig that up and see what's going on with him now, because that was super powerful and an amazing speech he did.
Yeah, it was very powerful. You're talking about at the commission?
I think so. Yeah, he was in a hall or something, and is he the one that sort of started crying towards the end, I think, right? Because he was so upset about what was happening.
That was during the convoy or whatever. I think you're thinking of. It wasn't at the commission.
Oh, yeah, I gotta see if I thought I had it saved. I have too many bookmarks now, because I had a link to his thing, and it was really good.
Well, his fireside chat was also awesome. He was like him sort of standing in front of his fireplace, sort of saying it like it was as far as his point of reference. I think that hits on something else here, just that we've been confronting here for a while, is that I'm coming in here and telling the truth. It's like, okay, the truth equals the science, right? And like two people could see the same thing happen and have totally two different descriptions, right? So you can be telling your truth, but telling the truth is, negating the fact that we have point of reference. But yeah, I agree. Danny Bulford was a complete, a lot of them, but I would say this, well, I don't know if I should say it, but on open channels here, but the Tom Marazzo messaging versus like what the other messaging was, it sort of had like a little bit of an ominous tone. And I was like, like, what the hell is this? Like, it was quizzical. It was possibly problematic. There was a lot of like different messages going on, but I think like the purest message to me was just, trans just getting the message out in 2 minutes and 20 seconds with barely checking the clock. Like he just had it nailed. He was disseminating in those kind of sound bites that was, had it not been like we've been focusing on like YouTube and the mainstream and Facebook and Twitter and trying to do this all through these things, like it was just it was clear counter messaging, the fact that he couldn't get his thing out because it was so freaking powerful, and probably should have, we should have moved over to like TikTok or something, but
Zinc, just to do some room maintenance. Are you with us still? Can you bring Wogpog back up as a co-host here?
Yeah, I'm here.
And check your DMs too, please. Continue on, Wog. Sorry,
he doesn't want to because I said gimme co-host. I didn't say, can I have co-host, please, Senor Zinc? My liege.
What?
Go ahead,
I mean, but why are you just ask in the room. Like, don't be all like sly. You want people to think that I trust you and honor you so much that I chose to give you the co-host, right? That you weren't begging for it like the little bitch you are, right?
Wog's a co-host.
It's like,
no matter
well,
where
Wog
he
here.
goes. That's the rule. He's either a host or co-host. I don't give a shit what room he's in. That's just the rule.
It's true. It's true. That's why I started my own rooms, because I was like, fuck this. Now I can interject at will and mute other people. God level powers. No, I'm just kidding. The whole
he wouldn't even let me be a co-host lately. It's funny. So it's like, fine. We'll play this game.
No.
Young Jedi.
You're not playing any games here. It's like, it's earned, Mikey. Earned. No, I'm just kidding. James is who I wanted to get up.
I'm just swinging my
Can I interject and maybe criticize you guys a little bit?
Oh yes, lots of criticism. Welcome.
Absolutely, we like to criticize each other there, James.
Okay, so let me just give you I'm in and out of your space, and I know I don't spend a lot of time here, but what I find when I come into the space and listen a little bit as a boomer is the ageism is just off the chart. Like, I'm a normie, I'm a Q-tip, I'm this, I'm that. It's just, man, you guys just rolled it into every word. There is some truth to this, but we're not all stunned. I may have my own, kind of way that I go, but it feels very, very unwelcoming. And so generally, I just move back out. Now, maybe you don't want people like me in your space, and that's fine. And I can even kind of understand that. But I just thought I'd just, mention it, because honestly, I come in, I listen, maybe for 5 minutes or so. Sometimes I join the conversation. Usually I don't, because I honestly don't feel welcome.
Oh, that's just silly though, James. Sticks and stones, right? We have to be adults here. You could call me any name in the book you want.
The main point is usually we're just ripping
sing.
on TR6 guy there, though, right? I mean, that's the
Yeah.
point, right?
Yeah, and you can't take things personal in these spaces, folks. Get a little bit of thick skin, right? Because this is not freaking playing in junior high anymore. We have to be adults. And if you can't take a little criticism or constructive criticism, whatever, so be it, right? If you don't want to pay attention or hang out, that's your choice too. But
criticism. You're literally name calling. Every time it's just name calling.
Who are you directing the name calling at there, James? Myself, because I don't name call.
Honestly, almost everybody that grabs the mic either refers to us boomers, right, in a derogatory way. It's very, very common in your space. I'm just going to say
that's a little soft skin there, a little, I don't know. but
I am not a
feel sad
soft-skinned guy.
because
Come on.
yeah, it's ticking up
Yeah,
a
but
little
let's
there, son,
Jay,
because
if
we're
you
in the
no,
say
but
thick of
that,
let's
you
things.
guys are
discuss
boomers
it. No,
too.
let's discuss it. I mean, I think it's a valid point. Let's just sort of direct it here a bit. Chinook, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say a lot of times it's just a way of speaking because these guys are boomers too. Look at Wog, he's super old, right? We make fun of ourselves. We say I call myself a boomer, and it's sort of a it's not always used in the way that you think it's being used. Some people use it as like a, well, I'm old fashioned, so I'll call myself a boomer when I say something that's old fashioned, right? Like here's my boomer point of view of XYZ, right?
I
So
can't even remember the last time we really talked about. I mean, whatever Wog was saying there a minute ago, like that was like the first time
The first time
we
he mentioned
in like
Q-tip
a
relation
while.
too, and
Yeah.
so there's no validation to what you're really expressing there, James.
when I hear
If you feel
Q-tip,
that
I think of
uncomfortable,
those
so
like guys on the, these executives that are in charge of, like, that's what I think of Q-tip, but maybe
Well,
Wog
okay,
has it.
I'll lens it in terms of like if you go into some areas that are like rich and whatever, you've got the old ladies with their hair all poofy. The idea is that it's been a derogatory term for a long time. We call them Q-tips because they have the big permed, puffy white hair, right? And I'm going to lens why the Q-tip the older generation is a problem, right? Here's what the problem is. The problem is why the CPC can't be aggressive. Okay, it's 49-51 right now, right? It's 49% young people and it's 51% old people. And I say, why appeal to the old people who are going to vote conservative anyways? You've already captured them. Don't appeal to them anymore. Move the party to the proper right-hand side, and then we can start moving forward. So that the attack vector is real. You're right. I am triggering, but there's a reason behind it. So James, I want James to get his fair shake in here.
Yeah, I guess if you want to abandon people of a certain age and that's your strategy, you're succeeding. Well done.
Well, James, I would say that you're
quite harsh.
no, just hold on, Mikey. Just hold on. So I'm the one that made the transgression, so I'll answer to the thing. So here's the deal, right? So I'm assuming because you didn't counterpoint that you agree with me, right? So I'm
What
just
do
going
you
to take
disagree
that
with?
liberty.
You're making my point. You made my point for me, Wog.
I
When
am.
your opponent is digging themselves a hole, why stop them?
James, if I was going to do a demographic on your room, I'd say you have the 49% of the young conservative sort of leaning people. I would posit that we have more boomers or whatever we want to call them here, Q-tips or whatever. So if I was going to analyze the demographics, I would say that you're actually in that 49% progressive, conservatives, i.e. move it to the right. I'm pointing out the problem here, and the problem is you don't need to do anything with the old people. They are going to vote conservative, just like you don't need to do anything with Atlantic Canada. Their grandfather voted liberal, their father voted liberal, their grandfather, their aunt, they're surrounded by liberals. They're going to vote liberal. There's nothing like, what do you do, right? So, but the question here, why pivot the CPC towards those old people that are stuck voting conservative either way? So you guys are too busy sucking old gray wrinkly cock when you could be, having the big fat titties hanging out, right? So you tell me, right? That's the big problem with the CPC. And it's not because of the thing, it's because the wokeist agenda has infiltrated the actual party behind the politicians. And because the Pierre Poilievre couldn't manage to clear house, John Baird couldn't manage to clean house, now you're stuck half and half. You're a bisexual, I'm not saying you personally, I'm saying that this is a bisexual, you're taking the best of both worlds, best at both ends here. So, if you want to talk strategy and politics, okay, yeah, I already gave you the thing, Alienation 9000. I'm giving you the win on what you're saying. So that's that part. That part of the conversation is over. I'm talking strategically how to get this country out of the shithole. That's it. And I know those metaphors are distasteful to people, designed to be so. So just, if we want to address the elephant in the room, Aaron O'Toole 2.0. I mean, this is the problem, right? So I've given you that point because I wanted to move the conversation further, and I want to find out how we collectively get out of this. So how do we do it?
Okay, so my position on that is not going to be popular in this space either. But so I'll just lay it out. I don't think the PPC is relevant anymore. You haven't got a seat. You're 2% in the polls, and Poiliev's got the bit in his teeth, and will likely win the next election. So if you want to make change, join the Conservative Party and make change from
But
within.
you said he's likely to make the next election, so why does he need our 2%?
He doesn't.
Okay, then
You're
what
irrelevant.
does it matter exactly? So why
So
should I
that's
waste
what
my vote
I'm
on
not
Polyev?
arguing with you. If you want to vote PPC, have at it. It's just irrelevant. That's my point.
And the factor here is, everyone's under a big hypnotized fantasy dream because there's so many other factors that have taken place. 6 million Canadians plus are not going to vote Liberal or NDP for that matter. Whether they
They're
vote
just not going to vote. That's what they're not
CPC,
going to
no,
do.
but let me go through the numbers here, Zinc.
No, we know the
Like, we only
numbers.
have a
I'm saying
population, right?
they're
So
just
it's a
lazy.
numbers thing. If you wanted reality of the numbers, segregation is a huge factor in a society. And I can't honestly think people are going to just simply.
Well, we don't know who those 6 million are. I mean, it
But
could
I think
be
the
half
political
illegals.
landscape. I think we really have to snap out of the old reality and paradigm of everything's going to go down the same. Like, look at these freaking polls. I don't believe a single one of them. Right? Too much harm has been done towards Canadians, and we really have to highlight that. I'm calling out for all the abuse that was done by all of the 338 there, and it's a huge factor. We have to take note of that.
James, do you think that the PPC policy could have any influence on the Conservatives to sort of stand up more for our charter rights and, our medical?
Yeah, I think it already has. I agree with that, Bob. I think it already has. I think if there's one thing that I can give the PPC some credit for is moving the paradigm to the right. And I think you guys deserve some credit for that. But at this point, I think the simple fact of the matter is it's the Maxime Bernier party, and Maxime Bernier is a populist, but he's not very popular, and it's over.
No, it's really not. I
though.
mean, no. Let's just. I mean, because it's
Go
the
ahead.
same argument we've had forever and ever. I mean, I guess I'm just like it's nothing, right? Is that the CPC wants to complain that the PPC needs to join them, but we're irrelevant. Yet somehow we're the one who spoiled their election.
I'm not telling
The
you what to do.
CPC can't accept their own failures.
You do
Pierre
whatever you
is
want.
never going to be prime minister. He's distasteful to most Canadians. He's unlikable, unlovable, unintelligent, uneducated.
Zink, I did not say you had to join the Conservative Party. I don't care what you do.
Well, no, you're going on a list of things about Max. Well, I'm going to go on a list of things about Pierre. He's never had a real job. He's not actually that educated.
Nobody
he probably can't count with his shoes and on. So
Right.
no, I mean, I don't know what your point is. What is your point here?
My point is your party's irrelevant.
That's
my point is your party's irrelevant. Tell me how your party is irrelevant. Tell me one relevant thing Pierre Poilievre has done in his entire life. Let me know when you guys publish a platform or take a stand on anything or oppose jabbing babies or transing kids or whatever other satanic rituals the CPC performs in their hidden chambers. I mean, let me know once they've made a stand on that and where your win on that is going to be, other than just saying, oh, Max is never going to win. Well, who cares? We're going to lose either way. We're going to lose the Pierre, and Pierre is the same as Trudeau. So what's your point? What do you gain from Pierre? That's what I always want to hear from people, but they can never tell me, oh, well, we just got to get Trudeau out. Oh, we just got to get Trudeau out.
That's the only platform thing the CPC...
I can give you a number of reasons why I like Pierre, if you want me to, but I don't really think anybody in this room is going to listen anyway. But yeah, I mean, that's, if you ask me why I think what I think, I gave you my answer. I know it's not a very nice answer. I know, it might trigger you, and you seemed quite triggered by it.
Well, no, I've just heard it over and over and over, and I've then repeated the same old. Well, that's what I'm saying. What's new here?
I'm just saying, you guys vote for who you want to vote for. Support whoever you'd like. You have every right.
I don't know. You guys seem awfully mad every time. It's like, oh, you guys split the vote.
Mad. I'm not mad.
You split the vote.
I am not mad. I'm not angry.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand what the problem is. If the PPC people are doing what they're doing, then why does that matter to you? Why does that bother you?
You asked me what I think of the PPC, and I answered honestly. That's my honest answer. I don't think you're relevant. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
let me jump in here. Let me jump
And
in.
you're segregating
We'll go to,
yourself.
no, we'll go to Adrian right after, but I just want to say this: like, without the PPC shift to the right, you guys would be fully Aaron O'Toole 2.0. Okay, and what I'm pointing out to you is I'm pointing you to the path to solution, which is my habit, and the path to solution is cleaning house behind the scenes.
Yeah,
Now,
I don't agree with that, Wog. I think what really got rid of Aaron O'Toole was the Trucker Freedom Convoy, and they are not all PPC members.
What about the
That was a
flip-flopping that he was
nonpartisan
doing
movement
the entire
that
time?
exposed Aaron O'Toole and woke the conservatives up to his poor leadership, and they turfed him. So that's what happened in my world, and you may believe something else, and that's okay. That's okay. We don't have to agree.
okay, well, I was just going to say what Adrian's going to say back to you. So let's try to keep it, guys. We're going to have to go to fucking hands, even though no one wants to, but Adrian's got the floor. Then we're going to go to Renee after that. But I'm going to give James a way to rebut whatever Adrian says. So let's just do this in sort of like a little bit of a debate format.
Well,
and I want James
what is the debate here, though? I'm not sure. No, I want to understand.
Okay,
what
but
the debate is.
we can lens that. Let's do that. How about we go to Zinc right after Adrian speaks, and we can lens this. But the problem is going to happen here is that I don't want to feel if James is presenting a counterpoint. If James is presenting a counterpoint here, I don't want him to feel like it's a full like attack fest. And let's keep it to the ideas and not the person. Okay, guys. So that's all I'm trying to do. And then Zinc will refine or will define the debate here in a second. So Renee's going to be after Adrian, but James is going to get a chance to rebut Adrian. So let's just look at this as an adult sort of interactional thing. It looks like TR6 is here from the Trudeau protest. Let's go straight to TR6 here first, guys. This is just an evolving situation. Just hold on. We'll get it under control. Just give us a sec. TR6, go ahead.
Hey, guys and gals in the room. Been a busy day here in Windsor. Trudeau started out going to the University of Windsor. We surrounded that place. Then he went to the Chrysler minivan plant, and we were protesting there. Now we're all in Walkerville area, which is Hiram Walker's. I'm sure everybody knows about Hiram Walker's whiskey, and very exclusive area. And there's a huge park here called Willestead Manor, and that's where Trudeau's coming. $1,000 a plate dinner. There's only one entrance in the place, and we've got it surrounded with all of our Fuck Trudeau flags and our Canadian flags and people. It is a public park, and no one is being allowed in there. They have their Secret Service or security, whatever. Oh, I see all the media is just showing up now. But he's going to get a resounding welcome when his caravan shows up. We've got a lot of people out here right at the front gates. And so far, the police and the I don't know whether they are RCMP or whatever, they're being very cooperative. They're talking to us. I think they don't like doing what they're doing either. But the fact that he is blocking entrance to a public park is very disturbing. That Canadian citizens cannot walk through this huge park because he's commandeered it. The building I can see, but the park should not be blocked off. So that's what's going on right now. It's now 5:23. The dinner starts at 6, so we expect them to show up soon. It's kind of cool. It's starting a light drizzle here right now, so it's not the most comfortable to be out, but we're here standing up for our rights. So I did take some pictures, and I've been posting some stuff, but we're here doing being our Canadian patriots and sticking up for freedom. So that's all I got to report.
What's the numbers? What's the numbers, TR6?
The numbers of people? There's probably 100. There's probably 100 people here. It's not huge, but
yep.
He cannot get through. He cannot enter without seeing us all. We're right on both sides of the gate.
Oh, he just waves and smiles, and they cut the audio so that they can just get their little clip there and put it on the news.
TR6, do
Yep.
you have sufficient Bengay to last the evening, or do
Well,
you need an emergency run?
When I get home, I may have to slather it on after standing out here in the. It's kind of it's damp, right? So I'll
Well,
survive.
if you could go live at all, you know,
Well,
we're here for you guys.
Yeah, that might be hard to do because I don't want to miss what's going on. I just came back to my car to warm up a bit and get back out there because we don't know exactly when he's going to show up, but I want to be there getting pictures and shouting.
Take a video. Don't take a picture, TR6. Have your video ready to go to get his exit and get the audio, and that'll go viral. Just as long hold it steady and make sure you got a good vantage point. Concentrate on the media production here. This is how we're going to win this. Thank you for doing that.
Well, we won't see him getting out at all because we're quite a ways from the building, but we'll see his convoy. I already passed his convoy today. It's about 9 black vehicles. The amount of money that this is costing for him to be here. The Coast Guard he stayed right on Riverside Drive in the Hilton, and the Coast Guard ship is docked there. They brought in earlier when we got here. They brought in a black vehicle with dogs in it. So they even have dogs here. Like it's craziness what's going on here. The amount of money it costs for him to come here, and now $1,000 plate to get in. And everybody that goes in there, we're hassling them a little bit, saying, $1,000 could feed the homeless, but go ahead and say hello to Justin, So it's crazy. So I don't know whether this is a fundraising thing because he's going to call an election or what, but I cannot believe that anybody would pay $1,000 to see him. The media is all showing up now, CBC, everybody. So it's got to be close before he gets here.
They got to do their cock lathering. But anyways, thanks for that TR6. So we got quite a lively debate here going on. Let's go to Adrian, and we'll give James a chance to say back at whatever Adrian says, and then we'll go to Renee after that, after Zink. So we're just going to go Adrian, James, Zink.
So yeah, thanks, Wog. I actually kind of want to respond to you, Wog, when you say like the old timers, that have voted CPC or they voted Liberal, they're not going to change. I just want to say my dad has voted Liberal for 57 years. Like it's pretty much all he's ever voted. And he was arguing with me like, Trudeau. Then Trudeau and Freeland froze the bank accounts. He flipped 180 on a dime. He said to me, this guy is a dictator, this country. And I mean, he is the foundation, right, of liberal voting. So, I mean, for him, after 57 years of voting liberal, to flip 180 on a dime, you know what I mean? That's saying something. So, I mean, so
I'm not speaking to be specific, Adrian. I'm not speaking to people jettisoning from the left onto the right.
I'm just saying there's cracks in the foundation.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the captured. We specifically, right? Just to lens this, because I think the definitions are going to be important. I think that Zink is going to define this after James talks here in a second. And I know you're not done. But what I'm saying is, we don't have to worry about the CPC, or the Liberals rather. They're going to jettison over because they're like, what the hell is this inflation? They can believe the VAC mandate and all the other bullshit in CBC. The problem is their techno literacy, and also the same problem with even younger generation. If you don't know how to sort of work around Google and the censorship on YouTube, then you're going to be screwed. So it is a bigger problem, and I think that the media is the main objective here. That's why I'm asking TR6 to try to get video, and let's try to make it go viral or something like this. This is how I'm lensing it, because this is how I see how we're going to be affected. So, but when we talk about here, Grandpa is starting to think about voting CPC. Okay, well, Merry Christmas. I'm saying that the CPC is too concerned with losing the Q-tips. Therefore, they're moving themselves to the left. The other equation here, and this is also the other, if we want to talk about distasteful, calling it like you see it, the real problem here is the 18 to 35 unwed females in Toronto that are going to continue to vote for the best looking guy. So Fancy Socks has got that. So we're screwed on that. If we don't get that, that's why you speak softly and moistly and all that other stuff. So, but I don't want to make this about me, but I get your counterpoint there, but I don't know if you were understanding how I was lensing it. So go ahead.
When I was just trying to say, like, I think there are cracks in the Liberal Foundation in that core base of support.
But we're not talking about the Liberal Foundation right now.
Fair enough.
Adrian, you're sort of throwing in. You're throwing in like we're talking about apples, and it's like, well, you know, I got this mandarin that's fantastic. It's like, well, that's awesome.
Well, I think Adrian's point there is that, you know, we can pick up people in the PPC from that too.
So I mean, and this is another thing. This sort of segues into what else I was going to say, is that every CPCer that I argue with, you know, either in spaces or through tweets, I've been tweeting much more recently. It's like they feel that they own whatever small percentage of PPC votes are out there, that we just need to get on board with the CPC. No, why should we? I mean, we're party building, right? I mean, it's a 4-year-old party. And I mean, my question to James is, James, can't you see any parallels between the Reform Party of Canada and the PPC? I mean, when the Reform Party came in 1987, they were formed in 1987. In the 1988 election, they got 270,000 some odd votes and 0 seats. Okay, then in the 93 election, they got like 2 million votes and 52 seats. So, I mean, PPC is on the exact same trajectory. I mean, there are so many parallels there between the party. To say, oh, you know, you guys don't have any seats, so you're completely irrelevant, it's absolute BS, right? I mean, like, nobody said that to the Reform Party, you know, in the 88 election when they got 0 seats. But then, you know, 93, 52.
Okay, we got it.
We
don't need the review. We don't need the review.
All right,
of
fair
what you
enough.
just said,
But
right?
I'm just saying, I'll just say to James.
I know, but let's keep it on point. Adrian, listen to this. Listen to this. If everyone talks for 10 minutes,
I'm not going for 10
then
minutes.
we're not going to get
it.
it.
Just about done.
I'm just saying, if you start to revolve, right, you're cycling. Okay, I'm calling it like it is. And if you guys don't like it, then too fucking bad. So once you start to cycle and repeat points, I want to keep this conversation moving. James, rebuttal.
Sorry, my mic was sticky. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I've heard this argument about the Reform Party versus the PPC. I honestly don't see it. I think that I think Preston Manning was a superior intellect to Maxime Bernier. I think he had better people in his organization. I think he built a grassroots movement, and he won some seats. So I just don't see the parallel. You know, there is some. I mean, you can kind of root around and find some stuff, but I frankly don't see it. You've had 4 years. At this point, Max is afraid to run a candidate in a by-election. So I honestly just don't see it. I mean, I'm empathetic. If you guys want to vote, you want to keep supporting, go ahead. I mean, you're totally within your right. And you know, I'm not angry with anybody, and I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, from my perspective, I don't see it. I don't see the parallel. I don't see it working. But that's just my opinion.
All right, got it. Zink, do you want to define anything or lens this discussion?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's all just opinions, right? I mean, so at the end of the day, we can all speculate on these things, but these things can flip very easily. Yeah, what the Reform Party did, what the NDP did in 2011, right? These things can flip because one thing shrinks or there's just a general frustration, right? So that the bloc collapses, and that's what allows the NDP to surge and vote for a bunch of Anglos, you know, in middle of nowhere Quebec, just because they ran on the NDP ticket, right? Like, things are random, right? Like, we can all speculate, right? So at the end of the day, all we can really know for sure is, what do we want, right? Are we satisfied? Because, like, if you're betting on, you know, on the sure horse, well, there is no sure horse in these things, right? Things go weird. So I mean, all you can really do is bet on what you want. I guess that's always my point. It's just bet
I
on
think
what you
the whole
want.
paradigm's totally changed here, though. Like, let me reiterate that factor. Like, when in the last 100 years has segregation occurred within any society, for that matter, and when has it worked? Right?
I don't know if I.
You know,
That's the thing. I
there's
don't
so
know.
many,
We don't. But see,
Like
that's
I'm
still the
all these
speculation.
different numbers, and
You're
it's all
repeating,
debate,
but
right?
Mike, we know. Like I said, it's all speculation, though, right? All we could all sit here and speculate,
Well,
right?
no, I'm
But
pushing change though, because
no,
nobody
but I'm saying
knows, right?
it's all speculation. I mean, there's even the
Yeah,
bus
that's
factor,
not
right?
speculation. 6 million Canadians were fucking segregated, Zinc. That's not
I don't even know
speculation.
if it's 6 million Canadians. It could be half of them could be illegals for all we know. We don't even know what that
Oh,
number
for
is.
fuck's sakes, though. That's besides the point,
Well,
Zinc.
no, I mean, if it's illegals, then they don't vote, right? But the point here is it's all
No,
speculation.
these are working Canadians that were working in Canada.
We don't
Right?
even know how many of them are.
Integral Canadians,
We don't even know
integrity,
how many of them are still
integrity.
in Canada, right?
Well, the problem. Okay, let's go. Forget all the back and forth here for a second. The problem here, Mikey, is that if those 6 million people had voted, we would have overtaken anything, and we didn't get that.
We haven't had a vote yet from that. We've been
We had a vote.
segregated
We had an
after the
election.
last vote.
No, we had an election, buddy, and the 6
Federal
million didn't have to-
politics is a different game from
I'm
provincial
talking
and
about
civic
elections,
politics,
buddy.
you guys. That's the dynamics of all of this.
Mikey, that's what I'm talking about. The 6 million did not activate properly during the federal election. That's the issue here.
There was no 6 million prior to the federal election, Wogpog.
How do you get that? Where are you getting that from, Mikey?
Because there were no mandates imposed as the iron fist rule of the Liberals. He took his mandate and thought, oh, Canadians agreed because they elected us.
Well, that's the thing.
He segregated us. That's when the
That's
segregation
what he
started.
ran on, though. That's what he ran on.
That's when the segregation started.
Those 6 million people chose to do fuck all about it.
What are you talking?
I guess.
What are you guys talking about?
That is what Trudeau ran on the entire fucking time.
Yeah, Mike's point is that happened after.
No Canadians lost their jobs until then. Nobody lost their careers and livelihoods until then.
If they didn't vote, then that's their
The first year of this psychological fucking warfare was small businesses went down. Everyone lost their jobs. Everyone did,
lose
right?
Your job, Mikey? What date did you lose your job?
October 21st, 2021.
Okay,
or October 24th. Let me whatever.
Yeah, okay.
So that was right after the election.
Yeah, okay. That's what I'm trying to lens here. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that we're getting our shit correct. Okay, so let's, before we get like too much in the weeds of the thing that da da da. Okay, I get it, but the real question here is how do we solve this? So I'm going to state my opinion here. Okay, the Preston Manning, the Reform Party, and the Conservatives. Look what the Conservatives thought the exact same way, right? Oh, we've got this. We're the traditional parties. Forget these Reform Party guys. Next thing they know, they got 2 seats in fucking Parliament. They're the laughing stock of the fucking world. What did they have to do? They had to fold into the Reform Party. How did the Reform Party fuck up? They fucking folded into the CPC as fucking fools that they were. Now, I want to interview Preston Manning on this exact point, and we have people that we can get him into a room, and I can get popped up as a little speaker because I'm too controversial to be a co-host or a host in one of these rooms. So fuck them. They can't take a joke, first of all. And the second thing is, let's ask this: how would you redone that back in those days? Let's talk about this. The true joke here is on all of us. It's because the Liberals know, as long as the right is bifurcated like this, broken in half, that they're going to continue to fucking hold power. And the joke's on all of us. So the real question is, you can't trust the Conservatives because they've done it for fucking since the country's been inaugurated. They do the same thing. Say whatever to get in your pants. They get you in the back of the Chevy. They get what they want, and then they leave you all alone and go back and date the other chick, the respectable chick in the public view. So that's what's going on. And if you don't get it, I can't do nothing for you. And that's the rest of it. If there's no lessons to be learned from the Reform Party, well then continue on the trajectory. That's why we have accelerated learning right now, this information space where we can actually share on a very fast level and work through these things very quickly. With that note, I'm not going to diatribe here. Renee, go ahead.
Don't pick on James too much. He's going to feel hurt and he's going to leave. So I'm going to layer it on too a bit, okay? James, so unfortunately, the Conservatives, they're still 90% liberal policies. They want to send our money to Ukraine. They want to go to 500,000 immigrants. They want to support the climate scam. And if push comes to shove, as we just saw with the scare in China, Poilievre will again call for mandates.
And so I don't understand your argument, because on the one hand you're saying, well, do what you want, and the PPC is irrelevant. On the other hand, you're clawing for our votes, like you own us, and you want you and yeah, and then you thank us too for changing the CPC from wet noodle Aaron to Polivier. So I think you're with us. You're in general with us, but you don't want to take the next step of saying, okay, how do we actually build a group of people that actually want the reform, and that's what we as PPC, in fact, are doing. We're not just appealing to conservatives, and I'm a former liberal voter. Actually, in 2015, it's kind of a shame to admit it, but I was voting for Jane Philpott at the time here. I'm a classical liberal, I would say, and I'm conservative in fiscal policy and liberal in social. And I think that's if we articulate that right as a PPC party, that is a winning strategy all around, and a lot of people can come on board with that. And yeah, you can play pity. Play the ball. Oh, Maxime doesn't fart right, or he doesn't do the right thing. This or that. That's all petty stuff. I think you either want the right reform or you don't, and those 6 million, or how many they are, we're talking 40-50% of the electorate. We do need to appeal to them. That's very important, because if we can appeal with positive messages to people and say, guys, we can these globalists, we can kick them to the curb. We're going to determine our own future. We're going to ride the freedom wave, and come on board with us. I think we have a winning formula here. So, anyways, you're welcome to join us, James. So I don't want to scare you off. I don't want to call you names, for sure not. But also don't get into petty. Oh well, you guys are irrelevant, but very relevant. In fact, we were the political force behind the throne that got the changes on the mandates moved when the truckers put their truck in here. So I'll leave it at that. You'll be happy. You can certainly retort that if you want.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be petty, and I don't really care who you vote for. I really don't. You guys have, like I've said it 3 times. I'll say it again. You have every right to vote for whoever you like. This is a free country, and I will support your right to do so. So, and don't get me wrong. I mean, I like the back and forth. I appreciate you guys giving me a chance to have a conversation in your space. I really do. Just a little bit about the Reform Party and the history, because Max fits into this story. So, and I don't know if you guys know this, but so the Reform Party won, under Harper. Once Harper took over, him and McKay brought the right together. You can talk about that in whatever terms you want, but the right coalesced and became the PCs became the Conservative Party. They won power, but they had a problem in Quebec. So the Power Corp, Des Marius, that group, they're the Laurentian, they're the kind of the pinnacle of the Laurentian elite, met with Stephen Harper and said, we need some Quebec people in your cabinet. And Harper said, okay, what do you got? Who are you going to give me? We said, we got this Max Bernier guy. He's a shoo-in in Beyonce, and he'll cross the floor. He'll go conservative, and we want you to put him in your cabinet. So he did, and that's who Max is. That's where Max came from. He worked for Power Corp. He graduated law at McGill. He knows the Laurentian elite. So that's fact. You guys can check it out all you want, but those are the facts. Now, I am not saying Max is a terrible man. I don't know Max, right? He could be whatever you guys think he is. Maybe that's all true, but he's had 4 years. You're at 2% in the popular vote. I know none of you believe in polls, but that's okay. And you can't win a seat, and you're not running candidates in by-elections. So I think as a political force, you're just not there.
Well, why would
And-
we waste money on a by-election that the
But no, but
the
it is.
conservatives just waste money?
That doesn't. You're not disputing my point. My
May I
point
have
is
a point of
you're not
order?
running. You're not because you are wasting money. You're right. You can't elect anybody. It'd be a waste of
May
time.
I have a
I
point
get
of
it.
order?
So that's all true.
May I have a point of order?
If people paid attention, you heard that James did not
All right.
counter any of my arguments related to the position of the CPC, and that's the whole problem with the CPC. And you know, I've lived the last 4 years, or the last 2 years actually, as a candidate. I've worked with Max. He works his ass off, and he's the only guy actually that stood against all this bamboozle in the last 2 years, and he still does. The last quarter, we had a massive fundraising goal that we met, 800,000. We're preparing and we're building. And yeah, you know, I know you want to be negative because that's the way to claw the opposition down. That's fine, but we'll build. And I always saw this as a 10, 15-year project in the first past the post system in Canada. Nothing is easy, and we've seen it with the Green Party. It took them 25 years to get anywhere, but in the meantime, guess what happened? Everybody adopted the green scam. Or the climate scam. So you can definitely have a lot of influence, as we already had in the first year. In fact, in the last year, in politics, and we'll keep on going. But we do need to build something more mainstream, and I agree with that. And with that, we need to start appealing to the voters that are sitting on their hand, the 6 million, and whoever else we can get to build and to build a grand coalition and to
Well,
lift Canada out of the
this
bullshit.
is where the PPC has failed, Renee. You never embraced the fact that you were a movement and not a political party. It's like, well, I'm the big ego here. I'm going to be doing this. Yes, Maxime works his ass off. We can't have a newspaper boy from Aurelia to be running in.
See, that's a weak argument. That's just the way.
No, it's not.
No,
But
no, no.
No, it's
You got to
not. But
do this
let
in
me
the
finish
season.
then.
Nobody cares right now. Nobody cares. There's no reason to run people. You run it in select areas where you have people like
I'm
you
not
have
talking about
Renee.
the by-election, buddy. I'm not talking about the
No,
by-election.
but that's
What
what
I'm
I'm saying.
talking
That's what I'm
about.
saying. Right now,
Okay,
you
whatever.
cultivate it. You're not going to
So
cultivate
what's the
somebody
point?
up in Nunavut,
What's the
right?
point? The point is you got to look at it as a fucking movement.
Well,
All
that's what
these
they're doing.
communist
You're not
countries,
paying attention.
do
Wog, you
these
keep going on
communist
about this.
countries
You,
run
Wog,
people in
Wog,
elections,
you
dude?
don't.
That's
You,
fucking
Wog,
stupid.
how much do you fucking pay attention to what the PPC is actually doing right now? I'm going to be quite honest. You don't pay attention to what they're doing. You don't keep up with the different things and the different initiatives that Max and Renee and Michelle and Daniel here
Yeah,
in
they're
Quebec, right?
the active components of the thing. I agree with that.
Well, that's how you build it. They're building the party.
Point of order, you two boys, gentlemen. Point of order.
Well, no, it's just such a frivolous thing, right? You build it as you can,
Well,
right?
that's what I'm saying. You
Hey,
make a
stop,
fucking movement. You
gentlemen.
embrace
Why are
the
you
fact
guys
that you're a
arguing?
movement and not a fucking political fucking party.
Okay, this
You
psyop
know?
is really
There's
real.
no difference. There's no difference.
Well, there is a difference because then you can be activating right now. Oh, there's an election. Everyone has to
Look at
get ready now.
this. We have a
The
space
psyop
here. We have
is
two.
deep in
The
these ones.
psyop is deep with you guys, because holy shit,
No.
gentlemen.
I mean, I can just tell you. I mean, this is the thing where the issue we're having over on the PPC Discord right now. Nobody's interested in politics. That's just how Canadians are. They don't care until they don't care, right? You have to seize upon them when they care, right?
Yes, political apathy is at its high.
No, I mean we talk about this. We talk about different ways.
See,
of
I'm
activating
totally
people in a general
independent
way.
here. I'm as free as I have ever been as a Canadian, because I have no shackles on me right now. October 24th, 2021. I took my stand and I'm still fucking fighting here, guys. I got fucking upside down flags in my backyard. I'm still not working in any job, creating any funds. I'm not feeding the beast. I'm on strike. I've been on strike since that day. So I'm not part of the fucking psychological fucking haze, and I see through all the insanity here. And if you guys can't make certain simple correlations that the trauma that has been placed and imposed on Canadians, and for them to be continually abused, I don't know what else I could say, because it's ongoing today. The abuse is still happening. We're still in the mix of this. And political apathy aside, many different factors have ever happened in Canada for the first time in 154 years of our existence here. Extreme trauma occurred after the last federal election. Full stop. That's when the segregation occurred. That's when the mandates got imposed. That's when they had this experiment ready to go. So whatever that number is, how many Canadians that is, that all walks of life, it's not just me. I'm not puffing my, I don't give a shit. I'm not here for fucking popularity or fucking likes or money or fame. I'm at the fucking bottom of the barrel here. And it's not about me. It's about everyone else. It's about our forefathers that sacrificed so much. And just hopefully giving some realization and some discernment from all of this insanity. There are many factors that have taken place that can really make a shift in everything here. We just have to line those dots up and have
it's
that
all
conversation.
speculation. So I mean, my point here is we can all speculate.
Well,
right?
we can't fucking continue down history's fucking reoccurring fucking
I
abuse
don't know.
and
I mean, but
patterns,
that
right?
requires enough people to do it. But I'm saying that all we can do is control what we do in our own lives and how we put our efforts out there and everything else, right? So if people want to wake up, they want to wake up. But that's we
Yeah,
can only.
but this argument between and the condescending attitudes of Canadians saying I don't care, I call bullshit. You do fucking care. We have to get our act together here as adults and stop playing in junior high, people. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and
Get
I think
behind me or get the fuck out of the way, because I'm going all the way to Parliament no matter what.
and I think actually we are building that movement blog, and so yeah, it's going to be a bit spotty and chaotic, but in 2025 when they try to roll out another pandemic, a lot of people are going to be awake, and then we'll have trucks parked in on Wellington in half a week, and that's that kind of movement. That's what has to build.
Well. Well, the old
Oh yeah, sorry.
reputation.
I wanted to make one
The
point.
old reputation might be due here. First of all, Marlin Killer's been a goddamn star for waiting down there while this dogfight happens. Just gonna take my old diatribe back from the old Dinah, who they rallied around the PPC in the federal election. They were like, fuck this, let's get community oriented. They created a whole bunch of magical shit that someone else can talk about at some other point in time, where they got their community activated. They decentralized. They said, this is not going to be the answer. We're going to have to work down at the base level. That is the true answer here. All this voting and othering of your power is actually a fucking illusion. But I really don't want to doom pill everybody into some kind of, we're just going to follow the leader here. I'm going to know exactly what to do when the time comes. Just trust me. Follow me. I've done tons of role-playing games, and I know exactly what to do. But with that sort of thing there, because I'm sort of preaching the choir here, and you guys already heard my diatribe about the Dinah thing, let's go to Marlin Killer and then give James a crack, and then Adrian. Anybody else who wants to come up here and do whatever bullshit, just grab a mic and join the goddamn dogfight. And also,
whatever it is
the
we're
other
doing.
thing is, well, whatever. Who knows what we're doing? We're trying to trigger the pleb right now because he's the big CPC.
I'm not even
9000.
fighting it. I'm at peace until you guys just come to a
I'm not fighting,
realization.
but okay,
The
buddy.
Sandbox and
Peace,
all the
love,
teenagers can
kumbaya.
play
We
all
got
they
it,
want,
buddy.
right?
We got it. Peace, love, kumbaya. I know. Let's just keep on point here. It's like, what are we supposed
It's
to
not
do,
even
Mikey?
that. It's not even fucking
Well, who
peace,
gives a
love, and
shit what we think?
kumbaya. Wogpog, what?
Who gives a shit what we think?
I just want to hear
everyone.
something new. I just
Well,
want to hear
okay,
something
so
new.
let's trigger the truck driving pleb there. I put out a tweet. I think it's first in the nest. I can't see the fucking nest as per fucking usual. So like and retweet that goddamn tweet if it's up there. If it's not, someone go grab it and put it up in the fucking top of the
It's
thing.
up there. We can go up and like and
Well,
retweet
good,
it.
blah blah blah.
He
Who
made
cares?
himself
Let's get the fucking
irrelevant the other
conversation.
night when he used the same psychological tactics the mainstream media has been doing all along.
Who gives
He's
a fuck?
I don't even know
irrelevant.
what the
Mikey,
point
is
of
this
that guy
fucking?
is. That guy's just a clickbait whore, right? I mean,
Well, what do you think I'm doing by putting it up there for fuck's
I
sake?
know, but I mean,
Okay, well, I mean, do we want to like actually call it the strategy, or like is it going to be like the Mikey Wogpog and fucking Zinc show here, or is it going to be get the fucking speakers engaged, grow the room, all the fucking normal kumbaya shit? Fuck it, Marlin Killer, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
All right, let's fucking go to war.
Wait. So, Mike, I hear the passion, and James, I hear your side of the story. So, let me give you an example in New Jersey. I'll make it quick. We had our last governor election in 22. I'm sorry, 21, and our GOP nominee had a split in the party. His name was Jersey Rizzo. So what had happened is that the messaging from both sides didn't align. So you have an outstanding factor in there is called the Tea Party or the independents, right? So Mike, the problem is what you're talking about, and I understand the movement, boys, I really do. But like if that happened in America, all you would do is take away from the one party, in my case, the Republicans, a shot at getting the electoral vote. That's where you guys have a problem.
No, Marlon, you have to understand in Canadian politics, third parties really do well. Our parliament does actually. What we've been talking about here is there's several times the two main parties have, well, not the Liberals have almost eaten themselves a few years back even, right? Each of them have fallen not even just second place, but third, fourth place, right? That has happened within the last 30, 35 years to both major parties. So that's the difference, right? We're talking about a very different sort of beast. We don't have the concept of primary or caucuses. Everything is very backroom in the way that these EDAs and people get selected, right? It's like, oh yeah, you can go and choose who gets selected to be the. You got to go to the back room of this Chinese restaurant down this alleyway and knock 3 times, and then you can get in and choose who gets to be the candidate for that EDA, right? Like that's kind of how screwy it is here, right? So third parties here actually really can shift, and that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the Reform Party. We're talking about a party that became number 2, right? They completely ate the breakfast of the previous Conservative Party, right? And then the same thing happened in 2011, where the NDP, which is it wasn't quite the leftist party. It was more of a labor, blue collar party. The Liberal Party actually dissolved, and the Bloc dissolved, and the NDP ate their lunch and became number 2, right? So it's a fundamentally different system we have up here. That this stuff is possible, right?
Okay, sorry about that. So if you split a party here, you just have no shot. Either you're with the Republicans or you're with the Democrats, and
Well,
whoever is aligned.
That's the importance of the primary, right? Yeah, the primary.
Correct.
You can break the beast, right? I mean, that's what happened. Love him or hate him, that's what happened with Trump, right? Or one of these other things, right? Is that yeah, you can get this populist candidate in there in the party and in the primary and break these rhinos.
Okay, let's make the line here, guys. This is a Canadian discussion. We're going to ask the Americans.
I appreciate the input. Thanks.
Yeah, once things calm down, Marlon Killer, you come back up and grab your observations. It's all good, and anybody that knows Canadian politics like Gadsden, you can always come up and shit the bed on us. But for now, let's go to Alberta and then James.
Alberta, you there? Alberta is strong. You got to tap your mic. I enjoy your profile. Alberta Strong enjoys farming, family, red meat, cannabis, fucking, and freedom. So
we can't hear you if you're talking, bro. You either broken or you got some kind of Bluetooth maneuvering going on. You got to go straight to your device thing. So while you figure out whatever's going on with your devices, let's go to Chase and then we'll go to James right after it. And then Alberta, just try to figure it out. Otherwise, drop down, reboot, blah, blah, and we'll bring it right back up.
Wait, is it me? What's the problem here today, guys? Like, what's with all the anxiety and the fighting? That's first just an opener question. I just feel like the room wants to try to make new changes, and while they keep doing the same crazy thing, and I'm about to say not going to be popular and whatever, but it's like I don't understand why you're trying to start a revolution from the top down when revolutions are bottom up. And there's things that each and every single one of you can be doing at home right now, today, to start that revolution. And you know what? maybe 1% of you want to fucking do it because you're too close-minded to go out there and educate yourself about the resources and materials that are available to you to fucking execute this mission. And that's the truth. And you guys, you want a national leader? Fuck that. I'm telling you right now, things are going to happen and changes are going to happen in this country that are unpopular. You don't want to talk about. Everyone wants to cling to the old. Well, things are changing. And I think it's going to be, changes that are difficult for most to handle in this room. Just because it's like not the way you grew up. I don't know if this country is going to survive what we're about to go through. So revolutions are started bottom up. I'm not going to talk about my thoughts on exactly what I'm doing. People can come and ask me and talk to me because, my ideas aren't particularly well received. But if you guys want to keep just doing the same shit and expect a different result, I mean, you're just going to be spinning your tires. That's it for now.
Yeah, I got you. Thanks for that.
I don't think it's the same. Everything,
case.
they called a great reset after this. Once again, after the election called, that's when they started hitting us everything. And, this is our chance to make the change. And I don't think we have to do it as bad as think. The numbers are kind of self-evident in my head. I don't know. I'm not a numbers guy. Please hook me up with a numbers guy. I'll have a backroom discussion with him, and he'll crunch the number, or they will crunch the numbers for us, and we'll see what the numbers say, because I've got a whole bunch of things going on in my thoughts, and I am really moving forward and really seeing kind of the light at the end of the dark tunnel here.
What kind of numbers are you
And
talking about, Mike?
it's
I'm
so
completely
beautiful.
lost of what you're saying. Like, what do you mean numbers?
6 million unvaccinated, 6 million unvaccinated, segregated, same thing.
Who gives
Just
a
all the
shit? Like,
abuse
who
and
gives
trauma.
a shit
Just
about that kind
all
of
the
stuff?
abuse and
Honestly,
trauma.
like, you
Because
gotta,
because right
Mike, think
now
about this. Okay,
everyone's suffering mental illness. They're through the roof. Anxieties are through the roof. Angers are through the roof. It's all at a breaking point, right?
you're right.
And to
In these
say that
rooms, what we could do is organize things.
you
Mike.
have to have empathy and compassion. That's the factor
Mike,
here, and we're forgetting
I
that.
hear you, but
Right?
we
So
gotta get more serious. Like, you gotta organize from these rooms out into your communities. And MLK, we just celebrated his birthday yesterday, right? And what was their tactics? What did they do? John Lewis, a congressman, he started with MLK, and he wrote a book called Good Trouble. They had a mission to their protests, and it required sacrifice, right? They went out and broke bad laws, okay? And the goal of what they were doing was to get arrested and get put in jail. That was the goal. That is the kind of commitment that they had. They went out, broke bad laws, and tried to get arrested to disrupt the system. Things like that. There's other tangible things that we could be doing instead of voting for these momos, these politicians who are just ill-equipped to handle the problems of today. We need engineers at the helm, not drama teachers and lawyers. They're not going to fix this shit.
Well, I'm telling you, strategically speaking, any attack on the nation or whatever is going to lead into the insanity that outplays 2030 and all that shit. Full stop there, right?
What do you mean?
So
What do you
let's,
mean an attack on the nation?
Guys,
They
let's
pushed us last year with the freedom movement, right? They wanted us to crack then, but we didn't. We won because we didn't crack.
Well, what
So we
did
set them back
MLK
and
do?
set
Right?
their plan back
It was
by far.
peaceful. It was peaceful. They never it was the exact same idealisms, right? But the goal wasn't just to be there and beg for permission for an audience with the prime minister. The goal was to get arrested by the police. They went out and actively broke bad laws. That was one of the things. That's just one of the things that we can be doing out of more than that.
Okay, so go ahead, James.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for letting me come in and have a conversation with you. I appreciate it. I'm not angry at anybody, and I think this is a way to make some progress and have good conversations. I would like to bring up a really crazy conspiracy theory. And I know everybody likes to talk about, how the right needs to coalesce. But when I look at the political map and landscape in Canada, it's really the left that needs to coalesce. I just threw the latest polling numbers up into the nest. You guys, it's not meant to trigger anybody, but if you look at the polling numbers, right now, I think the Conservatives are around 35%. You need about 38, 39% in Canada to win a majority under the current configuration of the parties. But what I see personally, from my own perspective, is you can't put a piece of paper in between the positions of the NDP and the Liberal Party of Canada right now. There's just no separation politically at all between those two non-ideologies. I would refer to them as they're completely transactional, and they have a really effective PR group, and they control the media, so it's kind of helpful on their side as well. What if I'm sorry.
I thought you were done. Yeah. No.
What if they were to coalesce under one flag? I mean, right now, Trudeau is really losing popularity as the leader of, he's become an international joke. What if they grab the other WEF guy, the person of color, and make him their flag bearer under a united party on the progressive front? That would really almost guarantee them another majority government. So have you guys ever given that any thought?
Well, I've brought this up months ago. I think I've even brought it up in your room, right? Like what we might see here next time, and they're building the narrative for it. Like, now he might shave some off there, but yeah, Singh might be like, well, we have to coalesce, right? They might make a proper coalition. He might then get a deputy prime minister or prime minister. I'm not sure. So I've always said that there's a very good chance that they'll merge the two, right? Because the main reason that Trudeau keeps running these elections is to bankrupt the NDP. The NDP has lost their soul, and they're not getting the funding they used to get. Now, the other problem, like you brought up with the poll, the problem with this poll, right? It's 1,000 people. Like, I don't know what it is, because of course the Bloc only gets 7%, but of course they get a huge number of seats, right? Because that's the problem with these sort of nationwide polls, is they don't actually tell us where these are, right? So 7% for the Bloc is 30, 40 seats or whatever it is, right? 7% for whereas the Green Party with their 6% there, that's 2 seats, right? That's the problem with these polls, right? Is that, and this is somewhat, like, who knows what they're doing in the back room, because the NDP used to be a different beast than it is now. Now it is just but of course this is the problem, right? Is that if they merge those two, there's a lot of people who still just vote NDP thinking that they're voting non-establishment, right? Like, it is very weird. Like I said, I had voted NDP in 2016. Of course, Tom Mulcair was actually my actual MP there at the time, so that's why I voted for him. At that time, he wasn't woke, right? He was still kind of going off the Jack Layton fumes. But if suddenly you folded the NDP into the Liberal Party, there's going to be quite a few members who themselves aren't going to like that. A lot of them probably will jump ship, so you'll probably get some husk of the NDP left there, and maybe it'll still just kind of chug along for another thing there. Or you might see a lot of those people bolt, and where those people bolt is not predictable, right? Why somebody chose the NDP previously might have been because of the populism. Well, there is no populism in the Liberals, and I don't want to argue, but I'd say that at least for an NDP voter, they're not going to see populism in Pierre, so they might go somewhere else that they see populism, right? This is what's weird about these things. Like I said, this is what happens in the Canadian politics, right? Is when one little thing changes, it's not just a shift left or right, right? It's a shuffle, right? We can see these big shuffles. And like I said, what caused the NDP to spike in 2011 was the simultaneous collapse of the Liberals and the Bloc there, right?
So on that point, though, and I don't know if you covered this because I was sort of doing something there for a second, is really the point of power here is the coalition member that's going to join with the Liberals. Now, this is where the Bloc or, NDP or perhaps the PPC, we'll see about that. The idea here that the one that props up the coalition government has a lot of power. Now, the worst case scenario for Canada is that it's the Bloc, right? But that's the Liberals' back pocket ace card that we're not talking about. The Bloc is really, when we talk about attacking the NDP at this current moment, the Bloc is also an attack vector, but you have these scared shitless Frenchmen that just will not come out of the woods and say anything about it because it's like, you got to go along with the curfew, you're fucked, and that's why we're trying to start the French spaces and why it's so critical. But anyways, guys, if you could really retweet that truck driver pleb thing, I don't know if it's up in the top there or not. Is it, Zinc?
Yeah, it's the second one, I think, or
Okay, yeah.
third
Yeah,
one, and
whatever.
third one. But
So just do that, and we'll trigger those guys. Get this conversation going. Let's not just have one CPC guy in here surrounded by PPC
well,
guys.
I mean, this is the other problem, right? Because like when people toss out that terrible graph that I hate to see because it's just factually bad about like, oh well, if all the PPC had voted CPC, then Aaron O'Toole would have gotten a minority government, and that minority government would have required him to lean on the Bloc. And that's the other thing that the CPC doesn't quite like to bring up, or sometimes they do bring it up, is that the chances of getting a majority are one, of getting a minority are one thing, but yeah, if they don't make that majority and they have to lean on something, because actually, 10, 15 years ago, whenever it was that Harper had his minority, he actually leaned on they didn't have a proper coalition, but they kind of had like a, mutual destruction thing, right? So there actually was kind of an unsaid, supply and whatever is it, supply and confidence there between the NDP and the CPC, because it's not a coalition, it's a supply and confidence. Just so that everybody understands what's going on here. So like, yeah, there was kind of a little bit more tense supply and confidence there, but that's what kept Harper in there in that minority government prior, right? So I mean, there's a lot of factors here, and that's the biggest problem is that people think it's just like this kind of basic little kitty math that we see on that stupid chart, right? Of all, you've got all these with all these. It's like how many people would have even voted, how many people, and like I said, where you drop like this is the biggest problem is like it all comes down to like when you're trying to speculate, it's multifaceted, right? You can't know what one writing is going to do and another writing is going to do, right? Like like I always bring it up here in my writing, right? I'm an NDG, right? This is Mark Garneau's writing. He takes 54%. The NDP comes in at 16%, and the CPC comes in like 13, 14%, right? They're not even coming in second, right? So when I toss my one vote to the PPC, it's effective because it adds to that overall nationwide value, which does get them various standings in the elections and all that stuff, right? So, when you actually think about, that kind of stuff, like it's the overall, but then it's also what is it by writing. That's what people don't take into account.
Can I just chime in just quickly? You're right, Zink. It's very, very complicated, but it's really kind of basically understood right around 38%. If you're a liberal or conservative, you're in majority territory. As you get to 40%, your chances of not getting a majority diminish. And that's just, it's rough numbers. It's a very, very complicated, nuanced conversation, of course. What you said about the Bloc is absolutely correct. But yeah, that's just rough, kind of thumb in the air stuff. That is considered to be politically, amongst political strategists, that's kind of gospel. 38,
so you can be
probably
sure,
going to win a majority, and about 40%, your chances of winning a majority are really, really good.
You can be sure, James, that the Liberals have been working on the Bloc and saying like, okay, if it comes through and you guys need to be a minority, we're gonna Quebec gets another $5 billion a year because of the whatever COVID crisis because you were such good puppies and managed to curfew yourself and all the rest.
So here's the problem: it doesn't matter because there's depending on how much of a minority the Liberals or the Conservatives get, right? Like they have to add up to get the majority, right? So if the Bloc and the Conservatives can't add up to be the majority, then they're not, right? If the Bloc and the Conservatives can add up,
what you're saying, it has to be a two-party coalition. It can't be a three-party coalition.
It doesn't need to be like you only make a three-party coalition if you need that third party, right? That's requiring that the Liberals get so low and the NDP gets so low that and the conservatives get so low, right? Because only one of those combinations is going to work, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if the liberals can add up with the bloc, the NDP, and themselves to get a majority, then that means the conservatives won't be able to add up to get that majority, right? The math can only work in one way for one of these, right?
Yeah, well, welcome to Israel if that happens. But I guarantee you there's been some lubrication on the buttholes of Quebec here.
Well, on
To
both sides, right? Because they're setting it up that, yeah, if the conservatives and the bloc add up to be enough, then yeah, that's what they'll stroke, right?
Yeah.
I'm even sure if it's the liberals, I mean, if it's the conservatives and the NDP, that, like, it seems weird, but like if that's just how, but if the numbers land a certain way, there's really only so many combinations they can do,
Yeah.
right?
So on that note, did we end up getting Alberta Proud up? And if he's down there, please reboot your device and come back up because we really do want to hear from you. I think it was Adrian next, and then Renee and Dr. Trucker.
Yes. So I'm just gonna add in your so I mean, James, I'm really not picking on you. I'm like, I actually applaud you for coming in here because, like, we're pretty much PPC. So, respect to you. But I was in one of your spaces, like, I don't know, maybe 5 weeks ago, and I was talking about how the CPC doesn't have a platform. They don't. Um, and so I just want to transition to issues. So my main issue why I vote PPC is like the supply chain management, killing the cartels, the dairy, poultry, and egg cartels that we have in Canada, and also taxation. So taxation is a big one for me. And in 2021, the CPC had absolutely nothing on taxation in their platform. I'm not counting O'Toole's, week 1 month GST holiday for the month of December 2021 to, air quotes, get the economy back on track. It's just absolute nonsense. Taxation was specifically a blue issue. Harper won on the fact that he reduced the GST. But we're not seeing anything about taxation from the CPC. And when I was in one of your rooms and I talked about, the PPC wants to eliminate capital gains tax. They want to scrap the carbon tax immediately. They also want to reduce income tax for everyone across the board. And then your response to me was, oh, well, Trudeau's racked up so much debt, there's probably not going to be any type of like taxation reform. And, it's not going to happen. Just think about this. Tax reform was a blue issue, and you've already accepted that there is going to be no reduction in tax. My question to you is, why have you accepted that? You know, um, why? This was a blue issue, and you've accepted that, Pierre's not going to reduce any tax. And I'm just curious.
Sure. You want me to answer that?
Yeah.
It's pure math. So what's happening right now is, Canada's debt is growing. Interest rates are rising. They're not going to come down anytime soon. We've got to bring inflation under control. And if we drop interest rates faster than the rest of the G7 countries, then we'll have trouble with our currency. So this is pretty straightforward. So more and more of our federal budget will go to paying the interest on our debt. And that means that the money for that and plus the services that our government wants to provide, we're not going to be able to borrow money anymore. The credit card's at its limit, so we're just going to hit the wall. So when you need to pay your debt, and you've got so much money coming in, you can't reduce the amount of money coming in. It's just like at your house, you need to have more. It's like inflow versus outflow. And honestly, so this dream that we're going to see lower taxation in the future by any party in Canada, I just don't think it's realistic, and I don't believe it'll happen. But that's my
James,
that's my position. That if you asked me to explain myself, I did explain. So go ahead.
Right. But James, here's the whole thing, though. So people don't cash out their assets. Like, some people have equities that they just leave for years and years and years. They kind of just forget about it because the tax burden, it's just too much for them to bear. So they just leave the asset and they don't really cash out, right? So, I mean, there's probably like at least $1 trillion in private equity in Canada. I mean, if there was no capital gains tax, a lot of that money would flow out from these securities back into the system. Okay, so I mean, you would have more money circulating around if there was actually less taxation. I mean, it seems counterintuitive, but it actually is not. Okay, so I mean, the more capital that's flowing through the system, the better off the system is. People go out for dinner. And I mean, there's still going to be a GST. So I mean, the government is going to recoup that money in other ways, right? But also, I mean, what the PPC is talking about, by killing these dairy cartels, I mean, that's going to make more competition in Canada, which I think is great. And I mean, even on the wireless spectrum for like cell phones, we desperately need more competition, not less. I mean, Bell and Rogers are basically a cartel on their own. Um, and also, I mean, Trudeau has killed all of the liquefied natural gas plants that, these countries that come here, we can't sell to them. And I mean, Japan has just come hat in hand, asking for liquefied natural gas. And they said the same thing to Trudeau that the German chancellor said when he came in like November or end of October. He's like, look, we know you don't have the infrastructure up now, but like we're willing to pay you now. And, for when the infrastructure is in place in like 3 years to get it up and running. And I mean,
Yeah,
these absolute fucking dumbass. Okay, so
we
let me
get
just
that,
finish my
Adrian.
right. Let me finish my
I know,
point.
but your point
No,
is
no.
now we're talking about how shitty the Liberals are. We get
Well,
that.
no,
I mean,
no,
what
no,
are we
I'm
achieving?
segueing back. I'm segueing back. So, I mean, here's my point. Like Bernier and the PPC, they want to green light these projects straight away. And I mean, the licensing alone could pay off our debt without taxation. I mean, there's so much money in this country and natural resources and private equity that, nobody cashes out. Let's green light this stuff. Let's cut the tax. It would actually make the country much more prosperous without constantly leaning on taxation, right?
We are already over 50% on taxation. Okay, so I don't think how we can pile on more. So I agree with you, Adrian. I wanted to make 2 points. I posted a tweet there in Nest. Our friend there, Preston Manning, is running a national citizens inquiry, raising awareness among Canadians concerning the impacts of COVID-19 restriction and mandates. I think that's our chance to lay it all out, and that's exactly what Preston Manning wants. I think it's great that he's running that, but that needs good attention and a lot of people participating, community servers really, because people are done talking about that or actually and don't want to bother. But I mean, we really lay it out there, and that's our chance to also prevent the next the 2025 pandemic to be rolled out. So we need to really, I think, participate, and it's a great opportunity. Also, James, you like Preston as well, right? So I think let's give that some attention. Then, secondly, a bit more tongue in cheek. The Mr. Pleb there, the truck driver Pleb, he was taken apart by Alex Freend and myself. Alex Ferryman, the Diagolon guy, who's friends with Jeremy McKenzie. He made the point, and I would like, James, I would like your retort on this. If you agree with him or not. I'm assuming you have a bit more credibility than him, but he made the point. It doesn't matter what we say or how we lie or what we just want to take power, and then we'll turn the ship around. That was his point, and is exactly what the Conservatives are going to do, in my opinion, because they'll tilt this way or that way, and they'll put Pierre in front to make it look shiny and new, and nothing is going to change. We got, like I said, 90% of the policies of the current conservative, and you can't even articulate them, are the same as the liberals. And so the pleb actually, and we got it out of him. He was. I think that's why he's not showing up, Buck. Sorry, but tonight, but he's probably licking his wounds because he's thinking, "Fuck! I had to admit that I will lie and cheat and say whatever I want, try to attain power." And that's exactly what we are not. You got to play a principled long game, and then hopefully you can turn the ship around.
We have to bring integrity and honor back into the system, not the same lies and abuse and bullshit you've all been tricked from the start, right?
Exactly.
Can I jump in?
And that's the essence of a lot of this.
Can I
I don't
Go.
think you're really that integral there, James. The vibe I get from
Don't,
you, I'm gonna
Mike.
call
Mike,
it
don't,
outright.
Mike. Just
No,
calm down.
no, I get a negative vibe from him. He's very
No,
condescending. He is.
just go ahead,
I'm
James.
like, well, he could absolutely respond after.
I can.
But
I
I'm
can.
calling it
I
how
can.
it is.
I can respond. I can respond. Let me just respond to you, Mike. Honestly,
No,
I think I am a bit condescending. I'll say that. I'll be honest about that. I can be a little edgy. I'm not a perfect human being. And I can, sometimes I come off as condescending. Sometimes I actually am. I'm going to be honest. I'm not. I didn't come into this room with a halo over my head. Don't believe. I'm not full of myself. I am willing to admit that I am human, as is everybody else in this room. And so, fair comment. I'll just say that. The other point about, our guy, we got you to admit that politicians are politicians, and they say one thing during an election campaign and maybe do something different once they're elected. And our guy won't do that. Well, we don't know that because your guy has never been elected. So, this presumption that you're following Saint Maxine and he's going to be this politician.
So I get that point. I guess my question is, if somebody's not even willing to claim that, though, they're even less trustworthy, aren't they? If they're not even willing to claim to make a stand, then that's an even worse position, right?
Why will Pierre not put out a platform?
Why will Maxine not bring in a constitution? I mean, we can play this game all day.
Well, because we don't care about bureaucracy.
Yeah,
I mean, that's very simple.
I'm sorry. This is just, we're just running around in circles. We could do this back and forth until the cows come home. I think that Polyev is a decent politician.
And you have evidence of that?
I think that Maxine is a decent politician. I'm sorry. Do you want me to answer a specific question?
Well, I mean, it's to your point. I mean, I don't really know what we're debating here, right? Because if we debate issues, right, if we debate platform, the CPC automatically loses, right? So that we can't go there because we can't debate platform. So then we end up debating, either speculations of possibilities that can happen in this very random system we have. Like I said, there's the hit by the bus factor. Somebody could just get hit by a bus,
right,
or something like that. So we can't talk about issues, right?
Right.
If we talk about speculation, and so
Sure.
then we talk about personalities, right? And it's all this stuff, right, about two guys who, have
Right.
long careers. Like, so I mean, the only thing that we can really talk about is just what do we want as individuals, and why do we choose the things that we throw our hat behind, right? I mean, I think that's the only fair thing for us to discuss.
Right. And this is an opinion-based discussion. We're probably not going to convince either side. I'm not going to convince you to listen to me, and you're not going to convince me that, I should be voting for Max. And so, I mean, I think we need to, just kind of, recognize that part of the conversation. When it comes to party platforms, if I may, they change. They can, you hold a convention and they reset the platform, and that's kind of the way party platforms are developed. And it's sort of a grassroots thing. I don't think there's been a political party in Canadian history that is adhered slavishly to their party platform. That doesn't happen.
And you don't think that's a problem? That you don't think that's a fundamental problem with
I
Canadian
think it's a
politics?
reality of Canadian political landscape and the landscape of most parliamentary democracies in the West. The party has a tremendous amount of power, and they will do what they think they
So,
need to do to
can
get
I ask
reelected.
you a question? Like, I'm
Sure.
not saying you need to, but if you were to run for politics, James, or if I was to, why would you do that?
My own personal, well, first of
If
all, I
you were, I'm
wouldn't.
not going to say if you were to, right?
Okay, if I was going to run for politics, that's a good question. Why would I do that, and what would be my motivation? Um, I, it's hard to know. Like I'm not going to run. I'm not planning on running for politics. I think, fundamentally, what I would run for politics for is, to serve my country, and to better, and to increase the prosperity of Canada, and to increase the lives and to better the lives of Canadians. I think that would be fundamentally how I would approach it.
So I guess
I wouldn't be too party focused, but as you guys know, I'm a conservative, so that would likely be where I would go. But I think I would do that if I was running for municipal politics or provincial politics or federal politics. I think that would really likely
so.
be my.
So,
I mean, you must have a
no.
platform.
So Adrian,
point,
let me finish my point here. I guess what would compel most of us, and I think everybody in this room, to run for politics, probably what's compelled Renee to run for politics and whatnot, is that we find some deficiency, right? If there's no deficiency in the current system, then why would any of us run, right? So if somebody was to run and not because they don't find a deficiency, then it becomes a more right that they just want the power, they want the notoriety, they want the position, right? I think the only moral reason for anybody to run for politics, and I don't know why I'm getting feedback, but the only moral reason for anybody to run for politics would be because you find a deficiency in the current system, right? Either
I disagree. I disagree with that. I mean, you could run for politics too, as a conservative, to defend the current system because you think it's a system that has merit, and you think that it's
But the
a
deficiency there is
it's a
that you think
cause worth
something's under
defending.
attack, right? You understand when I say deficiency, there's something wrong, right? You're trying to solve a problem, right? You're not going in just to be there, right? That's the wrong reason to go into politics. You're going in there to solve a problem. Either something's under attack, something isn't being properly, we're not taking advantage of the resources we have, right? I guess that's what I'm saying, right? You would agree that the only good reason to go into politics is because you're trying to fix a problem, right? Not just for the sake of politics, right?
I'm not a binary person. I think that there's many good reasons to be in politics, and I'd listen to each politician's motivation individually. They're not all the same, and I would consider what they tell me and
Well, no, but
decide
what
whether I
other
support it or
motivation
not.
is there? If you're not trying to solve a problem, then you're just going in there for the hell of it.
Well, I
That's what I'm
would
trying
say,
to say.
Zink, if you can only see one reason to go into politics, perhaps you lack imagination.
No,
But that could
it's
be
a very
many
broad category.
reasons,
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
I mean,
I'm saying in a very broad way, going into politics for the sake of going into politics is it's conniving, right? It's immoral, right? You're just going in there for power or prestige or something, right? It's the worst reason for anybody to go into any position, right? You go into a position because you think you have something to provide to that position that isn't being provided, right? That was the deficiency, right? That there's something going wrong and that it's not being fixed, right? Because if you're just going in there, so this is my problem with the current politicians we have is they get elected, maybe they had an initial, and then they just keep getting elected and they don't know why they're getting elected. They just want to stay in there. They just keep doing it, right? Like you don't, like they're just seat fillers, right? Like if you don't have a reason, something that you're trying to make better in politics, then you're just making things worse, right? Rearranging the deck chairs, right? Just rearranging things is worse, right? If it's just different but not better, it's worse because then people have to go and refigure out the new system you've instituted, right? So any politician who goes in there who doesn't know why they're in there and they just keep going in there, they're fundamentally the problem. And so that's my thing is that if a politician has run, right, even a local politician, whatever, and they don't know why they keep running except just to be there, That's the problem. So if you don't have a platform immediately when you go in there, if you don't know what you're trying to go in there and fix, then you're the problem, right? Not you. I'm saying generic you. Then whoever it is that's running for politics without having a clear goal is the problem. We don't need bureaucrats. We don't need seat fillers, right? If everything's hunky dory, then nobody needs to go in there, right?
Well, to your point, to your point,
I'll just
Sink, to your point, Sink.
quickly. Can I just quickly rebut?
Yeah, oh, of
So
course. I
you
was
said
going to go right
you
to you,
said
James. Yeah, yeah.
you said two things. You said all politicians, and some politicians. I agree with the some politician part, but I disagree with the gross generalization. And there's all kinds of people in politics. Some people are good, some people are no good. Do we have more no good politicians than we should have? Totally agree with that. But you know, there's good people, and
I didn't say there was. I just said like a person who goes into
Hey,
politics needs to
guys,
have a reason
for
to go in
fuck's
there.
sake, I mean, we can go like, you know.
No,
Okay.
this is the brass tacks, right? Why does somebody run? And if you don't know why you've run, if you don't know what it is you're trying to, like every person,
Correct.
right? Even at the general level, right? If you're running for politics, you should have a personal platform, right?
Well, I think that what he's trying to say is that he wants to affect, if he does in fact want to run, then he is going to be, you know, trying to accomplish what you're saying. So I think we're kind of we're going at the same point here from different ends. We're actually at the same point. So what I wanted to say is, you know, I met an anarchist one time, and he ran for police commissioner, which is in the States is a blah blah blah. It's like an elected thing, and he's a total committed anarchist. And I said to him, "Why would you want to be part of this system? You're a fucking anarchist." And he goes, "I want to affect change, and I cannot do it from outside the system." I think that's the answer that both of you guys are arriving at the same thing. So let's just let that fall for a sec, guys. We can always revisit this stuff. Let's sort of see what the crowd wants to develop. I encourage anybody down that's in the speaker position to put up their hand. We'll try to keep the order good. But for now, let's go to Bob here and get that Q-tip perspective that oftentimes quells us young fellers with all our piss and vinegar down. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, great conversation, guys. We need this, right? We need this discourse. But let's talk about the voter. You know, how much, because what they always move from pain to pleasure, right? That's what we do as voters. So when the government offers something to get us out of that situation, that's where all the voters are going to flock to. And traditionally, Canadians are very forgetful. We're low information voters as a whole, not us in this room particularly, but I'm speaking generally, where a month before the election or 2 weeks before the election, some politicians give some money here, give some money there, buy some votes, and bang, it's over. And they don't have an effing clue about what the policy is. Nothing, right? So we're at a precipice now today in 2023 where we're bankrupt. The country's bankrupt, whether you want to admit that or not. Listen to Joseph, the economic long wave. We're bankrupt. We're there. So what are we going to do about it? We need um, a leader, a strong leader with an economic background that's going to get us out of this. How are they going to convince the voter? I think can go one of two ways: socialism and more free shit to take away the pain, or they're going to say, we're bankrupt. We're done. There's no more room on the credit card, like James said. And our only way out of this, stop funding the UN, the WEF, all these other countries. We've got to tame down our immigration. We've got to start building up our infrastructure. We've got to start looking after Canadian businesses. Like Adrian said, we've got to start lowering taxes. We've got to get this money released from all these equities so that people start spending it, so they don't have this tax grab again, right? For everything. We've got to start looking at that approach from how do we move people from pain back to pleasure in one of those two ways. That's how I see it. So whatever politician or political party can come up with that plan at the last minute is the one, because of our low information voters, is the one that's going to win. That's the one that's going to convince the Canadians. Now, a couple of wild cards here. Real estate. How are you going to feel when you live in Toronto when you just lost 50% or 40% of your equity? because the house you just bought, right, are overinflated real estate market, or Vancouver, Montreal, etc. These places that are super duper hot. I know in Alberta here, in the last oil boom in the late, whatever it was, 2007, 8, somewhere in there, 9, real estate prices almost doubled. Uh, Alberta, I've never seen it so busy, you guys, in my entire life. I mean, there were no hotel vacancies. People were sleeping in campers. Um, $100,000 apartment style condo was going for $200,000 at that time. It was ridiculous. These are the microcosms in these voter rich areas like Toronto that I see that are dealing with now. So, how are those people going to vote and feel as a result? Are they even intelligent enough to recognize what the Liberals have done? I don't know. But I'll land the plane and say that from pain to pleasure is where the low information voter goes. And it's either going to go through the way of UBI socialism, $10 a day daycare, everything's free, don't worry about it, or somebody that puts the nail on the head and says, we're bankrupt and we can't do this anymore. We're going to be Venezuela 2.0. So I just wanted to throw those opinions into the mix. Thanks.
Okay, awesome points. Guys, retweet the room, all that crap. Try to, if you want to copy the link and go dump on Truck Driving Club's tweet feed, or Adam or whatever, if you know how to do that. I'm not going to go through all the specific details here. Just if you know what you're doing, do it. If you don't, then just retweet the thing, whatever. And then let's try to get those CPC guys in here so it's not a goddamn pile on. But I think James is holding his ground here pretty good so far. Let's go to Adam, and then I'm just going to start picking randos. So get ready.
Hello, everybody. So for the CPC thing, I don't feel like conservatives are conservatives. I feel like the CPC is just the rhino version of whatever we got going on up here in Canada. And I mean, they facilitated all of this, and that's I've been here pretty much my whole life except for like a year and a half, and I've never felt inclined to vote for any of the policies until Max, basically. And pretty much all I have to say. Oh, and then the comment before about the boom in Alberta, you're like 2007, 2000. Yeah, right before Obama, basically. So yeah, I'm done.
That's it? Jesus Christ, dude. Like everyone else is going on for, no, I'm just joking. Okay, so our buddy Alberta Proud, we're going to try to get him up, but I have a feeling that there's some lurkers here that are willing to do the thing. So if we don't get engagement, I'm gonna drop you like a hot potato here. Java, go ahead. He's flushing. He's washing his hands. He's busy. Okay. Letterbuck, you got a comment here?
Oh, put me on the spot here. Well, I don't know. I think I'm out of this one, to be quite honest with you, because being in the West here, I don't see how our system, especially whether it's the PPC or the PPP, can stay alive unless they cater to Toronto and Montreal and where all, the lower Southland there.
But Max doesn't. Max is, I think, given the strongest platform for Alberta from any of the major policies. He gave a whole interview on it.
Yeah, but he can't form government with making good policy with us. He has to sell that to you guys in the East. And from what I can tell, I don't think the East really cares about the policy that he has planned for here. I mean, and in the bottom, in the bottom of all of this is you have to win seats. And if you're thinking of majority someday, you have to cater to where the majority is. And some people here know I ran for the Maverick Party. It wasn't because I want to be a separatist or anything. It's the idea that getting true representation for my region, because we've seen them come out here, the conservatives, and now Max telling us conservatives that, yeah, we will be behind you. But as soon as they get in, it's crickets. right? And so Max can say whatever he wants, but to actually take, the reins of forming government, I don't think. I don't know. I like I said, I'm pretty biased. I've been watching for years, and I am one of those people that votes on principles. And I've just watched every conservative government roll in, singing their song, "Oh, we love the West," and they get full blue in the West, but the West still gets screwed. I mean, you can't name a conservative leader.
The West kind of bitches a lot, though, don't they?
Well, yeah, we pay the most, though, Zinc. That's
Well,
why.
because everybody else was tanked long ago, right? You guys didn't complain when the fisheries got fucked out east, did you? You just kept jacking off your oil patch there, didn't you?
You know what, Zinc? All those fishermen and the combine guys in Saskatchewan, they all came to Alberta.
Yep, they all came out there, and you treated them like shit.
That's
didn't
not.
you?
Yeah,
no. Talk to the newfies who went out there.
No,
Oh, you guys were
I'll vouch
so
for that.
welcoming, weren't you?
No, I'll vouch for that. I had this is true. I've seen, and there's lots of shitting on newfies when they first started coming out. Now, if you got a newfie accent, you're at the top of the list. But anyways, that's just a thing. But go ahead, Letterbuck. Just let her rip. Let her rip. No filter. No filter, buddy. Yeah, I know you can do it.
I came out here in the 80s, and it was guys from Saskatchewan and guys from the East Coast. And trust me, both of us were looked at as like Mexicans in Texas. We were the ones in the trenches putting the pipe in their thing, with all our bosses were the Albertans, right? We did it, but the ones that stayed, the Newfies that stayed, the New Brunswickers that stayed, the Saskatchewan, the BCers, we made something of it. We put up with it, and we stuck it out. And I mean, there's communities, the Newfoundlanders, every year they have a huge party in the middle of oil country in Grand Prairie. It's the biggest party that we have in Alberta, and it's ran by.
Got to reboot, Zinc. Just give me two secs. Keep on going, Letterbuck. I got to reboot. So just.
So it isn't about picking on one people or another. Yes, we've had good times, booms and busts. It's called the Alberta way. You make or you spend her, and then we're crying because we don't have it. But the bottom line is when it comes to, you can't bitch about the oil and gas when it's feeding the whole country. And that's all we want to do out here. We just want to keep doing whatever the hell we want to do, but just let us do it. And right now we have governments that aren't letting us do it. They're raping us, just like in 1905 when they signed us on. They didn't even want us to settle the West. We were Prince Rupert's land. They really didn't think people would come out here and survive. But just like history has proven, we survived and we made something of this place. And there's lots left of resources that have been undeveloped in Saskatchewan, BC, and Alberta. But the East won't let us because they're too worried about their electric buses. Right? They're too worried about, they don't even understand where that fucking gas comes from. They drive up in their Mercedes, they pull it out, and they think, what? It's just coming out.
I guess my point is that this is the problem with Canada, is that people are too concerned with their own shit. And it's the whole quote. They first came for the fishermen and I said nothing. Then they came for the lumbermen and I said nothing. And then when they came for the oil patch, there was nobody left to speak for me. So, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to make the point to you is everybody else has gotten a bad shaft for the last, several decades. And now it's Alberta's turn. And you want us to shed the tear, but it's like everybody's going to have to suffer until everybody realizes that we're fucked if the whole country is, moving at different speeds, right?
Okay. Well, here's my solution. Instead of being a provincial country, we should be a true confederation and divvy up the regions. The eastern region, the western region, the central region, and that's how we should be governed. And we should get rid of the 338 and send 100 and make it an even amount of people going to represent the regions. But let the regions pick who they send there. So that makes the people in the regions accountable to the people that are putting them there. Because right now, we're sending people that are calling themselves Westerners, calling themselves Easterners. They're going to Ottawa and they're fucking forgetting about us on both from coast to coast. So what's happening is that our regions will never, ever be truly represented, or will always be bitching about our regions getting it harder than that region, simply because we're not getting the representation that we want. So it's never going to end. It doesn't matter. This confederation is a sham, just like the word democracy in my mind, because they've all fallen, and all three jurisdictions of it are represented by a Laurentian elite that just are in it for themselves. So why back to the regional part? if you could focus on just the East Coast and you focus on your whatever 33 people that you're going to send to 33.3 people you're going to send to Ottawa, that would make them more accountable. And what it would do is it would force politicians to work together to solve the fucking problems. But right now it isn't about solving problems. It's about who has the power. And once they get in power, well, then they pick the problems that gives them the most, blips in the data that says.
Did I just get zapped? Or what happened there?
Letterbuck, we lost you. Letterbuck, can you hear us? We lost you there last 10 seconds or so. Reopen your mic, because, yeah, we lost you. I think you might be buffering or
I got you.
maybe. There you go.
Sorry, no, my phone cut in there. Yeah, you got me going, Zake. But really, I am a Canadian. I'm not a separatist. I'm just a guy that sees the potential in Canada. But you're right. They've divided us from region to region, thinking that who's got it the worst, who gets the most, who doesn't get the most. Well, it's not about that. It's about what do we have and how can we get the most for everybody from it. And that's not happening in politics. It's not in my paying attention to it. And I have to be quite honest with you, I've only voted twice in my life. One was for Klein, and that wasn't a regret. And the other one was for Harper, and that was a big fucking regret. If that you want an example, all you conservatives of who sold us down the line, 2030, he signed on. Same with Mulroney, 2021, he signed on. So back to that, let's put the class Laurentian elite. They don't give a fuck about the voter. They just about saying the right things to get in power. And we're the assholes that let them get away with it. We are, all of us, everybody on this page. We can sit here and you can say, I know, Rennie, you're running. That's what I did too. I was thinking I'm either going to run from this country or run for it. And I ran for it. And yeah, I got to vote for myself. That was the third time I voted. And I'll tell you what, I really felt good about it for the first time. Right. So I guess what I'm trying to say, I've heard it many, many times. Who are these leaders? In my mind, they're all dirty. Sorry, Max is dirty. He was in there in international affairs. He was just in there with those guys. He, just as much as any other conservative politician you want to pick on. Just because he washes his hands and grabs the populism and the things that that aren't being represented, sure, that sounds good. It looks good on paper. But when it comes down to it, do you really think if Max was sitting in the chair that he would ignore what the masses want, even if it's the stupidest thing? I don't think so. If GTA said, hey, we want to get rid of oil and gas, and he's sitting in the chair, he would fucking go along with it. But that's just me. But bottom line, and I'll drop the anchor here, is that we have to put better people in these positions of politics, and we have to keep them accountable. But as long as we're on the party system, and there's whips, we'll never be able to hold them account, because once they get elected, they just disappear into their party, and we can't hold them accountable. So I don't know what are you going to do here? Who's better, PPC or PPP? I'll tell you right now, PPC doesn't have a fucking hope because they're at fucking 3%. PP, he doesn't have a fucking hope because he won't be able to get a majority. So where are we? We're fucked is where we are. And so I don't know what the solution. My brain power isn't built for that kind of solution. But when someone comes up with that solution, fill me in, because I'll support it. But at the moment, our system is not there for the voter. It's for those goddamn politicians. With that, I'm dropping the anchor.
It was a good anchor. Thanks for that, Letterbuck. I don't know who was up. Alberta, I think you were trying to talk earlier. Are you working now?
Yeah, how's that?
Yep, sounds good.
Right on. Holy shit. Yeah, lots going on tonight, guys. Definitely actually from Alberta. So yeah, PPC for sure, but it doesn't really matter who we vote for out here. You could have 10 people vote in each riding in the country and PPC would win. O'Toole was a tool. I voted actually for the Purple Party because I knew it was just a waste of vote. So I don't know. My suggestion for you guys is like, let's get Pierre winning, get Trudeau out, and then after that, the game begins. You know what I mean? And then it's a two-party race of the PP and the PPC, right? I think the Liberals are fucking done. You know what I mean? So let's.
So I guess
think
my
work
question to you
together.
is,
Yeah.
what do we gain from Pierre that we don't from Trudeau? What's the difference there? What do you see as the difference?
Well, I don't know if that's the point, but what you think supporting Maxine in the East is doing any good for Canada at the moment? You know, I'm just saying the game's the game. Eh? It's rigged. Like Litterbug said, you know, it's rigged. So
Well, so I guess
yeah.
because I mean it's all speculation. Because here's my speculation on that: if you
Yeah.
get Pierre elected, right, and he gets a minority, well, unless he's getting propped up by the bloc, his minority is nothing, and it's just a coalition, right? So that's what people tell. It's like, oh, well, just vote for Pierre, and then whatever. And then, of course, even if he does get a minority, he gets propped up, then they'll be telling, oh, well, we still need to vote for Pierre to get him a majority. You don't want to let the Liberals back. So it's going to constantly be the
No.
same thing, right?
I think you're missing out on. I think the PPP will get so much support after the election that they will support each other because we all have the same goal, right? Like freedom and just equalness and just happiness. You know, Canada shit, right?
Well, I'd see that's the thing. I don't know if we have the same goal.
I don't know. It's
My,
well, you know, east
so
to
I mean,
west, but
it's not. So I mean, this is what Max left the party over, right? The supply control, like Adrian. It's not purely an academic issue, right? Supply control is what kills this country, right? This is why somebody can't go and start another dairy farm or another egg farm, right? This kills entrepreneurship in this country, and this is a fundamental problem in this country, right? We're still acting like a colony after 150 years.
yeah, but reality is like you got to check yourself on that because Maxine doesn't have a chance to win. He has a chance to just to steal vote and split the party. I don't know. To me,
So still
yeah.
vote because, like I said, I've never voted conservative. Mikey never voted conservative. Wogpog never voted before this, and we're all PPC voters, right? So those are not CPC votes, right? And a lot
I
of
think I think you just got to look the day after Pierre wins. Then you guys can have a voice, and then the Liberals will be so done that it'll just be Maxine will have a huger voice. They can work on some things, and then the game's on, right? I would definitely vote for Maxine next. Like, I love how he got arrested, man. That takes balls and shit. Like, that guy, I agree with like 90% of what he says. Like, but I just, Trudeau has got to
What do
go,
you
and reality is, like, you got to, you know, we got to get Pierre in
I mean, the
just
reality is,
for
if
that
everybody
sense.
voted for the PPC, then they'd win. It's this idea, right?
Besides the
It's this
point,
lack of faith,
yeah,
right?
I've been listening for quite a while here, and I'm not conservative, or I'm like hopefully, I've done, like, since I was a young lad, I've done the picketing, I've done the leaflets, I've done assisted in managing campaigns. In Manitoba, my family brought a lot of people to Parliament, especially to power with Gary Dewar and whatnot in provincial politics, and outward too. Bill Blakey, like, let me reiterate, I was in the riding of the longest serving member of Parliament in Canada, and now it's passed on to his son, Daniel Blakey. Besides the point, all of the system has been corrupted to the core. All 338 abused all of our charter rights and freedoms. And, so much factors have taken place we aren't considering. We're still in abuse. We're still getting abused. And being in this psychosis state of abuse is not fun at all, folks. This is a war of attrition. And for those that could recognize the true abuse, I'm telling you, I've been through a lot of fucking struggles myself. And I'm telling you where the demon is, and that's the 338. And if you're going to vote CPC, you're going to vote for the same abuse, if not worse. That's a fact, full stop right there. And Harper brought Agenda 30 in and all this shit. And so much has happened. There's collateral damage to this day going on. Voters that are dying right now, vaccinated, those are voters.
Yeah.
So all parties are getting collateral damage here at once here. And they want a great reset. Well, let's give it on our terms. Whether it's freaking Max we vote for, and I don't give a shit, anyone but the 338. Because I'm not willing to put up any more abuse. They all abused us, Canada. Full stop.
100%. But I don't know. We almost got to play their game, though. For me,
No, we don't.
that's
We
what.
don't. We're being abused by them. I'm calling out their abuser. I want to lop it off.
So you.
So if
So what?
if anyone who's
Yeah.
abused, and if we have the number, I know the numbers. Politics wise, look at how many votes Justin has the last election. All those numbers, 5 point something million. If we had 6 million segregated Canadians, that's a lot of federal power right there. I don't care how you dice it. Because those are segregated Canadians that should rightfully not vote any of the 338 in.
For sure.
And we just have to remember the abuse. It was only a year ago, folks. We had millions of Canadians. Now it only inspire us, but we went global. Now, if we could really fucking pull our pants up as adults and get to work here, stop acting like junior high, and all this infighting nonsense, we really have to get focused and dialed in here and really get to work, right? It's possible. Aside from all the division and all the strategies, whether you're from the east, the west, all that shit, I'm aside from it. I'm protected by our charter rights and freedoms, and it protects all of us equally. And that's the power of it and the beauty of it. So come with me to let's make real historical change here in Canada.
Well, and that's the only way you're going to get anything done. So I was listening for a while too, and I had my hand up, but I'm going to jump in. The only option that we do have is to abstain from the abusive system. Because you're sitting here and you're measuring PPC and CPC, and Mike's right. They all sat there and they watched. Pierre Poulevoir sat there and watched as all of our rights and freedoms were taken. He didn't say anything until what, last fucking week? So the only option would be to abstain from playing their sick, twisted game.
And what does that accomplish?
Quite frankly, it accomplishes. Listen, Zink, I know
Well,
that
no,
you're
what I'm saying, Eric, is that's what most Canadians do. They don't vote, and that's why we
okay,
are
but
here.
I did vote PPC, Zink, and it's done nothing. Again, Maxime Bernier only has 3%. Maxime Bernier should be running our fucking country, but he's not, and we don't have enough people willing to stand up and vote for him. So the only other option we have is not to play the game. Zink, we're not going to get Maxime Bernier to run Canada.
But that's already what we've been doing. So I mean, you're just saying. I mean, that's just the status quo. The status quo is that most Canadians don't vote, and that's been the status quo, right?
Because this is our options. These are our, well, obviously Canadians do vote because we had a majority for Justin Trudeau, didn't we? He got a majority of ridings. So yes, quite a few Canadians did vote.
But the voting is less. I mean, what was 42% voting rate?
But why wouldn't you continue just to vote PPC, even though what you said is true?
It's not making a difference,
but
Bob.
you're still counting.
Wait till people
It is
figure out
making
about
a
the gene therapy. That's
It
the
is
big one.
making a difference, Erica. It is.
Can I jump in for a sec?
The one thing I will say to Bob's point there, they get federal funding, right? That 5%, like I said, my vote here where I am in my writing doesn't matter, right? Because it's going to go Mark Garneau and then it goes NDP, right? But it did add to that overall percentage, and that overall percentage gives the PPC more federal funding and more federal recognition. Of course, they're
Right.
going to
It's
probably
still a
change.
federal party, Zink. They're still part of the game.
Well, I mean, we're in a federal system.
Right, but it's still the same corrupt game.
No, I respectfully disagree because whoever was saying at least Max has a platform. Everybody else is just blowing in the wind and running the media and trying to convince everybody.
So where was Max
that's
when
big
everybody
difference.
was dying from the jabs? Where was Max when everybody was being
He was getting
masked in all
arrested.
the
He was out
funny
protesting
circles?
and getting arrested.
Max
Okay,
hasn't
let's
done nearly as
roommate.
much as he should have done, Zink.
Let's catch our breath here for a minute here, folks. Is Wogpog back up in action here? Just some room maintenance here, folks. Is Wogpog back up and working here? Mic check, Wogpog. All right, so drop him down if you can, Zink. And I'd like to
Wog, are
hear.
you there?
Oh, look, Wog. Now's the time. We have the pleb in the house. Welcome, pleb. What say you? since we specifically called you here.
Hello, how's it going
I'm
tonight?
calling. Yeah,
How's the PP?
not too bad. Not too bad. I'd just like to welcome you here to the space, and let's see what you have to say. How you doing tonight?
It's a great question. I'm doing really well. One sec, hold on. I'm just setting up my audio. Just give me a minute. You guys continue this. I'll be on in a minute.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll come back to you. Most excellent. How about we go
Bob.
to Gads? Bob first, and Gadson. Okay.
Oh, Gads, go ahead. Welcome, Gads. What do you got for us? I'll go after Gads.
You sure? I'll be quick because it's True North room. But I've been listening in just as I'm wrapping up my day. I want to let you guys know a little support from down south. I live in a border state, so I do run into people from Quebec and New Brunswick quite often where I live. Mostly truck drivers and things like that. Not recently, more so in the summer, but they're still talking about your convoy. So you are making a difference. And the main reason I wanted to mic up really quick is that you folks need to continue to be engaged. It doesn't matter what party you vote for because you have a multi-party system, unlike us, where it's a two-party system, as you know. So the last thing you want to be is black-pilled, or what does Wog say, doom-pilled? You don't want to be doom-pilled because that is exact. You're just making the well, you guys call them the WEF. I call them the Fourth Reich. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You're just making their job easier if you're not civically engaged. For the better part of an hour, in bits and pieces, Zink has been talking about the importance of voting and staying engaged. Guys, how do you think I feel? I'm a Trump guy, and they stole the fucking election from our guy. Okay, in my opinion, the best president we ever had. That's what happens when North Americans are asleep, is they do shit like that. Now, you guys, because of your different setup in the parliament, kind of like they do it in London, right? You have the benefit of a coalition government, and you need to maximize that. So if you're a purple voter and you resonate with the conservative wing, then why would you discontinue after one or two election cycles because nobody won? Okay, I understand that. I understand it's disheartening when you don't have any voice, but from the math, from what I've been listening to, when and if the Conservative Party gets in, okay, if it's a smaller minority government, they are going to need eventually a partner to do that unless you get a majority conservative, right? So I guess where I'm going with this is if you are a purple voter, if you can get some people in, and I'm not talking about 10, be realistic, one or two people, right? That will make a difference because not being civically engaged and saying, I don't believe in the system. How do you think we feel? We had a presidency, never mind a congressional, a riding, whatever you guys call it, never mind a riding. We had a fucking a president stolen from us. And why? Because even people like me that are Republican were asleep at the wheel. We took it for granted. So don't make the same mistake. And now we're fighting to get it back. It's a bitch, but we're going to do it. So don't be doom-pilled. Don't be black-pilled. Doesn't matter if you're in a parliament democracy or a constitutional republic. Keep voting. It took a lot for our countries to be made. We had to fucking defeat the British crown over it. You guys are having your revolution of sorts.
All right.
Peace.
I'm in the house. How's it going, Mike?
Is your
I'm
mic
here.
up? Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear Gadson talking, pleb?
Who's Gatson?
Yeah, it's a little American flag.
I don't know. I don't know who's speaking right now. I might talk. I have 5-10 minutes to give you guys. I have some things to do. What's the conversation? I see that you guys made a space with my name tagged at the top. I got to say it's very flattering that I'm on your minds 24/7. Why? Well, what are you guys talking about? Are we talking about Pierre?
Well, we were originally talking about "Behold a Pale Horse" by William Cooper, but then it naturally, as all these rooms do, shifted to.
Although we'd like to
question.
highlight we have big
PPC.
questions in regard to your tactics and your lies and deceitful ways that you choose to use and slander.
Oh
right?
yes. The PPC, bro.
We're talking about your.
I am
No,
controlled
not even,
opposition.
not even as a PPC
Or
person. As a
corrupt.
Canadian citizen, I'm addressing this question as a nonpartisan voter. I'm curious why you think that going down the same, even as the mainstream media, they were more truthful on your story than you were, right? Your deceitful ways of division is not helping Canada whatsoever. So that's why I'd like
Yeah,
to
you know
call
what's
you
not
on
helping
that for that
Canada
matter.
whatsoever? Maxime Bernier splitting the conservative vote.
It's not a
I
split,
think
though.
that's
How's it
not
a
helping
split?
Canada. You know, that's not helping us get rid of the
That's a
WEF.
falsity, though.
Like, I
That's
mean,
a
you.
falsity, and that's more lies. The
What do
pleb.
you
You've
think the
been proven a
WEF?
liar.
No, wait. What
Oh
do you think?
God, here we go. All
What
right,
do you
go.
think the WEF is? What do you think the WEF is?
The
What is
WEF is the group of the people who control us, who control
Oh,
policy.
you actually think the WEF controls the policy?
Well, they influence it.
They
Okay.
provide it as a presentation. It's just a
Yes.
marketing campaign. They're not the ones actually creating it.
Yeah,
Right?
fair enough. Marketing campaigns fair, but they do have a lot of influence. Like from what I'm seeing, their marketing
sorry,
campaigns working
Glenn.
pretty well.
No,
Who exactly would you vote for if not Maxine? Aren't you the corrupt fucker on Twitter that acts like a liberal?
Yeah, that's me. Is that
Oh,
what the
okay.
PPC describes me as, a liberal?
Well,
Because I
never
want to
said
win.
if I was
Because I don't
PPC
want to
or not.
lose. Listen,
You know,
man.
prior to
Listen,
you
you
coming into
guys.
the space,
No, wait,
people
wait,
were
wait.
divided,
You guys
and now
will
we're all
literally.
united. Isn't that funny?
Wasn't that originally your shtick, pleb? Because I can't remember. Like your shtick was that you were supposed to be like a liberal parody, and I thought it was true. Like when you came out and you supported Pierre, I thought that was part of the joke, and then it turned out not to be part of the joke because you were supposed to be a liberal parody.
No. I was at the convoy. I will tell you one thing. I saw what Justin Trudeau did to those people, and Justin Trudeau's my enemy. I don't know about you guys. Seems like you
So
guys have
when did
different
Pierre-
enemies than I do.
when did Pierre
Trudeau?
speak out
My eyes are
about
on
the-
Trudeau. You
the
guys are not
commission?
focused on getting this guy out. You guys are in the way.
Pierre didn't make any complaint about the commission. He didn't say anything during the commission. So
Okay.
obviously he didn't
Am
seem to
I
have too
okay?
much
Am
problem
I
with
saying
DA.
Pierre's perfect? No, but you know what? Maxime Bernier doesn't have a seat in the House of Commons, so he can say whatever the hell he wants.
Well, I'm just trying to think.
He can literally say what he wants. There's nothing on the line for him. He can come out with the most. Pardon me?
338 right now aren't even sitting in our House of Commons. There, the pleb.
Yo,
No one
can you get
is
less people on?
representing
Can you
Canada.
put less people on the stage, please? If you want to ask questions, there's like way too many people on the stage. Can we get
Hey,
this down to like a
you
1,
can't
2, 3
handle the
people?
heat.
Get out of the kitchen.
Okay. Look, hey, listen, Mikey, just calm the jets here. Like, let's just have like a dialogue.
cool.
here.
No, guys, if you guys
We
want
got-
to come to my space, we could do a space sometime. We can have a conversation. If you guys want to have a 12-on-1 here, man. You guys have questions?
no,
Like, I don't
I'm
even know
talking
who's
to you.
talking to me.
So just only listen to me. I'm the only one that matters. It's my space.
Okay, so how about you kick everyone off the stage and we'll have a one-on-one conversation.
Well, no, I'm. hopefully
Kick
these are all
everyone off
people
the stage and let's have a one-on-one
No,
conversation.
so these are all people I trust. So I'm going to tell them to shut up, and they're going to obey me.
No. You're gonna kick them off the stage, and we'll have a one-on-one conversation.
No,
Those are the
they're
terms.
They're gonna
okay.
obey me.
Well, then, unfortunately, guys, I'm gonna have to leave you.
Yeah, fuck off. No, fuck
You
off.
already
you
were
pussy.
taking apart
You're
plans.
Don't run away. We could respect your
No,
rules.
no, he's
We
No,
could
go,
respect
go,
the
go.
Mikey, shut the fuck up.
You're corrupt.
Okay,
He's
that's what
fucking
happens.
corrupt.
But Erica, you're part of the problem there. Okay, so listen, guys.
He's fucking corrupt. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, he is corrupt.
But we wanted to engage him fairly. Like,
that's
And
not-
he's
that's not
telling you
gonna
how to
get-
run your space.
Okay, see, that's why you get muted, right? It's like, guys, I was having super technical problems and like, holy fuck, here comes the cat fight. I got Mikey on one side, I got fucking Zinc on the other side. Now we got Pleb in, which was the point of this fucking thing. And then you scared him off.
He played his game, and I wasn't going to play his
Oh,
game.
he said he only had 10 minutes. He wanted to do a diatribe. He gave
Well,
us
no,
a
he
limited
wanted
time.
to say. I mean, like, I
I
can
know,
control my own
Mikey,
space.
it was
I was
not
calling him
fucking,
out for
it was
his
not
lies.
No,
fucking
Mikey.
helpful, Mikey, to come in like that on a personal attack. This is like the second time in this fucking
That's
room.
not a
dude.
personal attack.
Fuck it is. Yes, it is. It's like
Nah.
focus on the ideas, bro. It's like it's a fucking
Get some
stupid
thick
game.
skin. So I'm gonna call it out for what it
So
is.
do
Plain and
you
simple.
think? Do you really think, bro? I mean, come on. Like, if you wanted the dog fight, he's doing exactly what we just did. Okay. So, anyways, you got gamed, you got trolled, and you played, and then you lost. So there you go. Go ahead. Fuck it up, guys.
I didn't lose anything there, Wogpog. He ran away.
No, I
He's
booted him
denied
because
the
Mikey, you kept jumping
conversation.
in. I mean, we could have played this, but it is what it is.
Okay, are you guys done?
It would have been better to just listen and wait till he asks a question. That would have been the proper play.
No, he started to demand rules, and I wasn't going to play his rules.
That's
true.
Okay, Pleb said something important. Is Maxime Bernier can say whatever he wants. Let's focus on that for a second. Why is that? Because he doesn't have a seat? Because he's not controlled by corporations and lobbyists? Right? So we got to think here, gang, about who's representing us. They're elected public servants. And I'll reiterate what Mike said, and I've said 1,000 times. All 338 of them failed us. I'm politically homeless right now, especially being from Alberta, super politically homeless. And I'm sure my fellow Eastern Canadians feel the same way. In Newfoundland, where Trudeau's just, kiboshed the LNG exports to Germany, and now he's going to give Japan the same treatment. So but he said an important thing. Max can say whatever he wants because he doesn't have a seat. That's the kicker, right? If you have a seat, you should be able to say whatever you want. So we need to start, getting ourselves grounded here, gang. We need to get rid of lobbyists. We need to get rid of corporations controlling our politicians. We need to start something up, and I don't care what political party does this, but whoever's first is going to be the winner, is write a recall legislation and absolutely ban unions, corporations, lobbyists, all that bullshit from the whole dog and pony show. That's what we need here. So at least we got that one positive thing out of him, and I would have really loved to hear the debate of what he had to say, because he's playing the political strategy of a two-party system in Canada, right? So with that being said, I want to go back to Gads quickly because he was giving us some insights on the difference between the U.S. and Canada. So Gads, if you'd be so kind.
No, I mean, I'm going to hijack here, and I'm just going to say the problem with Canada is Canadians lack imagination. They don't want this country to be great. They want it to continue to be a fucking bitch to the rest of the world, bitch to France, bitch to Germany, bitch to whatever other country. Canadians lack fucking imagination. And the biggest problem with Canada is Canadians. It's nothing with the borders. It's nothing with the provinces. It's Canadians. People just lack fucking imagination here. Oh, we got to participate in the two fucking party system. And that's why this is a fucking loser country. That is why this country has never accomplished anything in its fucking 150 years of mediocrity. And that's why it never will, because they're fucking losers. Every smart, intelligent, ambitious Canadian is fucking leaving Canada.
Can I just say something to that, Zink?
Let me hear it.
I mean, that's just really bad, sad.
Okay,
I mean,
let me hear Canada's great accomplishments.
The country's not adhering to your idea of what great is, or so we're all a bunch of losers. No, I mean, you just called every Canadian a loser. Really? Is that where you're coming from? I mean, that's just, man, Zink.
Well, it's the lack of imagination. Let's just keep doing the same thing we've done. What has this country accomplished? Let me know. This country is pathetic. I'm not disputing that with you.
We made a significant contribution to the beating of the Nazis in World War II. We made a significant contribution in World War I.
No, we didn't. They could
we
have
are
done
a very, very wealthy country that has that produces many raw materials for the planet. We've done a lot of good things. There's a lot to be proud of as a Canadian, and I am a proud Canadian. So
James, I think
if that's your position,
and that's all you think Canada.
You
don't see what Canada hasn't accomplished, what it could have accomplished
You
many
know what?
times over, what it continues to not
Grandma had
accomplish.
balls, she'd be grandpa. I get your point, but don't diminish every Canadian. That's just a very, very weak position.
Zink, I hear what you're saying, and I really, really appreciate your passion. And I would say that you are correct that at least half of Canadians are below average. Absolutely.
Well, no. It's just this constant.
I'd like to
shooting
give
for
the
middle,
mic to
right?
June.
It's like instead of
I'd like
shooting
to.
for the stars,
Canadians shoot
Well,
for
this
the middle,
testosterone's
right?
kind
I
of
mean,
getting
this is the
Well,
biggest
you
puffy
know what,
chest
problem,
and
right?
shit.
Adrian, I think a lot of people are just terrified. They want to make their bills at the end of the month. They just want to leave, get along so they can live. And I understand that. I have a tremendous amount of empathy for those feelings and those people. They don't want to fight. They just want to go back to the way their life was
But
when they
we
had
can't.
order.
It's a
And
different
and you know
world
what?
now.
You know what the realistic thing is? It's gonna take a tremendous amount of pain to move these people, and that is just the way it is. These people are going to have to experience things that shake them from their beliefs and motivate them to action. That is the only way.
Think
And
of it
it's
this way,
not the
though.
easy way.
It's a war of attrition, folks, right? It's a war of attrition.
Yeah, but the
And
attrition,
for
Mickey,
every
is
day,
that people are
people are
moving
dying,
south.
right?
No, well, people
People
are
are
moving
dying.
south. Any ambitious Canadian is moving south, right? Rumble
Those
went
that can
south.
afford,
Viva
right?
Frey
Yes, I
went south.
understand that.
Well, a lot of it are trying to make it afford, right? Even if they can't afford, because
And
they
very
see
well,
no
there's no
future.
running from this, all right? So,
A lot
but
of Canadians
anyways,
don't see any future in Canada,
I'd like
right?
to hear from June, and that's fair enough. You're fair enough points. Yes, go ahead, June. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Wow. That's been a frenetic 10 minutes. I dipped in the space and everyone was getting along, and then the pleb comes in. Wow, the pleb triggers a lot of people, and I really honestly don't understand why. Wow, he triggers so many people. Like, he comes in here and everyone starts screaming and yelling, and all of a sudden Canada's a shithole with stupid fucking citizens. And wow, what? Pleb's a goddamn fucking truck driver, parody, trying to incite whatever he can. You guys are giving him exactly what he wants. And I'm not an enemy of the pleb, just like I'm not an enemy of the Captain Kobe's, right? Because I see what they're doing, right? I wish people would take a step back and take a fucking couple of breaths, man. Take
Well,
a
no,
breath.
we tried to do that, but then of course, yeah, people wouldn't shut the fuck up when I told them to shut the fuck up. And then of
Yeah,
course, then
and
he made demands on the room, and I wasn't going to adhere to his demands. So
well,
that
yeah.
was where that ended,
Well, and
unfortunately.
his spaces are very controlled, right? There's that DNA crazy purple haired chick that they just sit there and argue the whole time, and it's boring, right? But at the same time, though, I see all these great folks in this space, people I've met in other spaces before. We follow each other. You're amazing people, man. Don't let the guys like the pleb, right? And this whole, like, look, like, I got my own issue. Like, I'm politically homeless too, right? I do not like Pierre, right? I do not like Max. I don't like any of them. But at the same time, I know a lot of people for some reason think that we're going to have a spring election. People, that ain't happening, right? So everyone's sitting here getting their knickers in a knot right now about shit that isn't even going to happen. Everyone needs to just take, god damn it, man, take a step back and take a breath. Like that's all I ask. Like, I like you all, and we're all on like the same plane, and we all more or less think the same way. We may not look at it and be from the same perspectives, but we see the same goddamn things. And man, just take a breath. Just take a breath. That's
Okay,
all
June,
GS
we
I
hear
would
here.
you.
argue we
You know
don't
we're in a
see
fight,
things
though,
the
right,
same
June?
way. Like, I mean, I'm Zink and I've talked about this for a very long time, and he's 100% correct. Canadians lack vision and imagination. They can't imagine Canada truly being great. Okay, and I mean, this is a huge problem. Okay, this country could truly be great. It's like I said previously, like, Canadians can't say MCGA, make Canada great again. We have to say MCJOA, make Canada just okay again, because that's what Canada has been for its history, just okay, a nation in the middle. Okay, and this is a big problem. All right, like, we need to shoot for the stars, not keep shooting for the middle. When you shoot for the middle and you fall short
Adrian,
lower.
what is this fucking wee bullshit? What is this wee bullshit? Honestly, how many people, like, how many nations made themselves great? You know what? Nations are led by
USA?
very few people who have like amazing ideas. How many friggin' Nikola Teslas are there in the world, or
Well,
how
I
many
mean,
friggin' Edisons?
he
There's no
agrees with you, Chase.
we here.
That's the point. Is that
It's
this
an
country
absolutely
crushes the
socialist way to say things.
we crush the individual
Wait a
here,
minute.
right? That's the
It's
problem.
a socialist way to say things? What are you talking about?
You're just saying we. What are you doing? June, what are you doing? You're taking a breath, right? But you know what? There's a battle that's going on, and you need to be preparing. I hope everyone in this room understands their history. If you don't, I would go start with reading The Road to Serfdom, get an idea of where we're at and what is going to happen and what we can do about it.
So,
You need to read your history.
I mean, I am
What are you talking
an
about? What am I doing?
individualist. I mean,
What are you talking
yeah.
about? No.
What are you doing
Whoever
for
just
yourself,
said to me,
June? Are you doing
what
anything
am
for
I
yourself?
doing?
What are you
What
doing
am
for
I
yourself
supposed to
in
be
all
doing?
this?
Am I supposed to be arguing on Twitter Spaces about fucking PPC and
Absolutely
CPC?
not.
Then
Absolutely
tell
not.
me what I should be doing.
I'm not going to tell you what you should be doing whatsoever.
You just asked me what I was doing to make things better. You tell me what I
Exactly.
can
What are
do.
you doing?
You
I
tell
don't
me.
care what you're doing, but what are you doing? Are you doing anything?
What?
No, I'm just sitting here
Chase,
on my fucking
what are
hands,
you
biding
doing,
time.
right?
Breathing.
Like, I mean, really, like.
I am doing things, actually. I'm doing things for myself to prepare myself because you know what?
Great.
Only I
So are
will
all
be
of
able to
us.
help
Like, I mean, we
myself.
all have
I
lives
am not
outside
waiting
of
here
Twitter
for anybody in
Spaces.
this room to go and vote a certain way and hope for an outcome that is very uncertain and unlikely.
You sound like
And
global
that is the last thing
now.
I'm doing. No,
Do you know what I'm doing? Let me
I'm
tell
not
you
what?
what
No,
I'm
you
doing. No,
didn't.
you asked me what I'm doing, and I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. Do you know what I'm doing? I'm raising my fucking kids. I'm raising my fucking kids to stand up for themselves. I'm raising my kids to go to school, not wear a goddamn mask. Okay. When they're gonna get in shit every goddamn day. I'm raising my kids to stick up for themselves, to stick up for the people around them. That's what I'm doing. Because do you know what matters right now? Not you and me or anyone else in this goddamn room. It's our fucking kids. It's the next generation. So do you know what,
And yet,
Wolfhog? That's what I'm doing. Don't fuck with me. I'm worse than Salty. Trust me.
I just want to say touch on that. So, and yet another reason not to vote for Pierre, because he facilitated all this institutionalized nonsense for the kids.
I'm not voting for goddamn Pierre. I'm not voting for goddamn fucking Max. Do you know what I've done in the past when there's no one that I like that I don't want and I don't want to vote for? I go to the goddamn polling station with my fucking polling card and I spoil my ballot because I go and I exercise my goddamn right as a Canadian to vote. It doesn't mean that I'm just going to pick whoever is the least worse. No, I'm not a PPC chick. I'm not a fucking Pierre chick. That's not who I am. And all these spaces, all you guys do is you blow up every fucking night, and I'm tired of it. That's why me and Salty, we had a space on the weekend all about menopause, right? Let's talk about something different, right? I know you guys don't give a shit about that. Most people in the room I'm looking, mostly guys, but I'm just saying, don't sit here and talk down to me. What am I doing? I'm doing a hell of a fucking lot. I'm doing a lot more than arguing in Twitter spaces every night. Over and out.
And yet here you are, June. You're the only one arguing with yourself.
Really?
I would suggest
really
take another look at Max. That's all. Because I mean, if we do have a hope, it's him. And if it's not, we're so screwed. It doesn't even matter at that point. And I'm going to have to move back to the States.
Okay, I'm going to intervene here, not to step on anybody, but just a few things. One, what Zink was stating, it was a little bit bold, but unfortunately, throughout decades, okay, Canada has some of the brightest and most intelligent people in the world. The problem is they've always left Canada for greener pastures, either going to the States, to the UK, or other parts of the world. Now, the thing is, we do have strong people here, and we produce some of the best and the brightest minds. The problem is, majority don't stay here. It's the minority, or the higher percent. Actually, I'll say a higher percentage lately. That is the problem. It's not the majority. That's the problem. But some of us that are great minds, we don't want to leave because we want to stand our ground. Unfortunately, there aren't enough of us at this moment. But either way, stay positive. What is everyone doing? That's, as some have said, we're doing what we need to do to survive and take care of each other. Doesn't mean we're not doing the right things. Each of us have our own methods and our own ways. That's it. I love all of you, and I'm gonna drop down now.
Okay, I'm gonna speak a little bit to that, Crazy. So you're correct in that we are losing a lot of brain drain. There's a ton of that going on. Now, let's go up to the 40,000 foot perspective. Who is that feeding? Let's go back onto the prior comment from one of the speakers. The low value, low intelligence voter, the non-engaged voter, right? Like, we're not talking about the people that don't vote, because there's a whole spectrum there, and I'm not going to touch on that. But what I'm saying is the low information voter. It was said earlier, and this is key, right? So you're losing your topmost critical thinkers to other countries. Most of the people that are, let's call it monetarily mobile, are actually positioning themselves in other countries, securing, property or some kind of other mechanism that they can enter into this country. Usually the countries with the least amount of restrictions. So this is actually happening, and it's happening in droves. I mean, let's look at Zinc. Zinc here is leaving Canada, right? Software developer, years of experience, blah, 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 pays, Canadian taxes, all this other horse shit, a productive member of a consumer society. Well, he's fucking off because he can work anywhere. People that are mobile are moving. Our other buddy there, endangered Canuck, fucked off to Europe. People are fucking off. And I have a whole bunch of other stories from a whole bunch of other people. But more importantly, the people that are staying here that have millions of dollars, let's say in capital, that they may have accrued through various, usually some kind of, stock market investment-y kind of thing. They're also, more importantly, forget about the person themselves. They're moving their capital out of this country. Why are they moving their capital out of this country? Because of the fucking banking instability that was instituted by design by the government themselves, right? This is the bigger thing. How do you unstabilize the banking community itself? Well, that was done through martial law in here and whatever. That sent ripples around the world. That was a shaky, scary moment for worldwide, fancy pants, Rolex wearing, escort driving, coke snorting, Aston Martin mofos, right? I don't know if you guys get what I'm laying down here. Apparently, I'm abusing the room, but get buckle up. But the problem here, guys, is like, yeah, you guys, like, let's pat ourselves in the back. We really won the battle. We really won the battle with the pleb. We showed him, right, Erica? We really gave him a good cock knocking, right? But did we? You win the battle and you lose the war. That's why we crowdsourced the term here in the room last week. We crowdsourced the term strategic thinking, not critical thinking. Strategic thinking. We have to game up here, right? We have to game up, and we are in echo chambers, and we get people in from that we're representing the opposite view, and then everyone's lined up, piled on, like, yeah, fuck you, asshole, you're a fucking dick. Okay, that's really, we're really going to get those other people in here. So, truck driver pleb, to his credit, he picked up on what we were up to, and then he fucked off. So say what you will about the guy, he's strategic as well. He knows what we were up to. So fuck it,
He's laughing at all of you. That's what he's doing. He's laughing. Okay.
We should have had so inconsequential that it doesn't even matter if he laughs. I don't care. He's one of the dumbest people I've ever met. He's good at the gift of gab and quick little comebacks, but he's not a thinker. I don't think he's smart.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no personal attacks here, guys. Small minds, talking about people. Let's go about the ideas here. We had a really great room going on. We actually time marked it because we were talking about how great we were interviewing Bob and some other people about how they felt during the convoy things, that Bob was the head of the spaces, the very nascence of spaces. That's how this thing started. Okay. Then all this PPC shit started because one guy came in, started to talk about his PPC conservative thing. Who knows what the fuck that was about? He came in, said his piece, blah, blah, blah. He fucked off. Who cares? Right? Let's finish up this convo. Let's elevate it. I mean, and let's get Gadsden's opinion about what's going on in the States. Let's round this out. Let's fucking move on. But I mean, these personal attacks, dude, I mean, it's like, I can't illustrate personal retardation better than you can if you want to personally attack. Okay. And I'm going to start calling it out. Anybody that starts doing it, I'm just going to mute you and I'm going to boot you because I won't stand it. Regan's a fucking asshole. I can't stand this fucker. Every time he comes up, he talks about fucking fist fighting. Okay, fuck it. Let him fucking go. Why do I need to say that shit, right? It's a dumbass fucking move. Go ahead, Regan. How's that for a throw?
Hey, thanks, Vog. Thanks, Vog. I won't take it personally. I can be an asshole. I'm the first one to admit it. Well, what do I want to say? I mean, that was a heavy 20 minutes there, but I do agree with what Wog said. I don't think we had to run him out. I was hoping just to hear him. I was hoping he would hear us. I can't vote conservative, no disrespect to anyone in the room, but I really feel like they abandoned me. I didn't hear any of them speaking up during what went on the last couple years. Trying to force inject me and my family. I take that personally. I'll be voting PPC. It seems to me they're the only ones that actually gave a shit about me and my family during that time. I don't like Trudeau. I want him out as much as anybody else, but I'm not very confident that if the Conservatives get in, anything's going to change. I am not a history buff like some of you guys, but I have seen what's happened, and it appears to me that's what's up. The only other thing I want to say is, I think it would have been useful to talk to a guy like Pleb, because if we could bring a guy like Pleb to sort of see some of our opinions about what's going to happen if we get the Conservatives in, maybe we change a mind like that, maybe he can change some more minds. And I think that's what we're trying to do. But on principle, I'll be voting PPC, and maybe it's going to take a few elections. Maybe we don't have that much time, but fuck, how can I vote conservative after what they've done? They had every opportunity to speak up and push back about some of the shit that was going on that has basically maimed people I know, and there wasn't a fucking peep out of them. How can I forgive that? I can never vote conservative again until they clean the slate. So for what it's worth, I respect the guys in the room that do vote conservative. But yeah, I don't know what else to say except they really let me down. If they had stood up even a little bit for me, I'd probably be voting conservative. But I didn't hear a fucking peep out of any conservative members during all of that shit. So how else can I not vote for PPC? And they're probably not going to get in, but maybe after a while, and maybe if enough people stop saying we were splitting the vote, maybe the vote would go to PPC. And like Mike said earlier, 6 million fucking people didn't take the fucking jab. That's a good start, guys. Take the 6 million and let's expand on that. So, and I do agree that, everybody shouldn't have jumped in. I love you guys as hosts, but one of you guys should have been muting mics, man. If I was a co-host, I would have been muting whoever kept jumping in. Let him speak, and then let the host and him go back and forth. That's my opinion. I don't run rooms, but I love all you, and hopefully we get through this together, guys. We're not going to get through with it bickering at each other, but anyways, thanks.
Very good.
Well,
Go ahead.
I will just say
Yeah,
it was
go ahead,
already
Jake.
too late. People in here made an ass of themselves, and then he made demands that I could not respect. So,
Well, he demanded 10 minutes first off right away, right? If anyone's heard. So that's why I did interject. I was assertive, and I was just calling out on his deceitful ways, similar to the mainstream media. What they've done, they've manipulated us all along the way, and just speaking truth, guys, right?
Your truth,
And
Mikey.
you don't. We don't have to
Your
follow
truth.
the liars. Full stop. We don't have to follow him anymore. That should have been enough. I highlighted it the other day when I caught it, and no one else. Like I tweeted about it, and like that's it. Full stop. He's
yeah,
following the
just
same agenda
So,
as the
just
so we
ignore
won
338,
the
and
him.
that's it.
war.
As
We
bad
won the
as
war then, right? We won the war by getting him to run away. We won the
no,
war.
no,
No, we
no,
didn't.
no. I did make a
We lost.
mistake. Yes,
We won the battle.
I will
We
hold
won the battle, and we
accountability
got
for
fuck
making
all.
make a mistake.
Well, he knew what we were about, dude. We were trolling him into our room. We were going to drag his followers in here. Then they were going to hear
But
us.
cowards run away, Wogpog, at the end of the day, right? And he
He
still
certainly had a
cowered
point.
away, and he could have manned up and had a real debate. You don't run
He
away from a
didn't, because
debate,
you
no
were fucking
matter how much
attacking him
shit you get
personally.
thrown at each other.
Okay, Mikey, you're being deceitful. Okay, am I talking about an idea if I say you're deceitful, Mikey? Right? Is that correct? Is your
That's
truth
fine,
the
but I'm not
actual
going to get
truth?
offended by
The
it.
truth? No, but I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, we can't follow what our point
There's
of
many
trying to
different
be.
strategies. Yes, I fucked up.
Okay,
Okay,
the truth.
yes,
Okay, the truth. I know
I
I'm not
take
trying to
my
get you to admit it
responsibility
publicly.
for that. But
But
there's
what
a
I'm saying
time
is,
to be adults, and you have to be firm with all the children in the room, including my sidekicks at times.
Can I just
You
ask
know,
a
I learned
quick
a lot
question?
tonight from no, I'm calling everything out tonight because I learned a lot from tonight's space. Absolutely, I'm more concerned now about Canada than ever, really, because frankly, it's not hard to see the 338 abused, not only the 6 million, but 38 plus million Canadians. I'm not just doing it for the 6 million. That's just a factual number that took the main sacrifice, and that has the most integrity and honor and truth. Like, we're the first front lines. Doesn't matter what field, we hit every industry. So our discernment should be listened to, because I'm still on strike. I'm not feeding the beast. I'm not feeding the system. I may be one, but I know I'm, as long as I could encourage and inspires those to pick themselves up from the extreme abuse that we're still going through today, I'm trying to lead by example, and hopefully with compassion and truth, we will get there. But we have to be firm and call out lies when it is, plain and simple. The lie is not going to win here. And I'm not going to spend another second with this pleb or this conversation regarding him, because he has lost his validity, full stop. And
Well,
this
for you,
argument between the CPC
for
and
you,
the
Mikey,
conservatives, plain and simple.
for you,
But
okay, for
whatever.
you.
For me,
So
yes, yes.
for you, okay, right? And so, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, a point of reference is problematic here. But just back on the point here, guys, I can't get Gadsden's up to kill my life here. So try to invite him up, and let's see if we can get him up that way. And the point is here that we're indifferent. Can you do it, Mikey? Can you get him up? Is it possible?
Yeah, we're gonna have to roll through some hands here and create some
Well,
speakers.
I downed someone just to get him up, but it doesn't seem to work. But anyways, okay, well, it's I don't know, Mike, you probably got a better idea than me.
I can drop down if it helps, guys. Just boot.
No, you're good. I already
I
dropped
think
someone else.
Gads is up now. Yeah, there he is.
Okay, let's go back to Gads then, because he was actually driving. Yeah. No, I think he's a speaker. I see him. So we're having lots of trouble with the room, guys, because we are engaging this way, and we are playing the Mario Knopfel fucking Jerry Springer hour, but we're playing it for a purpose. Let's be strategic. And us guys up here in the with the mute button, let's just remember, like, we have sort of a different responsibility. What we're trying to do is facilitate the conversation down below, keep it on point and all the rest of it. But I'm just trying, we're all trying to grow together. There's no fucking shittiness here. It's just that my truth is different from everyone else's truth and all the rest of it. We get all that. And I'm just pointing out because I get fucking worked up too. Everyone knows it, but we're engaging in this shitstorm for a reason. Let's just fucking battle it out, and let's get other different perspectives, especially someone that understands like a little bit of Canadian politics and the state's politics. So let's go back to Gaz, let him finish his thought, and then we'll someone will figure out who's next.
Thanks, boys. No, appreciate it. I'll be quick. This is for True North. You guys,
dude, no one's ever quick that says that, Gads. And you got the floor. Just take your time and disseminate from a third party. We've got a value here. We've got a guy who doesn't have a dog in the game. So just diatribe it out, and I think it'll give us some time to just calm the fuck down here. Us Canadians are finally worked up, Gads. You finally worked us up in a lather.
Yeah, well, hey, just take pictures or it didn't happen if you guys are in a lather. But fucking, listen, this is what it's all about. You guys are sounding quite like your southern neighbors here. Keep it up. But yeah, don't get doom pilled. Continue to civically engage, and you have to continue to argue amongst each other and hopefully meet in the middle. Or you know what? If you don't meet in the middle, who cares? Stay true to yourself. That's what I would recommend. Trust me, they've been trying to derail the MAGA movement for 6 years now, and they've been very so unsuccessful. So that's good. What I would say is, though, I've said this to Zink, Mike, Wog many times, but there's a lot of new faces in here. What you guys pulled off at the Ottawa convoy last year was nothing short of amazing. All the American rooms that I participate in, there's a lot of ex-military in there, a lot of ex-law enforcement that, are connected 6 degrees of separation through J6 and what have you. And they all, to a man or woman, have said that Canada did something spectacular last winter. They avoided a false flag. So I won't get into false flag. You can look that up on your own time if you're so inclined. But you guys did an amazing job. You got Trudeau out of the capital, right? In hiding. Biden just does it every weekend. You got your prime minister to exfil the capital and hide, because to my understanding, it was 100% peaceful protest. It was you were doing everything you were allowed to do under your constitution or whatever your founding document is called. and you pulled it off. We in the U.S., we're a little more hot-headed, and we get embedded with feds, and they arrest people, for no reason at all. You guys avoided that. We were very proud to see that happen. I mean, you made Tucker Carlson. You guys might not give a shit, but Tucker Carlson is the #1 center-right impresario in the Western mainstream media, and you were on prime time. Every American knows about the Ottawa convoy. Now, outside of the NHL playoffs, most Americans don't know anything about Canada, okay? Or some people go to Niagara Falls for their honeymoon. Other than that, they know nothing about your country. Now they do, because of the excellent work you guys did collectively. And I saw quite a bit of footage on Rebel News. I saw people from Quebec playing street hockey with people from Alberta or whatever. That was good to see. Okay. So the point being is this: fighting for your nation's future, and I've learned this just in the 20 years I've been voting, it's fucking hard. Like it's not easy. A lot of what Zink was saying, I think maybe because he grew up in the U.S. and he grew up in a very, very red state, a very, very conservative state in the U.S., he understands kind of where you guys may be going wrong, but you'll get there, right? It's like I said, none of this is easy to tune out. It's so easy to tune out and not vote because you see everything, your future is bleak. But whether you like it or not, everything is politics. Everything around you is politics. The inflation you guys have to pay, your whatever carbon tax, whatever it's called, you have to pay. Everything you see around you is politics. So whether or not you want to be civically engaged, it's really irrelevant. The enemy never sleeps. So whether you want to separate or whether you want to not vote for the two big parties or what have you, just as long, it doesn't matter how you vote as long as you vote. Doesn't matter how you think as long as you think. You get this big old brain in between your two ears and you're using it. So that's what's important. And remember, I just tried to get a lot of people last winter. A lot of people from up north were asking me questions about this, that, and the other. I directed them to this one movie. It's on Amazon, at least the US Amazon Prime. It's like $8 or $9 to buy it. You might as well buy it at that price. You need to watch The Sons of Liberty. It was made in 2015. It was on History Channel. It shows basically the Sons of Liberty, the founding of our country, and you see what those guys went through to build America. And it was in 1776, okay? You have the advantage of the internet. You have the advantage of digital platforms. You have the advantage of all sorts of technology that George Washington could not get his hands on in 1776. You're at an advantage. There's only 35 million of you. There's no excuse that 42% of you vote out of 35 million. No excuse whatsoever. You're going to be doomed forever then. If you continue with those statistics. Last point here. In 2020, if you believe what really happened down here, 80 million people voted for Trump. 80 million. Record number. Okay? That's the truth. If you don't know me from anywhere. So, whatever. Just food for thought there. 80 million people. Highest ever, okay, in a country of 350 million, not counting all the illegals that do actually vote in states like California and New York. So think about it. You have a wonderful advantage to shape your country for, whatever future you want, or for what your kids want, right? Don't fuck it up by saying shit like the populist guy doesn't have a seat in parliament, so he's irrelevant. The mainstream conservative guy just looks like a liberal guy in a different shirt or whatever. Just be engaged, because there's so much doom pilling here in these rooms, not by anybody in here, just in a lot of the American rooms. People are ready to quit. People are ready to go buy land in Montana and live off the grid, and they think nobody's going to come for them if they divorce themselves from society. That's not how shit works, people. That might work for a year or two, maybe even a decade, but eventually all those hungry, starving people in cities are going to find their way out to your acreage. And I hope you have enough rounds of ammunition to ward them off. Okay. So I would rather it not come to that for North America. I'd rather it, somewhat peacefully work out. So a little food for thought, and I'll listen in. Good stuff. Keep arguing. I love it.
Good point there, Gads. Meg, you're new. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much. All I wanted to add, really, and I think I've said this in tweets probably about 1,000 times. um, what a lot of people don't realize in Canada is socialist. So to get a conservative movement here, it's going to take time, and it's going to take. I mean, it's going to happen very slowly through like the electoral process, or very quickly through, like a huge populist movement. But it is going to happen. It's just it is going to take time. Um, I moved here in '95, and even when I moved here, it was, at least to my understanding, it was close to the States as far as politics and as far as the economy, but it still had universal health care, which we loved, right? But since then, it's becoming more and more socialist. So eventually, that pendulum is going to swing and go towards conservative, because it always does. But it is going to take time. So that's why I kind of like, I am somewhat black-pilled, I'll admit it, but when it comes down to it, the pendulum always swings. The political spectrum constantly evolves. Evolution ultimately always takes its own favorite and its own path of least resistance, if that makes sense. So that's sort of like when I hear oh, well, Max doesn't have a seat, or to me, that's irrelevant. It's either your movement or it's not. It's either your thing or it's not. And yeah, we're losing a lot of good Canadians because they're growing overseas. Who wants to raise their family where they're paying 50% tax? Who wants to, raise their family where, hey, like, you can't protect yourself because your guns are going away. There's increased crime because there's, out of control immigration, and there's not the infrastructure for it. Like, nobody wants to do that. So it is going to take time for it to grow. It's just a matter of, I guess, weighing the, do you feel willing to wait and help it develop and help it grow? Or do you want to just sort of run off to greener pastures? But yeah, I mean, I'm black-pilled, but I'm also somewhat an optimist some of the time, because I do think it's going to grow. It's just maybe going to take maybe longer than my own lifetime for it to get there, but it is going to get there. It just evolutionarily, it has to. We just have to keep working on it, I guess.
Quickly, understanding the length and time it normally takes for politics to grow, and those circumstances to take place in Canada specifically. I think everything has changed this one kind of moment in time here. So many factors come into play ever since the last election, right? We have to gauge this from the last drop of the grid there and what's happened since then. As long as we remember the trauma from that moment on, whatever happened before that doesn't freaking matter, because this is the true trauma that we're facing right now, and we're still in it. We're still in the thick of it, right? And yeah, we have to be stronger now more than ever. Who was next there, guys? I have no clue the rotation at this time.
I think
it was Adrian.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's you, Junebug, but if you want me to go, I'll go. So I mean, I just want to come back to, Zinc pointed out a lot of good points when James was in here, before the pleb came in. And I mean, it's like, if you're getting into politics, there must be a goal as to why you're getting into it, or, what's the point? It's like, there's absolutely no point unless you have some goals or some kind of plan, for the progression of the country. If you're just getting in, just so that you can be a politician, well, I mean, that's completely self-serving, right? I mean, there's absolutely no benefit to anybody in the country. I mean, Junebug, I know you said that you don't like Max, but I mean, have you read the PPC's platform? I mean, it's a solid platform with like actionable items moving forward that could actually fix this country. I mean, the supply chain management, we talk about it all the time, killing those like dairy and poultry and egg cartels, opening up the market is going to help the country. Okay? I mean, we can't have it. I mean, these cartels, they are a government sanctioned cartel on milk, eggs, and poultry. You know, they have gotten so powerful that they actually dictate to the government, well, we're not going to do that. And the government capitulates. They're like, okay, fine, as long as you keep paying us, what you're supposed to pay us, it's all great, and it's like, okay, fine, and they just more and more powerful. Like, I mean, this needs to be opened up. We need to shamelessly exploit all of our abundant, metals and like, different minerals, and, bring back the oil and gas sector, not kill it and say, lecture other nations about decarbonization. I mean, it's just totally stupid, all right? Like, I mean, we could have the $1.2 trillion national debt paid off, very quickly. I mean, we need to invest more in the military. Okay, and a lot of people are like, oh, military buildup is bad. No, I mean, DARPA in the States, all right, a lot of the innovations that come from investing in the military, it filters down into like the commercial and public sector that helps us all. I mean, we're communicating on the internet. That's like, a solid example of a military project that actually is benefiting everybody right now. Canada needs to do this. I mean, USA has 68 nuclear submarines that cruise the world, basically keeping global peace. Okay, Canada has 4 shit diesel electric submarines that took them almost 10 years to negotiate the buy, and we bought them secondhand from the British. Okay, they're all in dry dock right now. None of them are at sea. Okay, it's costing us billions and billions of dollars to service these old shit submarines that aren't even doing anything. It's like, what are we doing? If we put more money into the military, we would keep all of like the design teams and engineers right here in the country, making the country stronger and better. I mean, this is what USA does. We have a path. I mean, we could do this, but no one has the vision. No one sees the vision in the country, except aiming for the middle. No, we need to aim high to the stars, like shoot for it. Let's invest in this stuff and make the country truly great. But nobody wants to do it. There is absolutely no motivation on most Canadians to want to pursue this. And I mean, they just look at it, oh, well, we're a peacekeeping country. It's not about building up war. Like I said, so many innovations come from expanding the military that helps in medical and science and like, all other areas, but nobody is able to see this, right? It's just extremely frustrating. I don't blame Zink for going to the US. I mean, I get it. He's American and Canadian, but like, it makes sense. Go to the US, like, until there's like a solid future up here for citizens to stay here and like make the country great, it's like, why stay? It doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, the Avro Arrow was like supersonic plane designed by Canadians, and then the government killed the funding. Half the design team went down to the US, and like I think some of them ended up working at Skunk Works and like Lockheed Martin and like Boeing and all this. I mean, we see this there. It's not that there are not smart people in the country. There are extremely intelligent Canadians in Canada that make things, like science and technology discoveries that help the entire world, but they never stay in Canada, right? They always leave to go somewhere else. And this is a huge problem. So I'll just end off on this. Until Canadians stop aiming for the middle, okay, and really shoot for the stars and realize that Canada truly could be a great country just like USA, we're not going to get anywhere.
Great points, Adrian. One thing I just want to add to that is we got to get our corrupt politicians out of the way, because they're the ones stopping this. They're the one axing the projects because of lobbyists and corporations and paid off and etc. Right? So with everything you said, 100% correct, but I think it's the Canadian politician is the one that's stopping it, not Canadians ourselves.
But I mean, if Canadians voted for something like PPC, I mean, you see the CPCers, and I mean, not to pick on James, like, but I mean, he can't envision a country that is great, like he got like really defensive when Zink was like saying, going off that, Canada isn't great, and he's like, oh well, we made the contributions in World War II. It's like, yeah. What have we really done lately? Okay, I mean, it's the people's mindset that needs to change, because we're the ones that elect the politicians, right? I mean, I don't even think any CPCers have even read the PPC's platform to see what it's about and how shamelessly exploiting our abundance of resources, bringing it to the market. I mean, even on licensing deals alone, the government is going to make money. But no, like, and it's like when I asked James, not to pick on him, but like, and I've asked him this in one of his spaces, uh, you know, about taxation being a blue issue. It was a conservative issue. They're not even talking about tax. And he just falls back to the whole idea of, well, because Trudeau spent so much, we're going to have, taxation to pay off these debts. No, people don't understand. It's less taxation. The country would be more fluid. The money would flow easier. Okay, everybody's life would be improved if there wasn't this oppressive system of taxation in the country. All of these funds that are locked up, I know I'm repeating myself here, but like all of these equities that are locked up because people don't want to cash out because of the tax burden, all of that money would start flowing. People would be doing things with it. It's so frustrating to me, and I could tell Zink's frustration when he was talking about this. I'm not both American and Canadian. I mean, I'm a born Canadian, but I really do feel the frustration of, this constant aiming for the middle, settling for like fourth best, instead of shooting for the stars and like really trying to do something. So, I mean, anyway, I've had the mic for long enough.
Yeah, great points. But again, I'll reiterate, it doesn't matter who's in power when you have corruption there, and politicians have an economic reason not to shoot for the stars, right? So let's just keep that in mind no matter who we're electing here, because we've got, 4 or 5 political parties right now in Canada, and they've all failed us. And we got to get rid of these village idiots in our parliament, in our legislatures, from coast to coast, provincially, civically, and federally. We need accountability. We need transparency. We need right of recall as citizens, just like you fire a bad boss or a CEO from a corporation that's running it into a ground, right? Because it starts with that. If we don't have the leadership that allows people to shoot for those stars, then it'll never happen because they have the power to shut it down, right? So let's just keep that in mind as we move the conversation forward. Let's get to the next hand.
I think it was Junebug.
Oh, I wanted to address TR6. Are you still in the room? If he has an update from live, I'm gonna throw him a mic. But yeah, in the meantime, go ahead.
Oh, she dropped. Oh wait.
Yeah, Trudeau got there, but the chicken shit that he snuck in a side entrance and sent a decoy through the front. But everybody that went there paid their $1,000, drove up in their $100,000 vehicle with their fine, prim, nice clothes on, had to go through us. And everybody knows we were there. Trudeau will know it. And I'm sure Trudeau mentioned it in his speech tonight that those people out there are unacceptable, right? It's a shit show, this country. And if you think Pierre Poilievre is going to save us, we're all fucking lost, you know? But yeah, I sent out a couple tweets with a couple videos. But I mean, I was out most of the day and disappointed that we didn't get to heckle them in person, but they all knew we were there. They all knew we were there. So mission accomplished.
Great work, TR. Thanks for your efforts, and thanks to all those great Canadians that were out there, letting their voices and themselves be seen and heard. That's great news.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Thanks very much, TR6. Much appreciated. And that's how we, we have to call these politicians out at any time they are in public, really, and shame them, because they shamed a lot of Canadians. So in those regards, shame away. But do it within the law, right? We are better than them after all. And I think we could all learn something from this and be a better human being, in fact. Right? That's what I'm kind of hoping for and looking for, right? To be better than them, to actually evolve and make things really happen, right? So just go ahead, guys. Okay, we'll go with Joe, Marlink, and then Chase.
I think the other two were ahead of me. I can wait. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Joe.
Hey, well, thanks. Hey, I spoke to you in the beginning. I listened the whole time. I'm involved in politics big time in the county level and the state level here in New Jersey. Mike, the only problem that I have with you, and I'm not saying I have a problem, buddy. I'm just saying if you want to be taken seriously, you can't come out insulting them right off the bat. The only way to really insult these people is to politically shame them. So, you have to get some conservative writers on your side. You have to get and reach the hearts and the minds of the Canadian people. The women vote you need to, I'm sorry. Zeke, you got to draw a line in the sand. How I know that is because when you attacked that guy from the West, all you did say, you did this, he did that, and he went right back at you. You know what? You got him into your room, You've already established a relationship with the guy. Just need to strengthen those and you get your word out much better. So listen, hey, thanks for the education tonight. You guys are on the right track. You can change it. Thanks for having the room.
Appreciate it. I could learn something from that. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Chase, and then Joe.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I like these rooms because you can come in here and there's a lot of smart people and you get some good ideas, right? But from the point of the room earlier and when the guest came in, it's just it makes me feel like we're in a bit of a fish bubble, to be honest, or a fish bowl, an echo chamber of sorts. If I were to go to work tomorrow and say, "Oh man, you should have been in this Twitter space. Things got hot and we ran so and so out of the room." My buddies at work would look at me like, "What are you smoking?" Right? So, but I like coming here and getting good ideas, and I feel like I'm with like-minded people. Bob, I'm with you 100%. Corruption. How do we get corruption out of politics? Well, in my opinion, we have to go back to sound money principles. Well, how do you do that? Well, maybe we get rid of the Bank of Canada to start with, right? Get back on a commodity money of some kind where it's honest money, and that the people that Trudeau gives money to, he has to earn it, right? We have to start earning real, we're trading our time for value, and when they can just, Trudeau controls the Bank of Canada, prints off $100 billion and gives it to anybody he wants. There's no principles to this. At least when we were on a gold standard, as flawed as it was, it wasn't so easy to be this corrupt. It's far worse. What am I doing, outside of the space? I'm trying to build a community from another platform here in my hometown. I live here in Milton, kind of sleepy town in the middle of nowhere. And I think I'm in the heart of liberal country. Adam Van Couverden's the MP, Captain Canada here. It doesn't look too good. But I'm trying to reach out to like-minded people who are attracted to my ideas, and we're going to meet up and start talking about things. It's just 20 people, but it's a start, and that's all I care about. If one person can go and talk to 2 or 3 other people, but it's got to be outside of these spaces a little bit. So yeah, that's kind of what I am doing. I'm trying to vote as well. I don't know who my school board trustees are. I've never even looked at that down on the ballot before. When we were voting for mayors. So all I could do to vet these people is if they had their pronouns in their Twitter profile. I didn't vote for them. That was it. That's all I knew. I saw that. I'm not voting for you. I don't swing for this woke bullshit, right? Virtue signaling. I'm tired of that kind of politics. So, but yeah, we got to get a little bit more out of the room. You come in here, you speak to like-minded people, source some amazing ideas, but we got to bring them to our hometowns. Maybe we can, someone was saying we can have some provincial rooms here. We can meet up, go and demonstrate together a bit, but it's a bit of a fishbowl, and we just got to remember that.
So I think it's Junebug.
Yeah, I'm glad the space has calmed down a bit. And I just want to say, when I earlier was saying, and I don't even know if those folks are still in here, but there's so much shit going on right now. Forget about politics and Twitter spaces, but in everybody's individual own lives. And when I bumped in earlier after the pleb bumped out and everyone was fucking losing their shit, and I said, everyone needs to take a breath. And a lot of people made fun of me for saying that. I honestly don't know who they were because I don't know who was speaking. But if you're still here and you're listening, I'm going to tell you, as much as you can sit here and talk about politics and how smart you are and how dumb Canadians are and whatever, at the end of the fucking day, what's going to get you the furthest in life, I'm sorry, but not sorry. Oh, is that such a Canadian thing, eh? Apologizing. You're emotional. Your EQ gets you so much further in life than your IQ ever will. And I know I'm not trying to start a debate on the space about that, but I'm just saying, when I sit here and I say people need to step back and take a breath, trust me, I'm just trying to help, okay? And I'm all good and love, and like I say, I'm politically homeless. I love all of your opinions. Why I dipped in tonight, but it got a bit nuts. But now it's a lot better. So I'm going to stay in Canada. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep standing up as a fucking crown attorney about justice, because that's what I'm about, right? I know a lot of people got a lot of issues with the justice system and shit. I'm going to keep doing what I do, but never, ever, ever, ever denigrate how you react to things emotionally, ever. Take a breath, everybody. Take a breath. June bug out. Happy Tuesday.
So I guess Joe and then TR. I don't know where the hosts are. I'm just Joe, go ahead.
Oh, we're here. We're
Oh,
here.
okay.
We're here.
So, okay, I guess I'll jump in. I'm going to be
Is
a
that a new
broken record.
microphone, Joe?
No, it's my work phone because my
Okay.
home phone
I was
it
gonna
doesn't
say
work
this
worth
is
a
the
damn.
best I've ever heard you. It's amazing.
Well, thank you. But quite honestly, I'm just going to harp on the same things. You know, we keep hearing, you know, people are disillusioned, don't know who to vote for, you know, talk about vote splitting. Let's vote our freaking consciences. Let's vote for the only alternative. You know, those that are saying, you know, it doesn't matter. Well, what difference does it make? It takes up what? A few minutes of your time, go to a polling station, vote PPC. You think it's a throwaway vote. Perfect. But it's 5 minutes of your time. I get it. I'm disillusioned with the whole system. I voted conservative for 30 freaking years until I realized, well, O'Toole helped me realize that there's no freaking difference. You know, at best it's controlled opposition, and with O'Toole, it wasn't even controlled. It was just a joke. But I loved what Adrian had to say. You know, this constant mediocrity, this shoot for the middle, and you know everything will be okay. Since when? How does that work anywhere else in anyone's life? It's a total horseshit. It's a way to stay down. It's a way to lose every time. If we don't let them know, and by that I mean politicians, I'm going to point out Paul Revere. You know, where was he through the first 2 years? He was nowhere till the convoy started. Yeah, I liked a lot of what Paul Revere said, you know, previously, and, you know, interviewing Trudeau and whatever. He's a great speaker. But where was he when it mattered? Nowhere. Nowhere to be seen on anything important. You know, the vax mandates, the shutting down the country, anywhere. He was nowhere to be seen until it became politically expedient for him to do so. I'm sick and tired of that type of politicians in general. I don't want another politician. Why do you know, people keep saying, you know, there's no chance he could never get voted in. He's not a politician. He doesn't speak right. You know, he's not with the majority. Well, the same thing for Trump. And guess what? He got voted in. People are getting pissed off. If people actually vote their consciences, change will come. You know, I understand, you know, the philosophy where, you know, change takes time, this and that. Not necessarily. And we don't have that much time. If you're not voting anyways, well, guess what? Take the 5 minutes, throw your vote behind Max, throw it on the long shot, and see what the hell happens. At least they'll know where Canadians stand. At least they'll know we're pissed off. And quite honestly, you know, yeah, politics do affect a lot in our lives. There's not a lot of real control, and maybe it's rigged. But if the shit hits the fan, I want to be able to at least say that I voted my conscience. I did what I could peacefully. I used every legal means, and we'll go from there. Yes, I'm you know, hope for the best, prepare for the worst type of guy. But at least make the attempt. At least spend, you know, the 10 minutes it takes to go to a polling station and throw your vote away for Max. If you're not going to throw it to anyone else, throw it to Max. Throw it to the one person who actually stood up with all this shit and did something about it. Could he be corrupt? Could he be wrong? 100%. Yeah, any politician could be wrong, but he's the one person who said the right things, done the right things through this whole period of time. Give him a chance. That's all I'm saying. And 100%, like Adrian was saying, you know, you speak to a conservative. Have you read the PPC platform? Well, yeah. Actually, I think they're right. Well, damn it, friggin' vote that way. Grow a spine, vote your conscience, and there might actually be a change. Or you can sit there and say, well, you know, the middle says this. Again, like Adrian said, mediocrity. Let's not shoot for the middle. It's too late to shoot for the middle. The way things are going downhill, I don't think we have that much time. And, you know, talk about, you know, cycles of politics and this and that. They've been working this cycle since the 60s. They've been indoctrinating our children. They've covered all educational facilities, you know, your universities, your high schools. These people have infiltrated that for many years. We don't have that much time. We've got to take this shit back, and we've got to do it quick, or we won't have anything left to fight for. And I'll stop my rant there, but thanks for listening to me.
Okay.
Yep. I wish, Joe, I wish more people had you and your brother's attitude up here.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, Joe. And Adrian, I have a lot of respect for you. You're bang on as well. You're always retweeting and commenting on my tweets as well. The problem we got here is Canadians vote in who they just voted out and call it strategic voting. Been doing that for 150 plus years, you know, and then you wonder why I had to deal with Trudeau tonight, you know, today, and all of us standing out there in the cold, you know, with our flags and yelling and screaming, and you know, lots of people went by and threw their finger up, and people just don't get it. They think we're the ones that are wrong, and maybe we are. But I'm like Joe and like Adrian. I vote my conscience. I will vote for Max the next time around. I will work for my local PPC candidate. That means handing out flyers or knocking on doors. I will do it. I will have a lawn sign on my lawn. That's just what I do. And I will vote. But there is no way in hell I will ever vote for a legacy party again. There would have to be some huge changes. Pierre Poilievre is just smokes and mirrors. That's all he is. He's as slick as his hair. Now, when I came into the room earlier when I was on site, I saw that there was debate going on there. I saw James in here. I don't go into James's spaces. I can't stand to listen to the man. He sounds like Trudeau with his ahs and his ums and the way he regurgitates shit.
Try to keep the personalities out of it, though. I get you.
Okay,
Though.
I will. But he comes into a space, I've seen him many times, gets a mic, shoots his mouth off, and then leaves. It's all about him to get people to come to his space. So I never go there. The pleb, I've been railing him on tweets nonstop. I wish this space would have been recorded. I will not listen to James. Typically, if James comes into a room, I leave. I can't stand to listen to him. But the pleb, I wish this would have been recorded because I would have liked to seen what happened with all that. And my congratulations to those that railed him because he needs to be railed. Thanks.
Welcome, Catherine.
Hi. So I missed all the the action, I guess. So I'm not sure what went down earlier, but I just want to address a couple things that I have heard. Number one being that throwing your, I guess I'm getting where my frustration is. We need to unite the right somehow. And people like me that will never vote for Bernier, and people like some in this room that will never vote Poilievre, what do we do? Where do we find common ground? Because at this rate, we're going to have Trudeau in power for decades to come. So what do we do?
We have no
Because
common background. The CPC has more common ground with the Liberals than the PPC and the CPC.
okay, see, I disagree with you. And a lot of people that I know will disagree with that comment. So what I'm asking is, how do we find some common ground? Is there a way to
We don't
bring
have any, is my answer. We don't have any.
well, then I guess Canada is permanently fucked.
Well, not until people wake up and step into their power and realize this nation could be great if people didn't accept mediocrity. But every time you vote LPC, NDP, for the Greens or for the Bloc or whatever, you just vote for more Canadian mediocrity. Until somebody, because that's the difference. The PPC's platform is actually making Canada not a fucking loser country. No other, right? Whenever they put out their platform again under loser Pierre, it's going to be another loser platform, just like it was a loser platform under O'Toole, and it's a constant loser platform out of these big parties out of Canada. The PPC is the only major party that has ever put forward a platform that would stop us from being a fucking loser country.
But they're
We're
not a
not
major
even
party.
G7 anymore.
They're not a major party. They weren't even. They're
Well,
not
then
even.
that doesn't matter. Then that means that most Canadians are fucking retarded and want to be losers. Canada is not even G7 anymore.
And
We
you
are
really
inferior.
think you're going
We
to
are
win people over? You really think you're going to
I
win
don't give
people
a
over
shit if I'm
to
going to win
bring
people over.
inside
They're going to be
talking to people
losers.
like that?
Stay losers, Canadians. That's what I'm telling Canadians right now. If you want to be a fucking loser, then stay a fucking loser, because that's the country you are creating. That
And
is
you
the
see
country that
that's
Pierre.
that's your
I don't care. I
opinion.
don't care. I don't care. I don't care. This is the country you are creating and giving to your children. That is what you are creating. You are creating a nation of losers with that mentality. That is what you get with the CPC. That is why we
What's that
have no.
mentality? You haven't even let me make a whole point yet. You just keep cutting me off.
Well,
So
you've made it very clear. You will not vote for Max. Why? Because Max has a path to greatness. What is Pierre? Pierre is a fucking douchebag. You put that guy as your prime
are you
minister,
going to let
and
me
the
answer
whole
that?
fucking
Are
country's
you
going
going
to
to let
laugh.
me answer? Are you going to let me answer
Okay,
your question?
tell
Why?
me what Pierre is going to give us.
Because I sat down with Maxime Bernier. I've had a one-on-one conversation with him at a rally in Calgary. The guy just doesn't rub me the right way. I don't like what he has to say. I think he
Okay, what was
is
it
an
that you said? What is
opportunist.
it?
Let me
What did
finish.
you not? You
Let
just
me
didn't like him
finish.
as a person?
I think he's an
No,
opportunistic person.
you're just making a character attacks, right? So you can't tell me anything. It's made up. You're just
No,
trash from
because
the
I'm going to
West who
back
hates
it up with
Quebecers.
something.
You're
I'm
just
not just going to
another
flip my
fucking
lip and not
anti-French
back up what I'm
Western
saying.
piece of trash.
Maxime
That's all you
Bernier
are.
talks one thing in front of one audience and he talks another in front of another audience. He says what each audience wants to hear. I've heard it with
And
my own
Pierre
ears.
doesn't.
Well, Pierre doesn't even say anything. Pierre is a loser for losers.
Can I just finish a comment?
No, because nothing you have to
Seriously,
say is
man,
intelligent.
you've got a fucking heart on. Why don't you just let me finish?
Because you're a cunt.
Oh, wow, dude. Wow.
Well, do you have anything else to say? Do you have something new that I haven't fucking heard from 1,000 other retards before? You think you came up here and told me something I haven't fucking heard? Nothing you have ever done or said in your entire life is original or special. You are insignificant, and you are raising a nation of losers.
You and people like you are keeping people away from the PPC.
I don't care. I'm moving back to the fucking States. I'm going to the States, and you can stay here with your loser country and your loser mentality and be a loser for the rest of all fucking time.
Get some new words. It's getting old, buddy.
Well, that's all you are, a loser. And that's all you'll ever attain. It's loserdom.
And you're a cocksucker, but hey, you know.
Whatever, cunt.
Whatever, cocksucker.
Excuse me.
More
Zink,
Western trash.
Hey, Zink, Catherine. Can we play nice in the sandbox? She brought up a good point, and we just trashed her. And
she didn't bring up any good points.
Hold on.
All she said is she just didn't like Max. He rubbed her the wrong way. Fuck your female intuition, you brain dead hunt.
Just please, can we please stop the ad hominem?
I do want to say one thing. Who was it? Greg? I don't even know if you can hear me. I think I'm buffering. They said we need the female vote. That's very true. That didn't help.
Fuck the female vote. If they can't see it, then they're raising their kids to be losers. I don't fucking care. I'm tired of pussyfooting and stepping around their little fucking feelings. It's always feelings with these people. Oh, you're too rude. Well, you're too fucking stupid and unambitious to accomplish anything. I'm tired of their fucking feelings. Fuck your feelings. Fuck your feelings. Fuck your loser goddamn feelings. If that's all you fucking care about, fuck it. Fuck you. I hear the same fucking shit. They come over there and they say the same fucking shit. Nothing you guys are telling me is new. I've fucking heard it.
I fully agree with you. It really is lame at this point. Like, I mean, I would have maybe followed up with asking her if she's actually read the platform and what she disagrees with it. Like, that's another thing I don't understand. It's like, have you read the platform? Yes. Do you agree? Well, I agree with it. A lot of the platform is good, but Max will never get elected. So we're going to go Pierre, who has absolutely no platform whatsoever. He's just a bag full of hot air that doesn't say shit.
Wow. Okay, on a different note, if I am allowed to, something Zink said a while back that I think no one keyed in on here, and I think that's what makes us losers, is that only 41% of the population voted last time. Call it the silent majority or the pissed off Canadians, whoever, losers. We are asking for what we get because we're not taking part.
The American immigrants.
Yeah, we're not taking part. And I mean, to me, it's a mathematical equation for any party, the PPC, anybody. You look at how many people didn't vote in your riding, and I bet you at least a third didn't vote. That's who we're not fucking talking to. It's not about convincing if you're right or left, or we got to talk to those people in the middle that aren't being represented by either party, that don't think it's worth voting because they don't feel it or whatever that is. You're like,
I'd like to interject.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is, I don't, the guy, so Dan Bongino's like, I don't care. Get a vehicle, bring 10 people to vote. I'm pretty sure every single person here who would vote PPC could find 10 people or 5 people to, if I take you to vote, will you do it? That may be enough, honestly, at this point. And everyone I work around tons of people, and it seems to be the same thing. Like people regretting the vax, people wanting to vote PPC, and then it's just the black-pilled people who are really not in the know who want to vote for conservatives because they don't realize they're just like, it's a triple party. It's like infighting between the NDP, the Liberals, and the Conservatives, and they're all the same party though. And that's the sad realization that people need to get. And it's like, just the people that are close to you and trust you, if you got kind of people, hey, can you trust me? Do you know who to vote for? You've already talked to them about it and they're still on the fence. But if you're like, hey, I'll drive you to go vote, vote this way, or what can I do to help change your mind? And I always have a problem figuring out election day on its own because they hide it. They don't teach you anything in elementary school or in middle school or in high school about any kind of politics in Canada. They don't teach you anything. They don't want you voting, and that's literally the secret. Is the 42% of people, they don't want you voting. They don't want to teach you anything, and they keep you not doing it.
You're 100% correct, and that's where I was going. But instead of approaching that population that isn't voting by, hey, come vote PPC, come vote CPC, we need to have some sort of voters league that their only mission is to make people come out and vote. And it's not about who they vote for. It's about getting it up to, let's say it'd be fantastical, 90% of the population. Well, I could live with that. If 90% of the population come out and they voted however they are, whoever gets in there, that's all good. I can live with that. But the fact that Trudeau only gets in on 33% of all the votes, which actually equals about 22%, that is what's fucking wrong. And
that's why they want to pass the censorship bill, because they know that we can wake up to it. I think that's part, on top of the fact they'd want to do that anyway, but one election could change everything. And my point of view is like, sorry, I really didn't mean to interrupt, but vote like it's the last time you're gonna. I don't like these.
I'm
Oh,
going.
I don't. Yeah.
We're of like mind. That's where I'm going. Like the next election that comes around, that's how we have to put the fear into the people and say, look at all the shit that happened. It's because you don't vote. Guilt them. I don't know. Whatever you have to do. I don't know what the strategy is, but it is a strategy. And the strategy of going back and forth, who's the better guy standing on the apple crate, that people can't commit to that. Some can, but it's a small percentage. And it doesn't matter if what color they're flying. When you look at the people that aren't voting, I would argue that they're a little bit of everything. Some are conservative when it comes to economics. But they're in part they're socialists because they believe in public schools. You know, we can't go at it at this. You have to be conservative as we define it, or else you don't belong. Because people won't feel like they belong, or they get scared off. And I found out when
but why should we coddle everybody to do something? You know what I mean? But why don't we just stand firm and be like, listen, I'm voting this way. You do what you want to do. I mean, you know what?
But
it's just so tiring. Why does everybody need
Because
this
they've already made
coddling,
those
right?
people have already made their
That's
mind.
right.
They don't even understand the gene therapy yet. They're not even fully red pilled yet. Like it's
And
coming.
Adrian, what I learned when I was door knocking is like, okay, when you're door knocking, what do you want to talk about your platform? What things do you want to hit on? Me, it's all about the unfairness of equalization. 9 out of 10 people that I brought that up to didn't know what the fuck equalization is. But it's a fundamental part of our confederation. So how can we expect them to make the right vote unless it's just on a soundbite? Because that's all it's on. It's all about a fucking soundbite. And if the soundbite, if we drive at home a simple soundbite that just says, go out and vote or lose your country, whatever, they'll go out and vote, right? Maybe not for who you want them to vote for, but at least they'll be making, that's the first step.
Okay, so you have a van. Sorry, I don't know equalization.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a lot. That's just one thing. There's lots of things that the voter doesn't understand is happening. Like you said, they don't understand the things about the vaccine that we do.
You know what? You know what makes a good Uber driver? A good Uber driver has water and napkins and shit in the back of the ride. You could do that with a van, and you could have these little pamphlets like typed out explaining that. So I think you could like spend a bit of time and type something out, and then you can hand it out to all your political offices, and then have them like drive people. They can read it and vote however they want. Like that's working on a solution, right? Like that's my mind. I'm trying to work on solutions. I'm not that educated, but
same kind of idea, just maybe different angles. I'm just talking about an unbiased, unpartisan voters league that their prime goal is to get everybody out to vote. There was 40,000 people that didn't vote in my riding. We should have an organization that gets that 40,000 out and let the chips fall where they may. But it'll be a lot more closer to democracy when we get 90% of the people voting for these assholes than just fucking 30%, 40%. And then we're left holding a bag.
We know they don't want us to.
Yeah, no, they don't. But that's how we fight back. That's the strategy. They can't control a not-for-profit voter league that's goals. The number one goal is to get everybody out to vote. That will be the step to making things accountable. But if they know that they got their little 30% of people in the GTA that are going to vote for them, whether they fucking whatever their platform is, yeah, they don't want nobody else to vote. They just want
the voter number is surprisingly similar to the taxation percentage, eh? Like if you kind of break it down a little bit.
For PPC, what I said to, I think Adrian, you were in that room, that you got to get Max elected. He's got to go head to head, whether it's Polyev or Trudeau or whatever. You got all the money in the PPC party has to be thrown at him to get him elected, and then
go gadget debates. Like that's what I want to see.
But I don't see that happening. I don't see that. It's still at this point, it's they're riding on what Max is saying. Well, you need to get way behind him and put him on that pedestal and start hammering that platform at Pierre or Polyev and hammering it at Trudeau, and so that the public can hear the feedback, because the platform.
The Oppo research on Max is crazy too. It's got to be like way more than his funding. So that's something Max has to be careful. I've seen him see a couple tweets. I don't know if he does his own, but he could be a lot more careful with his tweets, kind of like how he scared off the pleb. I've seen a couple tweets. I'm like, oh no, why did he do that? Or why did somebody type that on his account? That's something that actually concerns me quite a bit. I think a little more discipline in public could go a long way. Okay, I'll stop for
I'm
now.
just going to leave it here, guys. But I mean, I'm sorry it got so, for me, it's, the solution to me, just to me, you guys can agree or disagree, isn't about the party or the platform. It's about the people taking part. And if people aren't going to take part, Zinc is totally right. We deserve what we get. We're going to be fucking losers. We're never going to get to our potential. But if we, as a group, regardless of your affiliation, do take 100, make it a goal. You're going to get 100 people to go vote that never voted before. That will be at least a difference in the meter. At least make it move, because right now it's not moving. It's just the same people fighting over the same voters, the same ones that are hard to change their minds. They're either pissed off or they're all glossy-eyed. So
I have some good news for you. So I work in traffic control. I've worked on the Broadway subway project. I get hundreds or thousands of people sometimes I talk to a day. And every single one that engages me, I cleverly bring it up and have a nice conversation. They always walk away very happy with what I have to say. And that's all I can really do. But that's kind of like earlier, it was like, well, what are you doing about it? Thinking about it, maybe even doing a little bit of talking in the mirror or something. And then when the opportunity finally comes up, I'm engaging people politely, and I have a little bit of something to say. So that's all you can do. I mean, that's the least you can do, right? Which is why it really irked me that we got the pleb scare. That I really that was frustrating to see him get run out. But that's the minimum we have to do, is engage with people politely, cordially, with good information, or at least a website or an article or something, or that's the minimum we have
But I
to
mean,
do.
what do we gain by entertaining the pleb? Really, like, I mean, he's not going to change his mind. It doesn't matter how many good points we make. It makes no difference. That's not what the guy is about. The guy is about fame. Okay, like Twitter fame, or like social media fame, or Spaces fame, right? I mean, he doesn't give a shit. He's just decided, oh, Pierre is
No,
what he
we
needs.
we know he doesn't, but that was a perfect it was a perfect training exercise.
Right.
And we didn't even participate. We were like, no, not doing it. Like, that was the perfect training exercise for cordial engagement. And it didn't even happen. We went right to their playbook. It was so disappointing to see that happen.
Right. I mean, I don't
Cordial
know.
engagement, because what they do is they come in and they'll give you a sob story. Oh, guys,
Yeah.
I just can't take 4 more years of Trudeau. My bottom line, oh, I'm gonna lose everything. That's what you're gonna get out of them. It's just like, but guys, we just have to get rid of Trudeau for anything else. A dog fucking a cow, right? That's anything's better than Trudeau. That's what Canada deserves, is something something else.
There's one hand up. So I would call on. I'm not a host or nothing. I don't know how to do that, but I'd call on Joe. As long as unless Zinc wants to keep laughing out loud, we can wait
It
for
was
that to
actually
end.
me
That can be
laughing out
interesting.
loud, but yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Who?
Adrian.
Okay, okay. Mics always get messed up for me. This is Adam talking, by the way.
Yeah,
Adam Gumley.
I can see you. Yeah.
Anyway,
I get.
I've half the time it doesn't even work for me. So I'll stand down for a bit here.
It's like it's Joe. Meg did have her hand up, and then Noonie. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to add a little here. So maybe I've got a bit of a unique perspective. So I was hired as a superintendent at a fairly large site in Quebec. I don't speak a word of French, but I have entirely French employees from Quebec. The vast majority, or I would say 100%, don't even know. They all hate Trudeau, but they have no idea who Max is. That's what we're up against. We can say people don't like Max because he's French, but the friggin' Quebecois don't even know him. We're fighting against mainstream media, people that watch nothing but mainstream media. You know, I mean, I would say at least 60% of my employees are unvaxxed. The other 40% aren't getting any more. So, I mean, it's an obvious fit. We've got to appeal to these people. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was a really good point, because for whatever reason in elementary school and middle school, I just hated my French teacher and I never learned, and they just rubbed me the wrong way. And maybe like it'd be interesting to take like what percentage of PPC voters are not bilingual. Like that would be pretty interesting, actually. I don't know if I'm going anywhere.
So I
with
mean,
that,
I think the
something to think
PPC
about.
needs ads on like mainstream television in Canada. So yeah,
They
I
blockade
know,
us.
I know.
Yeah, they
I
blockade
was
it.
actually, I was just gonna get on that. Like, you know, apparently, I asked people in like the last election cycle, why are there no PPC commercials on TV? And somebody responded who was like in the PPC, told me, I forget who it was. It might have been Michael Bader. I'm not sure. That Max was trying to do it. Like he was trying to get ads on TV. But yeah, none of the like media companies.
It's the triple uniparty. Oh, the triple uniparty owns the media. That's exactly why. So we know that
Which
answer.
is outrageous considering this is a legitimate party. I mean, they can't exclude him from the debates this next time because he did capture 5% of the vote with 840,990 votes. So, I mean, he's going to be in the debate unless they rig it so that, like, you know, he can't be in the debate like he wasn't in the debate in 2021. You know, we're going to see. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the fact that Canadian media will not take someone's money to put an ad up. I mean, they are so desperate for money. It's like, I mean, I think you can run an ad for like, you know, 3 or 4 grand, like on a local station, just because, you know, they're so desperate for money. It's like they are not the media titans that they once were, right? So, I mean, you know, the fact that
We're
will
going broke
not.
funding them, though.
Well,
That's sad.
that's super sad, and it's super sad that they, you know, can't bootstrap themselves, you know, and actually take some money from the PPC or, you know, wherever that is not the establishment, you know, to actually like show an ad on TV. I mean, yeah, I mean it's just pathetic. Anyway, I mean, I guess it's Meg and then Noonie.
Hang on, I was trying to finish a
Sorry,
point
Joe.
here.
Sorry,
It
Joe.
was yeah, no problem. It was just that, you know, if we talk about, you know, some people don't like French. That's a big turn off for Max. But even the French, a lot of them don't know who he is. So we've got to get over the mainstream media bullshit. I mean, I'm seeing this firsthand. You know, I don't speak a word of French. I'm in a terrible position. I'm working as a superintendent in Quebec, and my French is non-existent. I don't speak any. It's an
I
interesting
can say,
conundrum.
like, je m'appelle Adam, ne parle français. Like I can say, my name is Adam. I don't speak French. That's where I stop. So Max could run.
The other one is I am
Max could get the
Dave.
block.
Please,
Maybe
please
Joe
undo
finish.
my zipper.
The point I'm trying to make is that, you know, there are some people who don't like French people. Max is obviously a first language French speaker. They're idiots.
That's a strength. That's a strength. You're
No,
right.
no.
So
100%, they're idiots. Those people, you know, who can't stand somebody who speaks French as a first language. I mean, yeah, we all might have personal, you know, disagreements with, you know, a certain area or whatever. But if you're that ingrained in it that, you know, you can't listen to somebody speaking the truth, telling you what's right, and oversee the fact that his English isn't perfect, then you're an idiot. Quite honestly, there's nothing else to it. You know, and to speak to, you know, somebody just rubbed me the wrong way. Well, that goes both ways. You know, I like Pierre Poilievre. I went to see him when he came here locally in North Bay. He rubbed me the wrong way. He just seemed too polished, didn't answer any questions from the audience, and only spoke to people, you know, in person. one at a time.
And gave hand jobs in the public washrooms.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. No, I mean, we can talk about, their platforms and what might not appeal to some people. And, I keep hearing the immigration thing come up. Well, quite honestly, my wife is an immigrant. She came here the right way. She took her time. It took time. It wasn't easy, but she did it the right way. And, like most immigrants, you hearing about the southern border in the US, it's like, well, why are the Americans, putting up a wall? And then I literally looked at her and said,
scary.
no, hang on. I looked at her and said, well, could I go to your country? Could I just walk across and say, hey, I'm here. You got to take care of me. And she's like, well, no, that's not the way it works. Well, why would it work that way in Canada, the US, or anywhere else? And she's like, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's some things that are basic common sense. The PPC speaks to people who have common sense. And we need more of that in this country. We need more people who are, as Zink put, not quite so eloquently, but very forcefully, screw your feelings. I'm sick and tired of feelings. We need to do what's right. We're getting past the point where feelings mean anything because, quite honestly, we don't have the time. And I'll leave it at that. I got to get to bed because I got to be back at work tomorrow.
Who
That
was
was some really good insight
an ignorant fuck
on
there?
the
We said someone was like, "Oh, these guys are ignorant" or something like that. What was the? I missed
the
that
people
part.
who did, he referenced the people who, because Max's first language is French and his English rubs him the wrong way. I think he was referring, oh, you don't like the way he speaks English, was kind of the logic or the
To the
train of
French
thought there.
guys or to the English people? To the English people.
To the
He's
English
just talking to
people.
people who are
Yeah, I don't
prejudiced
speak
against
French,
the
and I like
French.
Max. That's kind of why I was referencing my old school teachers, because I mean, yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to jump in quickly, Joe. I saw Pierre here, 1,200 people. He was an hour late and did the exact same thing you just said.
A complete sentence, that one, please.
Hand jobs in the public washrooms, TR6.
He just gives canned speeches and then answers no questions, right? He's a puppet.
Exactly.
Okay, kind of like me.
Am I stupid? I'm not following the reference. Hand jobs in the public washroom. Like I'm in the dark here.
It's a joke. Or an invitation. Take it how you will.
Go ahead,
Log
Meg.
is very open.
Go ahead, Meg.
Sorry. No, I was just gonna say that I think I'm probably in the minority of women where I'm not really emotional, so it's kind of interesting because I've interacted a lot with like CPC voters, CPC supporters, and I usually ask them questions. And I'll ask them like questions about their platforms, like what they're looking for, like what they see, like trying to understand where they're coming from, right? Like what is it that they want, what is it that they like about the CPC that keeps them there? And I never get an answer, never. I can't seem to be able to squeeze out an answer out of them, or to try to understand other than let's get Trudeau out.
That's all they got.
Yeah, like it just like and it's the funniest thing because I usually go in trying to understand, and then the second I ask follow-up questions or I try to just get a little bit more precision, it always becomes like, I know Zinc sort of went off a little bit, but it kind of becomes like that from their end, and then there's like blocking. I get blocked regularly by CPCers when I ask questions, and like there's no animosity. I usually try to point out, okay, so what is it that this means? What do you mean by this point? What does this mean to you? And I don't get an answer. I don't get an answer when I do that with liberals either. And I'm not sure why that is, but there's definitely some kind of a division. There's something that stops people from being able to actually specifically communicate information to one another. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing. I think until we figure out what that is, we're never going to be on the same page. And we might never be on the same page to a certain point because it's a big country. There's a lot of people, and there's a lot of people that don't know much. But until we figure out a way to like communicate what it is to communicate and I guess understand the information that we're getting back. Like we're never going to get past it. We're just going to be divided, and that's just going to slow things down. Like I know I said earlier, yes, the pendulum swings, and it does, but it could be quicker. It could be quicker if we figure out what everybody is actually trying to get at least, and try to gauge like their vision for getting there. Until we do that, we're never going to move on. Like we're always going to be going back and forth. And yes, I love Max. I love the PPC platform. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be voting at all. The problem is that there's so much animosity towards it, and until we figure out why that is, we're never going to move past it, or we're going to move past it very slowly, and then most of us are going to run out of time, right?
So, I mean, so Meg, it's the whole thing that we've been talking about here, about this aiming for the middle continuously, right? People want to go back to how things were before the pandemic, they want to go back to how their lives were before. It's not going back, all right? Like, I mean,
Exactly.
this is the main problem, and everybody needs to get that through their heads. We're not going back to how it was. Things are fundamentally different now, economically, socially, everything. I mean, this country is oceans apart, right? Like, I mean, PPC really is oceans apart from the Uniparty. And I mean, if you notice, most PPCers, all right, we are very decisive, and we know what we want. I would say most people, if you ask them, well, what do you want? It's like, I remember like when I was like maybe just 30 or like 29, I was at a bar, and like I was just talking to this one dude, and I was like, he was telling me about like he has an ex-wife and a daughter, and it's like, anyway, somehow it came to the point where it was like, I was saying, well, what do they want? And he's like, oh, I'm like 45 and I don't know what I want. So I mean, like, this is the problem. Like, Canadians don't really know what they want, right? Like, I mean, and that's a big problem. But I mean, I say that if we stand firm on PPC, eventually people will be like, they'll notice and recognize. Well, I'm hoping that they notice and recognize, wow, like these people have a plan. They know what they want. There's an actual vision, and maybe people will actually like follow along, because there actually is a plan and a vision for Canada so that we can all actually be prosperous, right? But nobody sees it, and this is like really the main problem, right? So I mean, that's what I see. So I think it was Noonie, or sorry, Meg, did you want to respond there?
No. All that I was going to say to add to that is, we're not, like, I agree, we're not going back. There's not really any way to go back to what it was before. But I think to a certain extent, again, just going back to, there's got to be some kind of common ground. Even if we determine that there's people that actually do actively want mediocrity, it's disappointing, but they're out there. um, am I making sense? Like, they are
Not
out
really.
there.
Let's go to the other hands,
Yeah,
and you can sort of develop your thing. I mean,
Okay. All right.
you're
Here,
sort
I'll
of
jump.
reparteeing by circling and cycling. No offense. It's just I
And
get it.
take some
Sometimes
notes.
come on, Adam. Come on. Fuck. I mean, slowest kid in the room. It's just what are we talking about here, right? Glass houses, I don't know. Fuck. But listen, so no, Meg, no offense. Just let the conversation flow. We'll get through the hands, and you know, if we start cycling quick, guys, it's just going to increase engagement, right? It's like the 10-minute diatribes. We've been bitching about it for like 5 days now. Let's just spit it out, and then the hands cycle back, and it's like to go back to 10 minutes ago. Grandma fell down, and then my dog fell over. But anyways, whatever. Adrian, you had the order.
Yeah, it's Noonie, Bose, then it's the Reaper's son
Whatever after
and
that. Okay, whatever.
yeah.
Noonie Bose. Noonie Bose,
Noonie.
go ahead.
Okay, anyway, you're going to have to mute your mic, otherwise you're going to have bad feedback. Anyway, and in terms of what's going on, all the main parties are WEF infiltrated, NDP, Liberal, Conservatives, the Greens, and I'm not too sure about the Quebecers because I really don't give a fuck about Quebec. Pierre Poilievre's closest mentors, and I've seen these men interact together in person. Both Harper and Baird are WEF. You're not going to tell me that his two closest mentors are WEF and he's not? Are you kidding me? Anyway, in terms of Max offers something different. He just can't break through media, mainstream media, and he's not going to. Our media is WEF infiltrated. They follow the agenda, so there's no going there. So you have to work around it. You have to get creative. Start doing QR codes about this stuff, you know? Whether you have to get a picture of some breasts with a QR code on it, do it. You know, just find things where people click the QR code. Whatever, just think outside of the box. There's more to it than mainstream media. And you have to be creative to work around it. As for Canadians are fucking ignorant as fuck when it comes to politics. I know this firsthand. How many of you read the Constitution or even studied it, right? And then to hear that people don't even know what the fuck the equalization payment plan is, oh my God, boy, you're going to be screwed when Alberta leaves. That's all I can say. But, you know, I am a separatist, but I would vote for Max in a, you know, I'd rather vote for Max than something else, but might go Maverick. Hard to say. It depends on what kind of campaign I see him running and how well he can break through mainstream media. If he can't, I'm just going back to Maverick. But in terms of what informing Canadians about what's real in politics, that's exactly what the Alberta Prosperity Project does. They have hit every community, talking in little community venues, little restaurants, sometimes with crowds like, you know, 50, 100, 200, sometimes thousands, depends where they are. And they do a presentation of the Constitution, of all of the ways Alberta is being screwed by the East, and just show people like, look, you know, our fastest path to prosperity is separation. But we have to get rid of the, you know, the current WEF infiltrated parties first. And that's paramount. So, and the only one not really linked in there is Max, and he's going to have to come up with a good campaign that doesn't use nor rely upon social media nor mainstream media. If he can figure that one out, he has a shot. He has a hope in hell. But it's going to take creative thinking. One more thing. A lot of people are ignorant about politics, and a lot of people think, well, I got to be ideological to cast my vote. No, people are going to be voting with their pocketbooks. I always hear conversations every day about the cost of living. That's waking people up to the hard fucking reality that if they don't, you know, do something in the next election, they are going to be even more fucked than they are now. So, like, being broke and losing all of your disposable income to carbon tax for your heating and your fuel is going to open up a lot of freaking eyes. So you have to work that one in there. And the other thing about the immigrants, a lot of immigrants were in the convoy, and what they were saying is, I can't believe this is happening here. So we're going to see a lot of shift in that, because what the Liberals are doing with immigrants and especially refugees are packing various ridings with those to get the margin that they need to beat whatever party usually takes that riding. And they're doing that in Alberta. They're transplanting a bunch of refugees in these traditionally conservative strongholds, and that's to water down the vote. And so the thing that has to happen with those refugees is to let them know, if you don't want the hellhole that you left to happen here, you cannot vote NDP, Liberal, Conservative, or Green Party. It comes down to that. Next on, Mike.
Bose, go ahead.
Yeah, let's see here. No, I just hear a lot of frustration, man, and I understand, the frustration that, Zink, when he was, arguing with, Catherine, saying, fuck your feelings, I mean, feelings do change, it's just like, oh, they're going to do good for you, oh, I love them now, I'm going to, or then, oh, man, they're shitty because they fucked me, like, oh, I hate them now, but one thing that doesn't change is the facts and the truth and the love. And I think what's solid about that is Zinc is that foundation for the people, for the community, trying to, because he cares for his fucking people, and he cares for this world. And, and I'm not trying to, like, brown nose you, bro, but I see a lot of, just hearing the, that little argument there. But I just want to let you know, man, just keep on being persistent, people, keep on fighting the good fight, love one another, and just stay solid. And I do think this is a solid group, and I really appreciate it. And I know there's a lot of people following other people, and as time goes by, it's going to grow that group. And very, very wise thing to do, and so anyway, I appreciate you, Zink, and I thank you for what you're doing, and Wong and Adrian and all the other people that are Regan and Mighty that are doing this. Catherine, we all got to stick together, and I appreciate this group. And that's all I had to say, man. Good guys.
Well, thank you for the compliment, and a new nickname for me is Wong. Maybe I should change my name. So thank you for that. I have new things to think about.
Wong Pong.
Wong Pong, yeah. Ponging it up wrong.
So it's the Reaper's son. Go ahead.
What's up, guys? Holy crap. You guys are savage and I fucking love it. So I only joined this group because I saw the pleb join in it, and I've been kind of following him for a little while. Don't really care much for his shit because, just run of the mill milquetoast conservative, kind of supporting Pierre, thinking that it's actually going to make some type of difference. I would, like you guys, I would prefer to see Max actually get in there and actually see if he could make some type of a difference. Like, one thing the pleb did say about the PPC, which I actually think is like a great honor, is he called us the Leroy Jenkins of political parties. And I thought that was so great because in my mind, that's exactly what we need. We need somebody to get in there and to be able to shake things up a little bit, to be able to like put some things on the floor and be able to expose every single one of these people for who they actually are and where their allegiances lie. And so like Noonie, I'm out here in Western Canada, and I was once a member of the Maverick Party, and I'm really hoping for Western separation, because the way I see culturally what's going on in Canada and America, I don't really see it going any other way than the fact that there's such a divide in people's ideology. Eventually, it's going to hit a point where like serious areas are actually just going to have to separate and start like governing differently. Otherwise, we're just going to go to war with each other. So I'm really hoping that Max wins, but being realistically, he's like, the PPC is not going to get like a huge majority of the vote. But the way I see it is we don't need a huge majority of the vote. We need one seat. That's all we need is one seat. We get Max in there inside Parliament, and things will start shaking up. The brand recognition, if you will, for the PPC will just skyrocket because people will actually be seeing him on the floor debating these people, like throwing things in their faces, exposing them for who they are. And what I want to know is, where's the one spot in Canada realistically that you think the PPC could actually gain that seat?
So, I mean, Max has said that he will move to anywhere in Canada where he has the best shot of winning a seat, right? So, I mean, he said that after the last election. Where would it be? I don't know, maybe Saskatchewan or, Alberta, maybe? I'm
I don't know
guessing.
about Alberta.
Yeah, maybe
Alberta's pretty high on
Saskatchewan.
Daniel Smith right now, or Danielle Smith.
But that's provincial, though, right? I mean,
True, but this is the way that you vote in all of our, like, you vote for your
right.
local representative, and then that turns into provincial, and then that turns into federal. So with
No, no, no.
Alberta,
You vote for federal and provincial separately.
seriously, because every single time I've ever put my thing down on a ballot, it's always been for my local representative when it comes to like, oh, this person's for the PPC party, this person's for the CPC,
Yeah,
this
but
person's liberal.
there's provincial parties and then there's federal
And then
parties.
there's federal parties. Fucking ignorant about Canadian politics, right there. There's a difference between federal elections and provincial election schedules.
The fuck are you talking
Yeah,
about?
she's right, 100%. You guys are out to lunch. Max has the best chance of winning a seat in Estevan, Weyburn, Saskatchewan. You put Max down in Estevan or Weyburn, he's guaranteed a seat, no question.
So I mean, just to come back to the Reaper's Son, where he says he only needs one seat. I mean, Reaper's Son, and I mean, I asked James this earlier. I mean, do you see any parallel between the rise of the PPC and the Reform Party? Because as I said, in 1987, the Reform Party was created. 1988, they didn't get a seat, but they got 270,000 votes in the 1988 election. Then in 1993, they got 52 votes and like over 2 million, 52 seats and 2 million votes. So, I mean, do you see any parallel? I mean, of course, James didn't see the parallel, but I mean, like, it's very similar to what the Reform Party achieved. So, I mean, do you see parallels there between Reform and PPC?
A little bit. Like, I'm hoping that they could go a lot further than that. I truly am. Right now, Noonie, you had some harsh words for me. I don't blame you, but I also do like agree with your outlook on the fact that basically every single other political party has been so infiltrated by outside forces, and it's been like, are we actually going to get that? I truly hope so. At least we can expose them if we get the vote. But like I said, I think the smartest things for Max is to go to one certain area where he thinks he could work and just get it in.
Right. And I mean, he said he's going to do that. So, I mean, moving along. So, Mighty Thor will go TR6 and then Sasky. So, go ahead, Mighty Thor.
Hey, thanks, my Canadian friends from San Francisco here. I can't really expound upon your own politics, but I can expand a bit and then I'll shut the hell up. Man, it's too bad you can't get Noonie as your PM because she is just a fucking lioness of a red pillar for all of you. I love when Noonie talks. But I'm probably in here. 15% of the reason I'm in here is to listen to Noonie. But anyway, so I'm glad I took the time to learn the difference between the PPC, the People's Party of Canada, and the CCP, because these acronyms can be confusing. And as Noonie said, so many people are so oblivious, ignorant to politics.
I'd like to say one thing. People get confused that in Canada, red and blue are flipped as well, which is really weird, but people don't get that. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. But as far as I understand it, that red and blue are flipped in Canada as opposed to down in the States.
So Canadians are blue, conservatives are blue in Canada?
Yes.
Weird, man.
It's the same way in all
It's
Commonwealth
on
countries.
purpose. It's freaking on purpose. Just like they don't teach you anyway. Okay. I felt that was relevant.
Yeah, so I'm reminded we're listening to all of this WEF infiltration. They just started their forum for the year yesterday, Monday in Davos, and I'm reminded of a Max Warburg quote, a Zionist banker. I guess you could call him part of the Khazarian mafia, or the people that own everything and want us to own nothing and to be happy anyway. Max Warburg, one of the Zionist bankers from a century ago, who wrote, or his quote, whether by choice or by force, you will have a one world government. And that is the crux of the matter here, the issue at hand. We are all resistant to this one world government, and it seems inevitable, according to the people in Davos today. The senior, and here's what I mean, an example of it anyway, senior senator of West Virginia, Joe Manchin, wrote, and I quote here, I just posted it on my own Twitter, Joe Manchin argues against the First Amendment, free speech, at the World Economic Forum in Davos, saying, the problem we have here is our open press system and basically all of the social media platforms today. So, wow, unfucking believable. This dude is supposed to be the closest thing. He's a Democrat in West Virginia, the senior senator, but he's the closest thing to a conservative. And, not anymore with that statement. So it's really kind of eye-opening. Thank God for global media in that sense. So now we know that he's got to go too. West Virginians need to absolutely get rid of him.
He was the first to cave to that first funding bill with Biden, right? He was him and Sinema, and he was the first to cave.
Yeah.
Oh
Sinema
God.
of Arizona. So those are the two that are side by side at the WEF now, and it's just sad. I mean, the fundamental problem that we're experiencing today, again, we let the absolute weirdos and weaklings become billionaires, and the immoral weirdos, weaklings, and the immoral become billionaires and trillionaires, and they are dictating now national policy, overriding national policy with global policy. So, as the previous speaker was suggesting, is war inevitable? The only thing I'm consoled by in every country around the globe is you will find masculine gun owning men being right wing. It's innate. We value our nuclear families above all. I mean, if you held a gun to my head, don't. That was a figure of speech. We hold the security and safety of our nuclear families even above our federal government. That's the way it's got to be, right? I mean, but anyway, I'm listening in. I want to know what's going on with you, nice, traditionally nice, stereotypically nice Canucks, and what happens in Canada will probably be what is tried in Canada will be tried here. We just happen to have almost 10 times your population. So I'll shut up. Wish you guys the best. Interesting discussion. Thanks for the mic.
All right. Thanks, Mighty Thor. Great stuff. So it's TR6, then Sasky. So go ahead, TR6.
Thanks. We were talking before about, what's it going to take to, we can't go back to 2019. For me, what it is trust. I don't think any of us can trust our politicians anymore. We can't trust our medical. We can't trust public health. We can't trust our banking. So trust is what civilization is built on. So how do we rebuild? How do we gain back trust? That's going to be decades and decades trying to do. Even if we win this and it all crashes down, trust is the key thing that I think we're going to be battling with for years. And it's sad to say, but for me, that's the big issue, trust, because I don't trust the media, don't trust anybody anymore. So to regain that trust is going to be difficult. Thank you.
Agreed, TR6. So Sasky, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Yeah,
You cut out, Sasky.
Can you hear me? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to pipe up on keeps going mic on and mic off. Sorry, I'm having a glitch here.
So yeah, your mic cut out again, Sasky. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah. I'm having issues. Go to the next person. Sorry about that.
All right, will do. I see Rich has just come up. Also, just a note to Wagpog and Zinc. For some reason, I can't approve speakers, so when they come up, you guys are going to have to approve them. So I guess go ahead, Rich, and then we'll come back to Sasky.
Sorry, did you say my name there?
Yeah, go ahead, Rich.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know, I've had a lot of problems with this thing ever since I did an update on it, so I'm not sure why. But anyway, you can hear me okay?
Yep, beautiful, crystal clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, TR6, you're 100% right about trust. I've been doing a lot of thinking and talking with some guys that I know for a couple of years here now regarding the politics and the situation. In my opinion, I think federally, with the time frame that we've got ahead of us here, I think federally it's almost a waste of time. And I voted for PPC, by the way, last election. So due to censorship or the control of the media, all that stuff, I think Max has got a much longer road ahead of him to get through to everybody federally. So I think to garner attention and to grow a wave, I guess. In my opinion, I think it's to go along the lines of what Daniel Smith has been doing with Alberta. Like, if the PPC party focused provincially, say Ontario or pick a province, and grow the party through provincial election. Provincially, it would garner a lot more media and get the message out a lot more to what they're all about. Even though I do know a lot of people that were for PPC out west here. I'm in Alberta. There were still a lot of guys in the oil field that I've talked to, like last election, and they've got the splitting of the vote thing burned in their brain, and there's still a lot of guys that are just so focused on getting rid of Trudeau that they're ignoring all this controlled opposition shit with Paul Vieira. So anyway, I think I just want to throw that out there. Like, I don't know, and I was going to ask this, like, what is Max doing campaigning wise? Because honestly, like, don't see anything out here.
So I mean, let's not forget that, like, Max, because he's not vaccinated, there was a long period there where he was simply banned from getting on a train or a plane to campaign around the country. Now the minute those mandates were lifted, he has been moving around the country, going to different spots. I mean, I saw a video of him. There was like a room of like maybe 40 people in Northern Ontario, 30 people, and I mean, he was there, talking to them about the PPC and stuff like that. So I mean, he is doing things right now. Also, good to keep in mind that we are not going to get a spring election. I'm 90% sure we're not going to get a spring election. Nobody is incentivized to call an election. Singh is not incentivized. Trudeau is not incentivized at all to call an election. This is running to like 2025 when it's scheduled, or maybe like 3 months before it's actually scheduled to happen. I mean, it's simply not happening. So there is some time that Max has to do more. But I mean, he is doing more, right? I mean, PBC just raised $800,000 recently. I mean, I donate to the party, so I mean, things are happening, right? I mean, the hardline PPC people are not going any other way. Like, I mean, we are simply not going away, and we're going to vote PPC. We're not going to be bullied into voting, dumbass CPC and stupid Pierre, all right? So, I mean, basically the CPCers can just stuff it. Anyway, so we're going to go with OMI, and then Adam, and then back to TR6. So go ahead, OMI.
Hey, great. You know, it's so great to hear people from Canada. I was born in Canada and moved to the US when I was pretty young. So it's great to hear all those familiar accents, and great to hear people that are awake and understand what's going on. Some of the things that, you know, it's great to hear people kind of figuring it out and talking about, you know, what they're seeing, what's going on, and so forth. But I think I belong to kind of a group of people that are doing more kind of soft rebellion kind of things. And I don't know if you've heard about it. We got a little infiltrated and co-opted, but we're the ones that started the sticker brigades here in the US. I think one of the biggest challenges that we hit is that we see, we go around doing our everyday thing, feeling how we feel, but we don't realize that there are so many other people that feel the way we feel or are starting to wake up, but don't know that there are so many of us out there who actually see what's going on. And so the sticker brigade that we did, around here, you see a lot of the Biden ones that say, I did that, or we have a bunch that say impeach 44. There are a number of them. Whichever catchphrase shows, points to a legitimate issue, promotes a certain candidate, demotes another candidate, points things out about the who, just a small fact or a tagline that leads you to a website with information. It slowly gets people understanding that there is a movement happening, and more people are willing to step forward when they see a movement happening. It makes you feel a little less isolated and a little less fearful. And then I just wanted to address the idea of trust. You link arms with someone who you find to walk the walk that they're talking, and you run with them. And you promote one another who are honest and forthright, and you walk with them, and you're there. And then whenever you can, meet face to face, get an action plan, start with stickers, start with leaflets on cars, start with, I don't know, writing in the snow. Just get a word out that people are not alone, they're not isolated, and that people are moving forward. And that's all I had. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Omi. So I'm just going to ask you one follow-up question. So, I mean, how much success have you had with that sticker brigading, in the US?
I think it depends on, because everybody kind of has their niche. We have a lot of different people in our group that have more specific talents than others. Like some are more tech oriented, which I'm not. Some are more vaccine focused. Some people are much more politically focused. She won to get on the ballot. They took her off of all of the literature explaining who she was, and she still got 1%. And
right,
some people look at that as a loss, But 1% is enough to turn the ship. It's enough to make people aware. The next time, the next election, whether it's local, whether it's national, you have more momentum behind you because of the turning of the ship. So
So,
it's a slow process, but it works.
so Omi, I just want to follow up on this because this is actually quite an important point. So, I mean, this is something that the Conservative Party of Canada, the CPC, always say, oh, Max will never make it, the PPC will never make it because, you have no real vote, there's no seats in the House of Commons or whatnot. I mean, we have seen serious growth. We've seen almost 600,000 extra votes for the PPC in 2021 than they got in 2019, which was their first election. So, I mean, you're talking about 1%, it makes a difference. I mean, the PPC has achieved 5% of the total vote Canada-wide. So, I mean, and that's actually beyond what the Green Party got. They got half the amount of votes as the PPC. I actually don't think they even got 400,000. It was almost 400,000. It was like 379,000 or something like that. I don't know the exact number, but but because of the way our system works, the Green Party has 2 seats in the House of Commons. So I mean that just paints a different picture, the CPC than the CPCers want to paint. So I mean, PPC is rising, and
PP rising? Is there a PP rising?
So we're all the conservatives are all the underdog, right? We're fighting against corruption, election interference, election fraud, machines that actually have algorithms that downgrade our votes, that dilute our votes. That is going to have to be fought in the courts and by eliminating the people who are in office. And that starts local too. In your city, I mentioned, I do it a lot on text because I'm a little uncomfortable speaking publicly, but one of the things that one of the people in our group encouraged us, because it's so important, what is happening on our local levels is so kind of sneaky and insidious. While we're watching the national stage and the provincial stage or the state stage, little things are happening on our local levels. And we need to get to know people who are up close to these people who are in office so that we can understand what they stand for and understand the process of removing them and replacing them. And we have to kind of let go of a little bit of ego that, I don't know anything about being a city commissioner. Well, you might have to learn if you want to save your country.
Yeah.
And you still have to go against the voter fraud and the corruption, but getting out there empowers other people. It's just a very empowering thing, seeing people in your community just say enough, just stop it. And if you don't have if you feel like it's going to paint too big of a target on your back, then stickers, handwrite some bulletins, put them on cars. Try to avoid any littering fines, but get out there. And
Right.
You don't have to be in everybody's face all the time. Sometimes a whisper goes a lot further, and it could be the person that's coming home from a job interview and they didn't get the job because somebody knows somebody who saw you somewhere where they didn't like you. It's
great points there. Fully agree. I mean, yeah. I mean, getting the message out is definitely half the battle, right? So, so we're gonna go to Adam and then TR6. So go ahead, Adam.
All right. Knowing is half the battle, G.I. Joe. So
Exactly, you picked up on it. Yeah, I'm an 80s
yeah,
kid. So
I was thinking about. I'm 42. I was thinking about the red blue Canadian US difference that I brought up earlier, which is weird, but I know a lot of people don't know that. Maybe that is the true north south flip that the US propaganda always talks about. anyway, putting that aside. So algorithms, who is it that was just speaking? It was Omi. Was that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So I don't think it's algorithms. I think it's backdoor entries with live people doing stuff. I don't think it's an algorithm. It's too freaking precise and it's too adaptable. It's backdoor humans doing it. And it's probably government and they're
It's
probably
both.
paid.
It's
Yeah,
both.
well, okay.
And it's
The
CISA.
algorithms are
It's
near
DHS in the United States.
right, but algorithm is like the conspiracy theory word to make you think that not a human's doing it. It's a human doing it. I guarantee it. And then I had another note, PPC, and then I don't really know where I was going with that, but I do know where I'll go with trust. And you have a trust problem, you do it one person at a time. And it really upsets me because my best friend, I've known him since I was one, and he was 2, and he's quad vaxxed and he trusts me and he still is in cognitive dissonance. He's still got the vaxes. The way you do trust is one person at a time. Just like when, who was in control when the pleb came in? And then they said, oh, no, everyone here will shut up. I trust them all. That's trust, one person at a time. And you have faith and you go by that and you trust but verify. And until you have a reason not to, you may as well because you don't got anything else going for you. And then handouts also on Omi. Go to your office. I just thought of that. I was thinking of bussing people around and I thought I could go to a PPC office and drive around a random city and throw stuff in mailboxes. And, you know, if I had, I could even do that even if I don't have a lot of money. I could stop in once a week. I could kind of like turning timesheets in or something. I could pick up a couple and every time I go to the store or come on my way home from grocery shopping or whatever, I could hit a couple mailboxes. And it's one step at a time, 1 minute at a time, one person at a time. And the people who trust you, and if you're telling the truth, I'll go to the truth thing too. So one of the I said this I think last night or the night before somewhere. The reason why we all identify truth is because we tell the truth. We know when someone's telling the truth. You know when someone's telling the truth because you're someone that tells the truth. And people that lie, they're used to liars. They think everyone else is a liar and they can't recognize the truth. And that's why we're in the position we're in. So keep telling the truth and be there when someone has something to ask. But that's the biggest one is like begots like. And liars can't identify truth. That's why people don't know what's going on. The people who are completely not aware, there's a good chance there's a lot of lying going on around them and they just can't recognize truth. Because all the people telling the truth, you know when it's the truth. You absolutely know. And the hardest part is breaking through to people who always lie. And do it very carefully. Or like my suggestion was when the pleb came in here, I said, oh, you should have let him run his mouth till he was done and ask a question. And then one person should have addressed the question. So you don't learn anything by talking. But if you never say a word, you can learn a whole lot, right? I think I'm good for now.
To your point, Adam, like give him rope, right? I've given rope and I've gotten shit just completely shat on in the DMs.
You've given rope or you were pushing rope?
But you know when you're giving rope. If you're giving rope, you know you are, right?
I was
so
pushing,
you know it.
Yeah, but I'm conscious of what I'm trying to do here. I'm strategic thinking, right? What's the big byword nowadays? I'm critically thinking. It's like, yeah, I bet you're being super efficient as well. It's
That's
like,
a soundbite. Soundbite.
Efficient. I'm being so efficient that I'm being zero effectiveness at my actual endpoint goal. It's like a magical arena. It's like, what's the difference between efficiency and effectiveness? I don't know. What's the difference between IRR and ARR, right? Well,
divided by multitasking.
The vaccine is spastic. The vaccine is 95% effective. Okay, so what's the real number? Well, the real number is the absolute relative value, which is you're reducing it from a 1.8% to a 0.8%. Wow. You've achieved 95% effectiveness. And this is like a game of statistics again. But which fucking retard knows what the difference is in that in the general plebless situation, right? We've been wrestling with this question for a week now, right? Absolute freedom of speech. Okay, come on up here and talk for 20 minutes about your grandma. If grandma had balls, we'd call her grandpa. Yeah, that's fucking Merry Christmas. And guess what? Engagement goes down, blah, blah, blah. Look at the engagement in this room when we fucking started throwing snowballs at each other. You know, there was no like super duper, like you're a fucking cunt kind of call out. Oops, I said the C word. You can't say cunt in Canada, right? So those that get it. Those that don't, right? But we had an opportunity there, just like that other guy that spoke. He said, you know what, I was a real follower of the pleb. And then I came into your room and then, I was like, wow, fuck, these guys are pretty based. And, blah, blah, blah. Well, Merry fucking Christmas. I'll just put that little present there underneath the tree for you. But if you don't get it, I can't explain it to you. You know what I'm saying? How many leaders are in this room? Well, we're all leaders, right? If I ask each and every one of you, who's a leader and who's a follower in this room? We're all leaders, right? That's your ego talking. You're not, and I guarantee you 50% of your sheep. Nothing against sheep. I couldn't run a business. If everyone ran a business, we wouldn't have employees, right? I get it. But the thing is, you got to set aside your ego. As a business owner, I wish I could go back to being an employee and shutting off my brain and just going to work and tippity tapping and looking over at Jimmy like, haha, good point, Jimmy, because Jimmy's like above me in the social scale. Right on. Good job, Jimmy. High fives. We should go to the strip bar later. Yeah, right on. Maybe I'll get that promotion if I go to the thing with dinner. Maybe I should just like his jokes. I should laugh at them. I mean, this is social organization, right? But it's like, can you ask a sheep if they're a sheep? They're not going to self-identify as a sheep. I mean, come on. You got the fucking egos. They got their 4K television. They got their Xbox, their Doritos, and their government bought weed because they're such rebels.
So I just saw they brought back both of Dr. Zelenko's accounts now.
Perfect timing.
Now that he's dead, huh?
Right. So we're gonna move to hands. So TR6, go ahead.
Thanks. A couple things. There is no practical reason for a spring election. Okay. And we all know why. I'm not going to repeat all that. But Trudeau's been hop, skipping, and jumping across this country for a long time now in Windsor today. He's politicking. Pierre Poilievre is running all over the place politicking. Trudeau had a fundraiser dinner tonight. The Liberal Party doesn't need money. They're so fucking corrupt. They just channel it from one to another. I mean, Freeland's trying to get $2 billion for a company that doesn't even exist. So something's up. I really don't think there'll be an election, but something's not quite right. And for Catherine, it's still there. Thank you for hanging in there and listening. I too have met Max many times. He knows who I am. He would recognize me as soon as he saw me. I've gone to a couple VIPs with him. I have sat with him one-on-one for a half an hour on a couch, just him and I, talking. I talked to him about Pierre. And he said, Pierre will flip faster than O'Toole. So there's no chance in hell CPC and PPC will ever join forces. I also asked Max about Roman Baber. I said, well, what about Roman Baber? Would you accept him into the PPC? And he says, yeah, well, I'd talk to him. Okay. And I went to a meet and greet with Mr. Poilievre. There were 1,200 people there. He kept us all waiting for over an hour. He came in with a highly polished speech. And before he came in and talked, his campaign people came out and said, Pierre will not be taking any questions from the audience. Got a round of booze. Now that was in Windsor. What happened in Windsor? Let me think. I think that's where the bridge got shut down. He didn't want to have to take a question about that, I'm sure, right? He talked for 25 minutes, had all the cliches like just inflation and all that, and then took off. And if you wanted to talk to him one-on-one, well, actually it was to get a picture one-on-one, he had to wait on the other line for about an hour. So I was not impressed with him at all. But it's everybody's personal opinion. I think Max is genuine. I've seen Max in Ottawa on Canada Day. Max walked 10 kilometers with James Topp and went right into the square and was there the whole time. Mark Friesen was there as well. I was there. I actually cried when I saw James Topp walk in. I don't remember seeing Pierre there, but I think Pierre walked with him for 10 minutes with his dress shoes on. And he contacted James and wanted to meet James at a coffee shop. James told him pound salt because all he wanted was a photo op, right? So I don't know. It's everybody's personal opinion. Max was there on Canada Day on Parliament Hill. Talked to him there, right with the crowd, right with the people. Don't remember seeing Pierre there. Pierre can't be out with the people, just like Trudeau. Trudeau has to have an army of people around him. So I don't know. Max is my guy. But anyways, just wanted to throw that in there. Thanks.
Yeah, I fully agree, TR6. I mean, you know, and I'm just gonna like sort of reiterate what Zink was talking about previously. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, you know, they don't like Max or whatnot. I think Catherine said that earlier. But I mean, the platform of the PPC, for me, that's what I'm voting for. I do like Max as well, but for me, it's the platform of the PPC. I can see the benefit for Canada of having that implemented. So that's what I'm voting for. More than Max. Like, you know, at the end of the day, these are personalities, you know, they're people, whatever. I mean, I do like Max. I agree with you 100%, TR6. You know, I feel he is trustworthy. But at the end of the day, it's the platform and the policies that are up on the website. CPC and Pierre have no platform or any kind of roadmap or plan for this country. And I mean,
Yeah,
that is the truth.
I agree with you, Adrian. It is the policy and the platform, but just everybody who's CPC, go to their website. The very first page that comes up is a big picture of Pierre, and right in the middle is a great big red and white donate button. That's what you get when you go to their website, the very first page.
Extra taxes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So go ahead, Adam.
I don't think I had anything to say.
You had your hand up, so
I
if you have nothing to
lost it
say,
then.
it's fine.
I lost it.
All right. Well, think about it. We might come back to you. So we're gonna go to Mighty Thor. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, as you guys were talking, I was reminded of two things. And by the way, the acronym is PPC, People's Party of Canada, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Because otherwise, I'm inclined to think particle projector cannon from my old BattleTech days as
NBT4 Wolf Clan WC split second.
Jade Falcon Clan and all that stuff. But anyway, we're nerds.
Is this some sort of furry shit or?
Yeah, man. Let's all dress up. But Also, I was reminded, to nerd out entirely, I was reminded of two people, Yuri Bezmenov, the KGB agent who defected to Canada in 1970. He died in 1993. I'll get to that in a second. And Star Wars A New Hope, Episode 4. Sorry for the nerdy references, but we've all seen it. Well, Ben says to Luke, you know, young Luke, many of our truths we cling to depend entirely on our own point of view. And I thought morality. And it's unfortunate that, you know, we were all raised with the truth in mind. I don't think any of us 30, 40, 50 years old in here were intentionally lied to and deceived. We were not taught that men can get pregnant and, you know, you can be trans this and trans that, and we're all innately equal, because that's all bullshit. You know, I mean, there's a reason why the NFL, National Football League here in America, is like 69% African American, and like 72%, the NBA, 72% African American. You look at West Africans, it's amazing, just as an example, how diverse West Africans are from East Africans. East Africans win all of the distance races, the marathons and stuff around the world, yet the West Africans were the ones that most were shipped off and sold as slaves, and they have this higher propensity, and this is all true according to 23andMe DNA analysis. They have higher propensities of type 2 fast twitch muscle fibers, right? Anaerobic. So they excel in strength sports and speed and all that, but as opposed to the East African. So as Ben Kenobi said, many of the truths we cling to depend entirely on our own point of view. And so unfortunately, you're looking at all of these people that are being lied to, indoctrinated in school, and it really, really makes it difficult for them to, well, there's another quote that ties in, Mark Twain. It is easier to fool someone than to convince them they've been fooled. It's really, really tough, because it happened to me when I was 23. I was a really devout Roman Catholic here in San Francisco, and I was pointing the finger saying, you're gay, you're having premarital sex, and you're an alcoholic and a drug addict. I'm going to kick all of your unholy asses, and you're going to suffer an eternal damnation with Hitler,
Me?
Stalin. All of you, yeah. Hitler,
Me?
Stalin, and Jeffrey
Oh,
Dahmer.
okay.
So that, my point is, that was my own philosophy, my own outlook on the world. And it was because I was indoctrinated, and I'm glad for it, into Roman Catholicism and my own morality and all that. My point is, it was very difficult for me to change my worldview at 25 years old, but I've done it. I'm a lot more open-minded. Unlike these kids of today, will they be able to like revert back to reality, the reality we grew up in, and believing in true science and all this transgender bullshit, for example? But and then, as Adam, in reference to what Adam was saying earlier, Yuri Bezmenov defected to Canada in 1970 as a KGB agent from the USSR, as he said. Bezmenov. So, as he said, it's very difficult. These people cannot be saved. They are irredeemable once they have been indoctrinated fully and they have been ideologically subverted or demoralized, the first step in the process of ideological subversion. These people cannot be saved. They're irredeemable. I don't think they can be woken up entirely, especially when they've reached a certain age. And then lastly, I'm reminded, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. So sorry, my OCD mind memorizes quotes that I see here and there, and I put them all together. I'm done. Thanks for the mic.
Quotes are great. I
That's
want to say one
that's
thing.
why
If
you
they
don't.
want,
That's why you don't. Hold on a second. I'm trying to grab my. It's hard to do it.
Unit.
No, I just. I love the Bluetooth. I just. So, guys, if you have a Bluetooth device, please hook it up now and engage it on full blast tilt. It'd be amazing for the room. We're gonna love it. So, there was something Smarty Pants. I was gonna come back at him, but I guess I'm just the gay hooker in the alley there that he was referring to. Look, let's just. I'm gonna say a quick one. Roe v. Wade, right? Well, the government said this and and this and that, and oh my God, it's a travesty, and my body, my choice. Okay, where the fuck were you 2 years ago? Whatever, push that aside, right? Just move on.
where are we at here? Where are we actually at? Well, where we're at is that we're not taking the reins from saying, well, the government says this, okay, blah blah blah, and then the left is like, well, or the right is like, well, actually it's just shifting it onto statehood and saying, well, basically this is a state requirement. So you're going to have a Michigan says no abortions, and North Dakota says yay, and so like you just have to travel over state lines, and you're off at the races. Abortion 9,000. That's that fucking easy. But that part was never pushed in the media because they want to keep you on these two extreme sides, right? The more important question is, because we're othering again, it's like, well, this state says this, and the Congress of Buttfuckistan says this. Who gives a shit? What you have to do if you're super fucking religious, wake the fuck up and say, Bobby Sue got fucking knocked up by Jim Bob, and just accept her. Drop the fucking judgment. Just exactly what Mighty was hooking on. If you do that, then Bobby Sue is not even going to want to have a fucking abortion. She's like, celebrate kids. Holy shit, you're having a kid? That's fucking amazing. Oh, Jim Bob isn't in the fucking picture. Who gives a shit? Fuck it. We've evolved past this the same way that we've evolved past it. If you've decided that you're going to, end your, like at this point, most people are not looking to have kids. I mean, people aren't making this link, but it's like, why is there an uptick in people that want to, get their boobs cut off and their genitals going to irreparable harm towards not having kids? Because they're not going to have kids, guys. I mean, this is the reality. And this is already done 20 years ago because most of the millennials will not have kids.
But
And
that's an economic thing, right? Like, I mean,
oh, fuck, Adrian.
you
Fuck,
know what I
everything
mean?
for you is economic, dude. Come on.
It
But
is
give
though.
it. I know, but I know Bank of Canada, interest rate, CPI, and I know the whole fucking spiel.
It's
No, I
it's
get it. It's like you're
single
Mikey. You're
income
like the Mikey
household.
of you're like the let's go for feelings, equivalent here. But what I'm trying to say is, you change how you're looking at it. You change the people around you, and then you got it. Okay. And like, well, no, but the government says, who gives a shit what the government says? If you don't have a bunch of fucking hoity-toity fucking Jesus saves motherfuckers running around saying, you got fucking knocked up, that fucking bitch, your daughter's a cunt. Okay, then if you don't have that, and you don't have the Democrats saying like having kids is a fucking negative thing because it increases greenhouse emissions, they hate kids on the Democrat side, and on the conservative side, they're fucking around. The answer is to move to the middle and everyone say, we fucking love kids, whether you got a dude or not involved in it. Fuck it. Make it a goddamn celebration when a teenage chick gets knocked up. Don't be a fucking stupid retard. But people won't step into their power because, Zinc, season 2, episode 6, Mandalorian. People are
season 6, episode 9.
Yeah, there you go. Season 6, episode 9. So that's 69.
People want to be slaves or something, right?
No. People are told that they want freedom when in reality they want order, and that's what we're going towards once we get a fucking power vacuum. Okay? The people do not want freedom. They want fucking order. That's it.
Thought it was freedom versus I thought it was versus security, Wog. Freedom for the right and security for the weak
well,
leftists.
order,
No?
security. I mean, pick your poison, right? I mean, doesn't security
So
live in a
you're
gilded
saying,
cage?
so you're saying that on just a social level, have it acceptable that, like, Betty Sue gets knocked up and it's like a celebration, and then everybody says, oh well, it doesn't matter whether Betty Sue will provide, like mom and dad will help out and like that type of stuff,
Okay,
right?
riddle me
Is
this,
that what
then,
you're
Adrian.
saying?
Riddle me this. I have traveled to multiple shitholes and lived in them for a long time.
Right.
There's no fucking homeless people down there, dude. They have a little shack down by the river, or they make a deal with the shop owner. Says, okay, I'll get my backyard here. I want you to sleep here, cook your little shit thing. Here's a bucket, take a shit in that, dump in the toilet every morning, sweep up the front of the thing. There is no fucking homeless people in third world countries, right? When you go to fucking first world countries, there's fucking people sleeping on the street. What is it? It's called community. Do they take their little ones and stick them in a box and take their old people and stick them in a box? No. They put the old people together with the young people and say, Grandpa, take care of Junior here. Pass those morals on. Pass everything else. Cook the kitchen. Please help clean the thing. Do. It's like we've gotten disconnected here, base level disconnection. People in the first world are fucking retards, and we all know it. And now here's the payback for it. And everyone gets what they deserve, including myself.
So I mean, it's very different though, right? Like, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying functionally to live in a first world country, finance has to be considered, right? So I mean, not all of us are going to go live in a shack down by the river, and and also it's climate too, right? I mean, in Africa,
Hyperbole.
Now,
what
careful with the personal
Hyperbole.
attacks there, Adrian.
Well, it's hyperbole,
but
Adrian.
how?
Come on. I mean, that's not what
How's
I
that
said, right?
hyperbole?
It's like
I'm sure
hyperbole in terms of
Wogpog's shack is very lovely.
yes.
Right, yeah.
It's adorned with. I've found all kinds of the Black Mamba 22-inch. I found it and it's on my wall.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying, like, the logistics of
Do you
living
know
in the
your neighbors?
shithole Camry.
Do you know your neighbors, Adrian? No, you
Yeah,
don't. You
yeah,
know
I do.
oh no, do they have your phone number?
Yeah.
I doubt it. And the reason why
Well,
in North America, I'm saying
no,
maybe
they
they're
absolutely
you're the
do, but
you're the exception, okay? But I didn't give my phone number to my neighbors because if I did, I would get text messages say, "Oh, you're being too loud," or "Oh, you're having a party," or "Oh, you're this," and it becomes all this othering victimhood 9,000. It's like, "Hey, I'm having a party. Just let me roll here." But I can't give them my fucking number because I know it's going to become a fucking victim
Did you
fest.
call them the weekend before and let them know you were having a party? Because that does work.
No, I don't ask for permission. I ask for forgiveness. But that's another story.
And
But
that's
no,
a completely
to
fair
your
point. Just
to-
saying.
yeah, no, I get you. No, it was a good point, Adrian.
Maybe
But
invite
what do
them
you think,
to your
Adrian?
party.
Like, so your neighbors. So you live in a condo building, right? So your
no,
neighbors all beside.
I live in a house.
Okay, so you live in a house. Okay, you live in a house, and your neighbors do have your number.
Yes, they're an old couple.
Wait,
So all
one
your
neighbors?
Oh,
Neighbors is plural.
Adrian's
Let's
a
just
swinger.
Fuck you. No. But like, yeah, they have my number. They're great old couple. The other house beside me is renters, so like, and I know them too. So I mean, I don't know where you're going with this, Wog.
So
Like,
do you have a BDSM guy who works in tech dungeon? I'm assuming you have some kind of like weird room in your house that weird activities happen in. Then clearly,
no, I think that's too far. I
Wog,
think
you know
this
we
is
call
more
it the playroom. Okay, don't act ignorant.
So that's his gaming computer with the eStim, all the old 2001 eStim equipment. Remember when it was like very like at the nascent stages, like yeah, you just attach this to your wiener, and then the other chick does this with that thing, and like they didn't have the voltages down, so like people were getting like shocked, and there was all these like recall effects because it's like. So of course, everyone's in
obviously
a
you're
rush.
operating with more information than I am because
Oh,
I
I'm
actually have
sure,
heard of
Adrian.
this. So
Pure as the driven snow.
No. See, Wogpog goes to a lot of garage sales, right? Picks the stuff off
well,
on the cheap.
I'll say one thing, Wog. You called out that escort service the other day, so
See?
you seem to be on point.
I only have 1 point. See, every conversation eventually comes down to my base. No, but to your point, Adrian, no, like I get what you're saying. I just like you get what I'm saying. I hope I hope that message came through, and I try to get it through as quick as I can. But do you understand what I meant there?
And with humor, let's just consider that, Wog. Yeah, like we're
I
being
understand.
funny.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I don't fully agree, but I mean,
okay.
I
So
understand what you're saying.
The best place to get bondage gear is from estate sales, right? Sometimes
Yeah,
it's
but
even still warm.
Right.
We should be. Well, it's broken in. We should be. What is this disconnect in North America, right? Is what I'm pointing at. So whether your neighbors apparently, and that's all good, and that doesn't. But if you had kids, like, would you have the grandparents live with you, or would you have the grandparents close to you? Like, do you see what I'm saying here? The kids are in one box learning whatever wokest agenda. I was just at a kid's store today, and there was a big picture book for babies called The Anti-Racist Baby, and I was like, wow, this will be the last time I'm frequenting this store. Like the anti-racist baby.
That was on Daily Wire, I think, like 8 months ago or something.
Yeah.
So
So
what
it's
is
real.
this? What
So
is
that
the
that comes.
anti-racist
What I'm
thing?
saying, okay, the point, right? To distill it for the slowest people in the class, what I'm trying to say is that if you allow your babies to be like indoctrinated whatever, and you let your old people to be taken care of from, you know, Filipino people, moms that are living away from their kids, sending all of their money home to their husband as they raise the kids, this is a disconnect. There's a disconnect here. There's a logical plug-in here, which is take the old people in, put the young kids with them, but basically there's one roadblock to that, and I'll let you guys sort of dissertate.
That's why they put all the freaking old people on ventilators, man, to wipe out the wisdom. Like I'm about to get angry.
Adam, can I just hear what he had to say there?
That's it. That's it. Adam. That's it, Adrian. I just said that. That's it.
Guys, can I just add the Ibram X. Kendi reference? He wrote a book, very popular, unfortunately, How to Be an Anti-Racist. And basically, that is a code word everybody has deduced for being anti-white, anti-racist, anti-white, because the racists are the white people, you see?
Up here in Canada, we're not at that game yet, but they are doing the mainstream media native thing, like they are the blacks down south. I while I'm talking, I'll just keep talking, and I wanted to ask Wog, did you say butt fuckery? And then my second point was Jordan Peterson. We got to get on that defense because it's important. And then I'm looking at my notes here. Lib 20, conservative 40. So if you're not a liberal by the time you're 20, you're heartless. If you're not a conservative by the time you're 40, you're a fucking idiot. And then Roe v. Wade. What
Are you
was I gonna
seriously
say
reading
about
off
that?
fucking notes to us?
It's light, it's rights. So Roe v. Wade is life, is rights. So if you have any rights, it's because you're
Roe v.
alive.
Wade is
And
American
that's what Roe
shit.
v.
Why
Wade
the
is
fuck are we
about.
talking about
It's
American
about
shit?
living humans having rights. And if you don't agree with the right to be alive, then none of your other rights even matter. What all these libs forget
what I'm
is that
saying. Like, so then you're down in the weeds, right? And I'm saying, okay, I get it. I get what you're saying, and I honor that. But let's put it this way: let's change our friggin' thought patterns and collectively evolve very quickly. Call these fucking Bible thumpers out. Call them right the fuck out. I mean, Mighty just said it, right? So push them.
I know. You know what? Half the
Well,
Bible thumpers don't read the Bible.
Jimmy Sue, my diddler priest, said that it's not good if these chicks get knocked up when they're, Meanwhile, the altar boy is giving a fucking blowjob for a fucking candy bar. All right, no fucking thank you. I'll take my morality from another.
Wait, what kind of candy bar?
Jimmy.
Are we talking like
Mars
a
bar.
coffee
It's a Mars
crisp
bar.
here or Wonder
Mars
bar?
bar. No, Mars bar.
Okay, not worth it.
But yeah, but just regular size. Well, that was just the tip. That was just the tip one. If you wanted the ball tickler, you had to throw in a Kit Kat. But see, that's the problem here, right? It's like everyone's all solid in their belief pattern, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, well, we have to evolve that shit, right? Let them fucking have wives if they want to. Let them fucking fuck dudes and get married to those dudes. Who gives a shit? Evolve with it, because your Pope is pushing fucking vaccines, and I'm pretty goddamn sure everyone in here is anti-vaccine. So if the Pope's pushing it, you better fucking quiz these motherfuckers and saying, well, are you going to push it? Oh, you can't do what you calls it during the pandemic because of the blubbity blub and the bloobity blue. Well, because hypochondria, mass hypochondria. Well, fuck you. Like, this is the attack. This is the communist fucking play. Like, they're literally using a playbook from like the old school thing. Well, who knows about that? Well, I never read a book about that. Is there a YouTube about that? I don't know. What the fuck am I supposed to say to that? How are you supposed to wake the fuck up? But no. My Jesus thing says this and that. And in the book, it says this. Well, your book has been interpreted by a bunch of fags fucking the shit out of each other for fucking 2,000 years. So you might want to lens any kind of anti-woman shit, right? Oh, well, why was it only dudes? I don't know. Does anyone know that the priests used to roam around through all the schools and pick the smartest and brightest and good-looking people right out of the schools? and it was allowed for the priest to kind of wander around and sort of assess these people, and then they'd be like nominated to the seminary where they could donate their semen. Yeah, fuck them, Adrian. What the fuck are you doing? Wake the fuck up. Warm blankets don't work. Cold blankets don't work. I'm not saying that the actual idea or your religiosity in whatever form or format doesn't work, but the power structure above it, as we declare our power structure unfit, so should you, right? And that includes the New Age movement and all the rest of the fucking, I don't give a shit. Any warm blanket, any cold blanket. Well, I've got the solution here. We're all going to have to bury dog food in the woods, and I'll lead you. I'm the reluctant leader, but I'll take you all through the thing here because I'm just here. I'm Forrest. I'm coming into the woodwork, just here to be a leader of the movement of free cocks of America. Right? Am I right? Am I right? Am I wrong? Am I right or am I wrong? Call me wrong. Call me right. Cold blanket, warm blanket. I'm just using metaphors for you guys to clue the fuck in. It's not about that. If you change the fact that unwed teenage mother no one gives a shit, that chick will have that fucking kid and you'll be done with it. But you just like we saw with when we invited the pleb here, there was a design there. There was an idea. Let's get someone else protecting the CPC in this room. I wanted to get the discussion happening. What happened? Well, the fucking herding cats can't contain themselves. Well, I want to say this, and I'm going to interject. I'm going to do, and it's like, well, there you go, right? And there you go. That's what happens in a commune, right there. Just a fucking circle jerk from fucking hell. I could go on for hours. I'll just let you guys continue on with whatever the hell.
So, I mean, when the pleb came in here, I did not say anything. I left my mic muted because I wanted to see what he had to say. Actually, you know what? I don't give a shit what he has to say. I know exactly what he's going to do anyway, so, but I personally.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. That's why he was playing his game. He came in straight away playing his games.
It's true what you said, Zink. I mean, he set the terms. He's like, oh, I only have 10 minutes, guys. So, what, is there PPC bros in here? It's just like, man, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, it's just attention getting for that guy, right? Like, that's the entire point of why he came in.
Yeah, but the point wasn't that. My point, Adrian, wasn't any kind of like personal thing against the pleb. I actually texted it or whatever, tweeted at him and said, give him props for coming into a fucking bee's nest, lion's den here. The deer heads in. I'm not talking about him personally, right? What I'm talking about is the fact that we couldn't get our goddamn crew to shut the fuck up. And when I say to people, like, what's the biggest fucking threat to the forward-looking movement? It's the sheep on our side. That's the fucking problem. I'm telling you. It's because they can't shut the fuck up. It's like, let the guy speak. Let's get his point of view, and then let's go through an orderly sort of like takedown of his thing, or maybe he makes us think, But the fact that dialogue failed. The fact that dialogue failed illustrates my point that the general public is incapable of holding any kind of power whatsoever, and which means that we need a power structure. Nothing of this anarchy thing is ever going to assemble itself into anything because exactly that reason. You can't have a discussion. Oh, well, this guy opposite us, and we're all in a group thing, so we can all jump on him, and no one's going to get me in trouble. It's like
all it takes is one person to shut everybody up.
Like I mean, we didn't all jump on him, right? It was like he was trying to dictate the terms. I mean, he was even saying to Zink, he's like, "Who am I talking to now?" And then he's like, "Oh, well, just drop everybody down, to like."
Yeah, I know, I get it. I don't want to go in specifics onto him personally, because personally, I've been working. I'm trying to build bridges here. So if we sit here and shit on him for 10 minutes, again,
there's no reason to build bridges with him, though.
I'm not saying building bridges. You guys cannot build bridges. I want to build bridges. That's my ulterior motive. But if you're going to sit here and talk about his specifics, I'm trying to get to the higher order of the idea and not to this. But yet, if I bring it up, then it's all plebs and a fucking asshole. It's like, no, what's the fucking point here? What I'm talking about is, why can't people fucking shut the fuck up for 10 minutes and let's get his point of view? They can't. And you continue to.
But he had no point of view, though. He really was just in here playing games. He wasn't going to do anything other than play games.
Okay, Zink, come on. What was the game of me tagging him and naming the room after him? I mean, he
So
was
he
willing
could
to
come
play
in
with
here
us.
with one ally and you could direct it to where him and the ally talk to us, and then we could individually, one at a time, engage with him. But he came
And
in.
my point is that we can't do that because people are going to go to personal attacks and all the rest of the shit, which continues at this moment. So if you don't get what I'm laying down, I can't lay it down any clearer. And I mean, I don't know how much more.
It's not a personal
you know,
attack. I'm simply stating what he did. He came in and he just acted like a fool.
I know, but the point was, Zink, is that he knew he was like, everybody knew what was going on there. It wasn't like he knew he was coming into blah blah blah. He was going to be a trolling thing. Da, da, da. Like we knew it was going to happen. Da, da, da. But you called for everyone to shut the fuck up, and then no one shut the fuck up, and then everything deteriorated. So there was no. So that's it. That's how this is going to work for the timing memorial. That's what I'm pointing out. Right? We're just going to invite someone into our room. Everyone jumps on him. Blah blah blah, and then we have a justification to kick them out. I'm saying I'm about bridge building. That's what I'm trying to do, and that's it. I'm stopping the talk.
It was that one female, that one there was a couple side comments, and that one female kept going. And sorry, I don't mean anything.
She was.
I don't mean anything
I've seen
against
her.
that, but that's what happened. I don't remember her name, but it was that one person that ran him off. And if she stayed quiet, I think we had it to where we maybe could have got more than 10 minutes out of it.
Right. I mean, yeah, she was just bashing him. Listen,
100% pure bashing, no engagement in conversation or rhetoric, just bashing. And that was really
Right.
disappointing because we actually got him in here. And then bash, 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 right? Story of Garden of Eden. Ha ha ha.
Go ahead, Captain Red Pill.
Yeah, I had to dig out photos so I can share with everybody. Everybody's making me reminisce about 2022 and the PPC party. I'm really regretting I missed the whole pleb thing, but I am understanding what Walpog is laying down. I have to deal with people who are not going to understand, but you have to find a middle ground or everybody will stay where they are. And sometimes you have to put water in your wine, sometimes you have to bite your tongue, but slowly but surely, sometimes even if they you don't win them, it to me I feel at least I put an effort. And the effort that I put in, I can sleep better that night. So I'm sleeping good. That's all I could say. I don't know if I'm winning any wars, but I'm sleeping well because at least I put an effort. I try to meet people where they're at. And I can see that, brainwashing has been quite intensive. And unfortunately, how do we unbrainwash people? We're just average people. I mean, it's not my shtick. I can't get into people's head, but I will try to remain civilized, and I will try to, you know, I guess it's community building, and sometimes you just never know who's in your community, so you have to be able to adapt. And I personally like watching Pleb because I think he's funny. I don't care who he's gonna vote for, but he has humor, and he does get his message out with humor, just like Mr. Freedom does. So I just was on Facebook, and Freedom is a roofer, and he's been busy doing a lot of memes and videos. And I just love his stuff because, it's a serious matter, but you're at least laughing at the same time. And those things I think stick with people more than if you try to have a serious conversation. Sometimes you can win them over with just making them laugh. So I just was reading his post, and I remember watching a video he did. I guess he must be a comedian, but at some point, because he's just too good at what he does. Anyways, he did a video, and in the video, he's a roofer, and he charges 25% more if you're a liberal. So in that he was doing his video, and my comment was, because he was helping with protesting drag queen shows, so he was giving out hugs and hot dogs. So I said, I'd have you do my roof for a hug and a hot dog. And then I said, if I vote PPC, will you give me a discount? So I took that opportunity just to throw it in there. And um, I really have never enjoyed politics. I'm from Montreal. I had to vote Liberal because I don't want to separate. So I really am. And then I almost moved to Alberta, so I understood their issues. And at the end, we just have to take it to the bare bone. Do we want to be free or not? I don't care about the rest. I'm here because I see this going downhill very quickly, and I have less time on this earth than my kids do, and um, I want to try
Are you
to.
Max?
Huh? Pardon me?
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Please continue. You have less. You.
Oh, I have kids who are. My son's 30 years old. I've lived life. I've seen things. I've experienced things, and this is something that is new. I have never been interested in politics. I was raising kids. That was what I was doing, and now I've moved to Ontario, and COVID changed everything for me. It just ripped the Band-Aid right off. And I'm talking as a first generation Canadian. My parents left Hungary. So I do see it, and I do understand that this is going to be another one of those where now it's me who has to escape, not my parents. And I'm just glad they're not here to watch any of this play out. So I do understand everybody's frustration. This is something very new to all of us. I have just never imagined that COVID just exposed all the things that are wrong. And I knew things were wrong, but I just didn't think they were going to pull the rug under us that quickly, that fast. So we have to maneuver quickly. We have to change attitudes, and we have to do whatever it takes. And if we have to learn new skills, that's what we're going to have to do. If we have to put water in our wine to get other people to at least have an opportunity to think about what it is that's going on. Because some people think this is just nothing is happening. The government's protecting them from a virus, and I'm like, that's a lot of work. So you just, how do you eat an elephant? One piece at a time. So I wasn't in the room, but obviously I feel that there was a lot of intense conversation. But like Wogpog, even if someone is saying something stupid, you just have to now take that opportunity on how you're going to handle it, because we can't keep fighting and putting so much energy. I sometimes just walk away. I don't even engage because it's not worth my energy. But sometimes you have to just exercise that muscle. So, we're living in crazy times, and if I have to get political and I have to pick a party, I'm sorry, but all the other parties so far have never done me any favors. So let's just pick someone who's new to the game and who's less corrupt and isn't maybe a professional politician. This professional politicians, I don't know, they scare me. And I guess what worries me more is not that I don't even trust politicians, but now I don't even trust the institutions. So, yeah, the trust factor is going right out the window. So, we're going to have to give it our best shot no matter how we can do it. Even if we fumble and we fail, we get back up and we try again the next day. And that's all I have to say. And enjoy the pictures that I just posted.
So Captain Red Pill, I'm just gonna follow up with you. So, I mean, the pleb came in. So, I mean, there was quite a bit of acrimony when he came into the space. Um, the thing is, I mean, you've said that you think he's funny, adds humor to like things that are serious, and
right,
that's all fine. But I mean, he has been on the warpath, in terms of, calling us all PPC bros and like, really denigrating the PPC and the party, and it's just like enough is enough.
Well, I think the real problem is he's not funny. It's so It's such
Yeah.
canned, predictable humor. It's like it's a pretense of humor. I think that's what I find most offensive about it. It's like this is a joke. It's obviously a joke, and I'm just being so. It's just not even clever. I guess that's what's most offensive about it.
Right. So and I mean, he like every other person on the CPC, they have no vision for the country moving forward, right? It's just get Trudeau out. That's the one platform issue that they have. I mean, they don't have a platform, but that's their pseudo platform is get Trudeau out, get Trudeau out, get Trudeau out, with no thought as to who are you putting in his place, what's the plan, what's the roadmap for the country. It's just tiring. And
I hear what you're saying, but if all these politicians are bought by the WEF, like even if we vote them in, what guarantees do we have?
well, I
So
mean, not Bernier, right? I mean,
I have come to the conclusion I'm gonna vote for the underdog, and I'm gonna, like, I can't do it. I can't vote liberal. I'm from Montreal, so I voted liberal all my life. I just can't do it this time. Um, the last time it was the NDP, so we're running out of options, people.
well, I mean, this is why we're saying PPC, because they actually have a platform and a plan to make this country great for the first time ever. I mean, I keep coming back to it. There are so many resources that this country has, natural resources. If we would just cut the bureaucracy on it and bring it to the world market, there would be none of this. We would all be doing fine. Hell, you know what? Liberals, they can implement their social programs, with obviously some spending restraint, of which they have zero whatsoever. Um, but I mean, if we brought all of that stuff to the market, we could be extremely, extremely rich in this country. We could cut taxes across the board, but nobody else besides the PPC has that type of roadmap
I
in
agree,
mind.
but how are you going to convince someone who doesn't agree with you? That's the problem. So you have to know how
Well,
to
I mean,
take
at
the
this point,
emotions out.
so at this point, and I think that's where Zink and I align very closely, is that there is no point because they're just not going to see it. I mean, can we really build a bridge with the pleb? I'm sorry, I really don't think we can. They are simply not going to change. It's like
Forget about the pleb. I don't
James
care
was in
about
here
the pleb.
earlier too, and I mean he's hardline CPC. He admits that he agrees with the platform. He won't fully admit that Pierre has zero platform whatsoever, and then it just comes down to, oh well, CPC has seats, PPC has none. It's like, I mean, he didn't see the comparison I was making between the rise of the Reform Party and the PPC. So he flat out said he doesn't see any parallels between the two parties. What I see multiple parallels. They're both populist. They both got 0 seats in the first election. Okay, Bernier got 0 seats the second time there was an election, but I mean that was 2 years apart. For the Reform Party in 1988 they got 0 seats, and then it was 93 was the next election where they got 52 seats. So what's that, like 5 years? So I mean, the parallels between the two parties are
Adrian, I don't want to interrupt, but I get what you're saying. But I'm just saying, on a human to human level, you
right.
have to learn how to communicate and not, make it so that um, people will just automatically shut you off. You have to be like a man of mystery and entice them to want to know more. There are some people that just have that ability. They don't raise their voice, they're
Right.
calm, and then people are engaged and they're curious, and you can't just come out of the gate already aggressive. That will not get anywhere. I can tell you that.
So
So
essentially, we have to coddle fully grown adults, you know, and kind of coax them into something that they probably aren't going to do anyway. So, I mean, I listen, but my mentality is I know what I want, I see it, I go for it. You know, I treat other adults like adults. Um, that's what it is, right? So, I mean, this whole coddling, other people, or like, coddling the CPCers, oh, they might come over to PPC. They're not going to come over, all right? It's not going to happen. We would have more luck, coaxing like a disillusioned liberal over to PPC than we
And
would,
that's me.
yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
Zinc, is there
So,
any chance you're going to get to the hands, or are Adrian and Captain
oh,
Red Pill going to
sorry,
go back and forth?
Regan.
No,
Yeah,
it's all
yeah,
good. I
sorry,
know you
sorry.
love to talk, bud, but I'll wait. I'm
Yeah.
just curious if I'm waiting in vain. Just let me know.
Oh, no.
I also want to know, Adrian, are you from Toronto?
Yes, I'm in the GTA.
No shit. I'm sick and tired of listening to people from Toronto and Montreal. Just saying.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm a separatist Albertan, and I really am sick and tired of listening to Toronto.
Well, good luck
and
with
Montreal.
separatism. That's never going to fucking happen.
Yeah, get over it. It's happening.
Yeah, no,
already.
I mean, nobody really gives a shit what the separatists think, right?
All right, so Regan, go ahead. Regan, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Go
Thanks,
ahead.
Adrian. I didn't mean to cut you off because that was going to be my point, that I don't think we should be
No
cutting
worries.
people off. But I was in the room earlier when Buddy came in, and I was looking forward to him speaking, only because I wanted to hear sort of what he had to say. He's got a lot to say on his platform, but I was curious what he would say. I've been in enough rooms to know, even though I had a mic, Adrian, I don't know if you noticed, but I didn't click my mic and say anything. I don't like the guy. I was going to give him shit, but I didn't. I wanted Zinc to do his thing. I respected that Zinc, when he asked that people shut the fuck up and let him talk to the guy, I respected that, and I kept my mic off. I noticed that you and several other people didn't, and I know you tried to blame earlier it was the girl that was talking, but buddy, you were talking too. And the fact is,
No, I really was not, Regan. I'm sorry. I'm gonna push back there. I had when the pleb was in the room, I had my mic muted the entire time. So.
okay, well, she wasn't the only person. There was several people that jumped in, and I just think, first of all, it's poor etiquette when the host asks something of the people who have speakers. They should shut the fuck up and let the host do his thing. So that's my opinion. The people in the room that kept talking, I thought it was bullshit. And if I had been in control as a co-host, I would have muted them. How can we have a debate and find out what these guys say? And no offense to you, Adrian, but for you to sit here and say that nobody on the conservative side will come over to the PPC, I mean, fuck, dude. So that's it. We're done. It's over. We should just vote conservative. Like, what's your point, brother? Because I think the point is what Wog was trying to make earlier is that there should be some back and forth, and let's put the guy on the spot. Let's let him talk himself into a hole, whatever. But just to cut him off the way it happened, I thought, I don't think Zinc had any choice when he did what he did, but it didn't have to get there. And I mean, I've been in enough of these rooms to know that, don't disrespect the host. Let the host do his thing. Let him run the room. So I don't know. I just thought it was pointless. And then, like I say, for you to make the comment that, which you just made, I mean, maybe my ears are fucked, but you said that none of those conservatives are going to come over to the PPC side. Well, then we're all pissing into the wind, man. I don't think that's true.
Well, why do we need them though? I mean, this is my point.
So are you going to vote PPC? There are 0 seats with PPC, so we're just going to leave it the way it is.
Okay.
I mean, come on, brother. What's your point?
I mean, you're gonna come back to the seats argument, just like the CPCers. I mean, listen.
Well, votes, dude.
I think his point, Regan, is just that there's this constant focus on the CPC, like they're our closest ally. They're really not.
No, I agree.
This is my constant problem,
I've never voted conservative, and I never fucking will after the last 3 years. So, for me, it's a non-issue. It's not vote splitting. I agree. But, Pleb has what, 40,000 followers? You let him stay in a room for a while. Maybe some of those guys come over, and well, they can't be all fucking retarded,
No, I mean,
man.
if they
Come on,
follow the
guys.
pleb, they're all retarded. I'm sorry, that's just how it goes. He's
Well,
not
come
funny.
on,
He's
Zink.
not intelligent. He's not even amusing. So I mean, if you're following the pleb, I'm sorry. I don't know. Like, do you stick forks in sockets and lick the toaster when it's running? I mean, I don't know how else to explain the appeal of the pleb.
Well, so we've given up on trying to get any of the conservative votes to come to the PPC side. So where are those votes going to come from? And I don't think we're going to vote our way out of this, but come on. How are we going to change things if we
I
can't
mean,
bring
maybe their
conservative
kids
voters
got to
this way?
die, and that'll wake them up. I don't know. It's a come to Jesus moment that's got to wake up some of these retards. That's the reality of it. There's some people who are on the fence, and that's the people I focus more on, the disaffected young guys and girls out there who see no future in Canada and but are so disaffected that they're still willing to stay here. Those are the people we got to try and activate. As far as these dumbass fucking trolls that wander around Twitter, Pierre and all this stuff, those people are fucking hopeless. Maybe when their kids die and their parents die and their whole family dies, or they get an injury themselves and they realize that Pierre didn't give a fucking shit about them, probably just stuck saline into his filthy little rats, I mean, maybe then they'll
I
care.
think Pierre's a dirtbag. I agree. And he did nothing for me and my family the last 3 years. But I just think that we're naive if we don't think that maybe some of those 40,000 followers wouldn't maybe like to hear our side and maybe
Well, we can't
come to
convince
the
them. They won't
PPC
hear
side.
our side until they're ready. That's the thing.
Exactly.
There's no reason for us to tiptoe right until they're ready. I mean, this is the basics. Like, I don't know if you people understand what it is to convert somebody from one cult to another cult, but you can't force them. They have to want it. And this is the thing people don't understand. People want to join cults. When people go and join a cult, they wanted to do it. They're not a victim. They're a fucking idiot, but they're not a victim. They wanted to join a cult. And they only will leave the cult when they want to leave the cult. It's a drug addiction, it's a cult, whatever. It's the same mentality. You can't force people to think something new. You can put the seeds there and then something will spark it and then it'll be there, but you can't actually convince them. And all you're going to do if you try to meet them in the middle is you're going to sacrifice your own position.
Exactly. I 100% agree.
Well, the fact is, he was run out of the room, and then, he couldn't speak, and Zink
He
wanted to
ran
talk to
out
him.
of the
Nobody
room.
let him. But that's because, Zink, nobody respected your wishes, man. Guys wouldn't shut up, and he didn't get a chance to speak. I would have left too. And then he goes to his
No,
place.
he
and
wasn't
tells
even taking a chance to speak. He immediately made his demand, and I'm like, no, I'll shut them all up. And he's like, no, this is how I want it. So no, he was a little bitch. There was no point in talking to him. He was unreasonable. He wasn't worth talking to. He's an idiot, right? He just wanted
So
to make
why
it the
did we
pleb
invite
show.
it? Why'd you guys invite him into the room
I
then?
didn't invite him in. I don't know. He's retarded.
All right, well, fair enough, Zink. I'm not trying to debate with you. I don't think any of these fucking federal officials are gonna fucking help us out in any way. If I had to vote tomorrow, I'd vote PPC, but that's because I can't fucking trust anybody else. So it is what it is. But I just think that, if you're the host, guys got to give you the respect to shut the fuck up when you ask them to shut up. And that's otherwise, what's the
Well,
point?
like I said, that's why when I my diatribe talking about how fucking stupid Canadians are, I was talking about a whole lot of people in this room.
Fair enough, Zink. No disrespect, but you are moving to the U.S., man. So some of us are stuck here.
I mean, once again,
I know there was a few guys that jumped in. It wasn't just the girl, although she was the loudest. But what can I say? It is what it is. I got respect for all you guys. It was frustrating. I just didn't think it made sense. You wait for the guy to come, he comes, and then fucking everybody yells over him. He can't even talk, and he leaves. Like, fuck, what's the point?
fair enough. So I guess we'll go to hands. So let's hear from Janice G. Go ahead. Somebody new. Go ahead.
Not quite new, but close. And I just wanted to address from my side of the fence. Quite a few of the listeners in here know who I am. Apparently, Adrian, you don't.
Oh, well, I just meant new as in a new speaker that hasn't spoken previously today, right? So, I mean, all of the other hands have spoken before in this space, so that's all I meant by that.
Well, I disagree with the idea that you cannot bring a conservative to your side of the gate. I'm an Amish woman from the Amish and Mennonite community in northern Canada in Ontario. And if you look down through the history of your voting system that you have, you'll find that my people, as a general rule, do not get involved in any of your politics at all. Never. Politics is never a discussion for us. However, we realized that Canada as a country was in dire straits. We saw what was happening around us. So some of us became frontliners, and we began actually monitoring what was going on. And we listened to all sides, and I confess, in the very beginning, we were progressive conservative leaning. When we had to admit openly and we had discussions, we were progressive conservative. But I found Mad Max, and we listened. And then we went back to our communities, we went back to the leaders, we went back to the elders, and shared Mad Max. And the last election that we had here in Canada, I challenge anybody on the internet to show me one photo, one bit of film, one picture from anywhere in history where you see Amish and Mennonites gathered together, because the only political place you will find that was in support of Mad Max. Even our pastors came out. So don't think you can't convert people, because you can. It all depends on how you approach them. So thanks for the mic, because we're all PPC. Mennonites and Amish, Hutterites, we're all PPC.
Right. That's encouraging news, Janice. That's fantastic. Yeah, I think it's just more in the context of Twitter too, of like I mean, I get so many messages from CPC that are, and it's all the same thing. You know, it's always bashing PPC. We have no seats. We have no this, no that. I just find it very, very difficult to imagine those people flipping to PPC. So, I mean, that's essentially where I was going with that. So,
My entire culture came out. And if you could have been at the voting stations and seen the absolute